The Infinite City of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Innate Master. Early the next morning, Qianxuan began recruiting people on a large scale at the gate of the base. Because the news had been spread before, the Tang and Rang families were fighting fiercely, and there were indeed many people coming. Because the workload this time was so heavy, and in order to complete the task early and leave, Wu Qianming, Wu Wancheng, Xin Shishi, Wu Qiankong, Yan Zhu and Wu Qianqiu, 6 people with special abilities who could judge their character, were dispatched. Qianxuan has never been interested in such noisy things, so she did not participate, and Qimoqi naturally accompanied her. The two of them had nothing to talk about when they were together. Usually Qianxuan was studying books on magic arrays and magic patterns on the side, and Qimoqi was practicing or resting next to her. At first, Qianxuan was a little uncomfortable, because no matter what Qimoqi did, he never stopped paying attention to her. But over time, seeing that he did not change, even if she told him, and coupled with his full devotion to studying those obscure arrays and magic patterns, she slowly ignored Qimoqi's existence. However, she was so absorbed in her study that she did not notice how cold Qimoqi's eyes were when he occasionally glanced at the magic book in her hand. In general, Qianxuan's recruitment this time was relatively successful. The 6 special ability users checked them layer by layer, and after passing the interview, the logistics team explained to them the various rules and common sense of Qianxuan, including the conclusion of magic contracts. On the second day of the recruitment, after lunch, Qimoqi took Qianxuan out for a walk, but he saw Wu Qianzhang leading a large group of people to the temporary medical room. Qianxuan and Qimoqi looked at each other in surprise and walked forward quickly. "Brother, is anyone injured?" As she said that, she looked at the people behind Wu Qianzhang, wanting to see who was injured. Wu Qianzhang kept walking. "No, these people are all high-level ability users whose mental power was destroyed by the Tang family. I will take them to the medical room for treatment now." Qianxuan was stunned and quickly pulled Qimoqi to follow. "These people are also here for the interview?" Her tone was slightly incredible. "No," Wu Qianzhang explained without changing his pace. "They came in as relatives, and their relatives and friends passed the interview and became our companions." Qianxuan was startled, and then suddenly realized, as expected of his 5th uncle, she originally wanted to show favor to them and then ask them to join the Silver Star Air Force Corps. But Wu Wanse's strategy was more clever. These high-level psychics were treated as relatives, and after they woke up, they would stay, whether for favors or relatives and friends. In this way, people would not feel that they took advantage of others' misfortunes, nor would they feel that they were repaying favors. Naturally, people would be willing to do so. She turned around and found that the eyes of the people in the middle were indeed blank, and the people walking next to these people had complicated expressions: excitement, anxiety, nervousness, and so on. At the same time, she saw the blank handsome man and the tall and strong man who was impulsive to fight with the Tang family when they went out last time, as well as the man with glasses and the 2 thin men. Qianxuan frowned slightly. "Brother, besides the subordinate of the 3rd brother named Guan Miomio, do we have other psychics who can heal mental power?" Last time, Guan Miomio could barely heal Wu Qianfang, whose mental power was not destroyed. If these people are in more serious conditions, can she do it? As soon as Qianxuan said this, the new companions who came with their relatives and friends looked at Wu Qianzhang nervously and expectantly. "I understand what you mean," Wu Qianzhang said with a relaxed look. "The only psychic who can heal mental power is Guan Miomio. But Guan Miomio was only at the 4th level last time, so it would be so difficult to treat Qianfang at the 5th level. Now that she has advanced to the 5th level, it should be no problem to treat these high-level psychics." Hearing this, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. The man with glasses that Qianxuan had met said anxiously, "What should we do? Our eldest brother is at the 6th level." Qianxuan was surprised. "Are you sure?" "You know, there are only 4 people in Qianxuan who have reached the 6th level, including her, Qimoqi, Lin Hui and Lin En. The tall and strong man nodded repeatedly. Sure. When our eldest brother was captured by the Tang family, he was already at the 6th level. If it weren't for us, how could the Tang family capture our eldest brother? As he spoke, his face was full of anger and annoyance. Now, not only Qianxuan, but also Wu Qianzhang and Qimoki were surprised. When was your eldest brother captured by the Tang family? Qimoki asked, touching his chin. The tall and strong man said, a month ago. Now, all the conscious people took a breath. 6th level, or the 6th level a month ago, what does this mean? Then can you be sure that your eldest brother has not advanced in this month? Wu Qianzhang asked hesitantly. Probably not. The tall and strong man stopped talking halfway, and then he seemed to think of something, and his face turned pale. The man with glasses and the two thin men next to him seemed to think of something, and their faces were also pale. Qianxuan, Wu Qianzhang and Qimoki looked at each other, and it seemed that there was something hidden in this matter. As they exchanged glances, the four men seemed to have made a decision. The man with glasses gritted his teeth, and said to Wu Qianzhang, we have something to tell you. His eyes swept over the relatives and friends of the high-level psychics whose mental power was also destroyed. Wu Qianzhang immediately understood what he meant. At this time, they just arrived at the door of the temporary medical room. He handed the others to Guan Miomilo, who came over, and together with Qianxuan and Qimoki, he took the people including the 6th level psychic into an empty office. Okay, go ahead. Everyone sat down. Qianxuan poured them tea, and Wu Qianzhang spoke. The man with the eyes took a sip of tea to moisten his lips, took a deep breath, and said, the 5 of us are cousins. The eldest brother is Jiang Haoshan, the second brother is Jiang Haoteo, I'm Jiang Haoan, the fourth is Jiang Haoiu, and the fifth is Jiang Haohei. Our Jiang family is a hidden ancient martial arts family in the Minnan area, but by our generation, the environment of the earth has become very bad. Even a person with excellent talents can only achieve the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life through lifelong cultivation. Qianxuan and the other two looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that they would recruit people from a hidden ancient martial arts family. You have to know that the depth of these families is completely different from the Tang and Rang families. Jiang Haoan continued, after my eldest brother was born, the elders of the family found that he had a unique bone structure. After feeling his bones, he was a martial arts prodigy that was rarely seen in a century. In order to prevent the Jiang family from continuing to lose, the 3 elders of the Jiang family who were highly skilled in martial arts exhausted their life's internal energy to help my eldest brother comb through his tendons and veins, helping him to further improve his talent. With the support of the entire Jiang family, my eldest brother had developed a deep internal force. Before he was 30, after the doomsday, we were trapped in the mountains. The elders of the family took the explosives for blasting the mountains, and died together with a large number of zombies, leaving all the food to the 5 of us brothers. After that, my eldest brother took us out of Jiangjia village, and we killed zombies all the way and escaped. If it weren't for my eldest brother, we don't know how many times we would have died. As he narrated, Jiang Haoteo, Jiang Haoiu and Jiang Haohei all had tears in their eyes. Wu Qianzhang raised his eyebrows. You want to say more than that, right? Although it was a question, he used a declarative tone. Jiang Haoan nodded. What I want to say is that in the 3rd month after the apocalypse, Big Brother has become a congenital master. Congenital master? Qianxuan's exclamation interrupted him. What's wrong? Qimoki asked in confusion. Qianxuan said excitedly, the so-called congenital master is almost equivalent to the strong in the divine world. The difference is that, after becoming a congenital master, it takes about 100 years of physical tempering to become as strong as a divine master. Even so, a congenital master means that, as long as he does not die unexpectedly, he can smoothly cultivate his strength to be equal to that of a divine master. After she said this, Qimoki and Wu Qianzhang also understood the importance of congenital masters. But, Qianxuan said with a sad face, even if the innate master does not practice, the internal force in his body will circulate on its own to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. This means that Jiang Haoshan's current level should have exceeded the 6th level. Even if he has not reached the 6th level yet, he should be in the late 6th level. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Heoteo nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, this is what we want to say. In this case, can our eldest brother's mental power still be cured? Moreover, the longer it is delayed, the more the eldest brother's supernatural power will continue to advance, and the supernatural person who can heal mental power may not be able to catch up. Jiang Heoan added. Wu Qianxuan had a headache. Is there no way to stop the internal force in his body from running? Jiang Heoteo and his brothers looked at each other. They really didn't know about this matter. The elders in the family were not there, and they didn't bring the classics with them when they escaped. No, Qianxuan said, the body of an innate master has gone beyond the range of a normal person. Let's put it this way, we can't live without air and food, but an innate master can't. After they break through the innate state, the speed of their blood circulation and other functions is only 1/10 of that of an ordinary person, and most of the body's needs are external energy absorbed by the internal force. You can imagine the consequences if the internal force in his body stops working. She once studied the martial arts power system for Shan Wu Lao, so she knew the situation of innate masters. After a pause, she said, moreover, even if this method is feasible, to stop the internal force in the body of an innate master, only the innate master and the strong in the god realm can do it. Hearing this, Jiang Heoan was almost crying. You must save my eldest brother. As long as you can save my eldest brother, we are willing to offer all the Jiang family's mental secrets with both hands. When he said this, Jiang Heoteo and the others did not object, and obviously agreed with his statement. Seeing that they seemed to misunderstand that they were spying on the Jiang family's mental secrets, Qianxuan and the other two were a little bit amused for a while. Chapter 177 Farewell. Wu Qianxuan cleared his throat and said seriously, the Jiang family's secret manual belongs to you personally. If you want to contribute it to the Legion and share it with your companions, we certainly welcome it and will give you contribution points of equal value. But these are all based on your willingness, and we will not force you. At the same time, I want to clarify one thing. Saving Jiang Heotian does not depend on whether you offer the Jiang family's secret manual, but on whether we have the ability to do so. This speech made Jiang Heoteo and his brothers both disappointed and relieved. Disappointed because they found that the other party was really not shirking for some reason, but that they might really have no way to save Jiang Heotian. Relieved because the force they decided to join after being desperate was not as cold-blooded as the Tang family, but very reasonable. Actually, Qianxuan said carefully, it's not that there is no way at all. Qianxuan's words made the nearly desperate Jiang Heoteo and his brothers breathe a sigh of relief and look at her eagerly. Qianxuan felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by several grown men. She moved her position and said, I have a fruit that can nourish the spirit, called Ziji, which can heal the damaged spirit very slowly. But, after a pause, she said awkwardly, but the effect of Zuji is very slow. In Jiang Heotian's case, it will take decades to recover. Moreover, people who eat Zuji will fall into a coma. In fact, she can also brew some medicines to treat the spirit, but she is a little hesitant when facing a congenital master. Generally speaking, the side effects of medicines for treating the spirit are relatively large, and they will form impurities in the human body that are not poisonous. For ordinary people, these impurities have no effect on the body in cultivation. If there is a chance to advance to the god realm, they will be refined and disappear in the quenching during the advancement. But the god realm and the congenital masters are different. The strong who have reached this realm, whether it is the body, energy, or spirit, pay great attention to purity. The innate masters who are in the process of tempering their body should be even more cautious. If they are not careful, their realm may regress from innate to acquired. Hearing about that few decades, Jiang Heoteo and his brothers were all disheartened. How many years can a person live in his lifetime? Even if their eldest brother is rescued, he will be an old man. It is better not to save him. Not to mention them, even their eldest brother himself can't accept it. Seeing that they looked so shocked, Qianxuan was a little puzzled. A light flashed in his mind and he asked, don't you know that Jiang Heotian can live to at least 300 years old now? Huh? Jiang Heoteo and his brothers all looked dumbfounded. After a long while, Jiang Heoan stuttered and said, what you said, is it true? Qianxuan nodded. But in this way, won't we be dead when the eldest brother wakes up? Jiang Heoteo said tangledly. Qianxuan rolled her eyes. Can't you practice hard? When you advance to the 6th level, you can almost live to 300 years old. Jiang Heoiu's eyes widened. Can a 6th level superpower live to 300 years old? Seeing him making a fuss, Qianxuan muttered, is it really that serious? In a blink of an eye, she saw that other people were also stunned, including Kimoki and Wu Qianzhang. Really? Don't you know? Wu Qianzhang's eyes twitched. Should we know? This was the first time he heard that practicing superpowers could increase lifespan. But, isn't this common sense? When the body is washed by energy, it can slow down aging and decline. No, this seems to be common sense for Sadia. Seeing the guilty look in Qianxuan's eyes, Wu Qianzhang guessed that this should be related to her previous life, and didn't want to argue with her to save her embarrassment. Besides, there were outsiders here. What Wu Qianzhang saw, Kimoki's observation and attention to Qianxuan naturally saw it. He felt unhappy, thinking of Qianxuan's past life without him. Jiang Heoan and others thought more. It was the first time they heard such a thing. Thinking that Yinxing Kang could know such an important secret that no one else knew, they felt that Yinxing Kang's image became mysterious. It was said that Yinxing Kang escaped from the capital, which is the political center of the country. How could he not have any ability? As for the fact that he was besieged by the Tang family some time ago, it was most likely that he was bullied by a dog in a flatland. Thinking that Yinxing Kang was able to stay out of the chaos in the shelter, it can be seen how powerful he is. Thinking that they had joined such a promising force, they couldn't help but feel excited. Although their eldest brother would take decades to recover, as long as there was hope, instead of being helpless like before. Kimoki raised his eyelids and said, I have a way to make him recover in less time. What? Qianxuan sat up straight. You know, a congenital strongman, that weight is really not small. Facing the burning eyes of the crowd, Kimoki said calmly, I can leave a spiritual mark on him, and then devour his time, so that his level will remain at the current stage. When Guan Miomio cultivates to the same level as him, he will be cured naturally. Can it work? Qianxuan's eyes lit up slightly. Kimoki nodded, and seeing this, Jiang Heoteo and others cried with joy. In 3 days, the Silver Star Air Force Corps was supplemented from more than 10,000 people to 30,000 people. For a while, the Silver Star Air Base was full of soldiers coming and going. In the evening of December 26, 2012, after dinner, all the people of the 8 clans gathered in the living room. Finally, we can leave this place, Wu Wanheo said excitedly. At this time, everyone was wearing the uniforms of the Silver Star Air Force Corps, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. Okay. Wu Wan's looked relaxed despite the tone of scolding at any time. Have you packed everything? Have you left anything behind? Wu Wanian smiled and said, I've checked it several times. Nothing is missing. What about the aircraft? Wu Wan's looked at Qianxuan. Qianxuan saluted playfully. Report to the commander. Everything is ready. Wu Wan's couldn't hold his face anymore, and smiled. Then, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, a group of people walked out of the living room in a mighty manner. Lu Chen, who was walking at the end, did not forget to put all the furniture in the living room into the space ring, and had no intention of saving the shelter. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, everyone came to the limited square, and saw that everyone in the Silver Star Sky had gathered there, and there were a lot of people. Due to the limited space, many people could only stand on the eaves, or in the houses nearby. Through the road made by everyone, all the people of the 8 clans stood in the open space in the middle. Everyone here, whether they followed them to escape from the capital or newly joined the shelter, already knew that they would leave the shelter today. Many of them were worried about the unknown future, and occasionally there were complaints on their faces that were not well concealed. Seeing this, Wu Wan said nothing, nodded to Qianxuan behind him, and made way. Qianxuan understood, and took 2 steps forward. With a wave of his hand, a flying machine that looked like a small villa appeared on the open space. The appearance of this flying machine was dark and steady, restrained and majestic, and the lines of its body were smooth and light. Compared with the gorgeous and elegant flying machine used before, this flying machine seemed more simple and majestic. Seeing the huge machine that appeared out of thin air, the crowd was in an uproar. Qianxuan took out a remote control and pressed it on the flying machine. With a buzzing sound, the flying machine trembled, then rose steadily into the air and stopped about 3 meters above the ground. Then, 2 doors opened on each side of the flying machine, and 4 stairs extended to the feet of the crowd. Seeing that everyone was still making noise, Wu once walked to the front of the flying machine and raised his hand. As if pressing the stop button, all the noise disappeared, and the scene was quiet. Everyone listen up. The logistics group is in front, and the combat group is in the back. The patients and wounded are in front, followed by the elderly, children and ladies, and finally the men. After entering, go to the head of the logistics group to get the room number card. After Wu Wan's finished speaking, Wu Wanyan had already stepped forward to lead a group of doctors and nurses to escort all the patients and wounded onto the aircraft. After that, although the scene was occasionally chaotic, it was generally orderly. An hour later, except for the people from the 8 major clans and the soldiers patrolling at the gate of the base, everyone boarded the aircraft. Just when Wu once was about to ask the soldiers patrolling at the gates to come back, the communicator hanging on his waist rang. Report to the chief of staff, someone broke in. The clear sound of wind and panting coming from the communicator showed that the other party was obviously running. Wu Wan's frowned slightly. How many people? Only 1 person, but he's very fast. We can't catch up. Got it. You guys come back too. We are leaving. Yes. Seeing Wu Wan's put down the communicator, Wu Wanli asked, how could someone come here at this time? Did the 2 families know we were leaving? Not likely. Wu once shook his head. If the 2 families had found out, there wouldn't be only 1 person coming. Before he finished speaking, a person appeared in front of everyone. Rang Ruoqian? Qianxuan was surprised, and Kimoka's face darkened. Facing the amazing flying machine that looked like a behemoth, Rang Ruoqian only took a glance and focused all his attention on Qianxuan. Kimoka's face was very ugly. What are you doing here? Rang Ruoqian showed Qianxuan a light and gentle smile. This smile was not like the previous ones, as if it was measured with a ruler, but it was so real without any falsehood that made people tremble. I'm just here to see my beloved off. His tone was gentle, affectionate, and tinged with a hint of sadness. Chapter 178. See clearly. Hearing this, everyone looked at the strange man in surprise. Who is your beloved? Kimoki roared. Rang Ruoqian's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes very quickly. He asked Qianxuan, will you remember me? No need to love, no need to miss, but at least remember me. Qianxuan stood there quietly, wearing a black silver starry sky uniform that made her look heroic and valiant, that she didn't usually have. She didn't know how to answer Rang Ruoqian's question. Saying that she remembered? That would leave people with reverie, and sometimes it would hurt people. Saying that she wouldn't remember? It seemed a bit inhumane. So Qianxuan looked up at the strange man in front of her who had only met her once, smiled politely, said nothing, and turned to board the aircraft. Rang Ruoqian opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Kimoki smiled brightly, glanced at him lightly, turned around and caught up with Qianxuan. Seeing this, although the others were curious, it was not the time to ask questions, so they followed behind and entered the aircraft. From beginning to end, Rang Ruoqian stood there without moving. He did not ask her to stay, nor did he step forward to stop her. He just looked at her back, as if he wanted to imprint it in his heart and turn it into a photo that would never fade. He watched the door of the aircraft slowly close, and then silently lifted off and disappeared into the night. Rang Ruoqian blinked. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye, drilled into his collar and disappeared. Between you and me, in the end, there was only a result, that there was nothing to say. Goodbye, my love. Sweeping the silence around him, Rang Ruoqian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained a faint smile. He turned and walked out, with a straight back. His steps were calm and orderly, and he was indifferent and elegant. But, this picture of a noble man strolling in the garden, against the backdrop of the quiet night, makes people feel lonely for no reason. Is this okay? Zhu Shasha asked Qianxuan, after taking a last look at the figure filled with sadness. Hearing this, Kimoki gave her a cold look, which made her shiver involuntarily. Qianxuan lazily huddled on the sofa. Hearing this, she looked up and said lightly, "I'm not familiar with him. They are strangers, so why bother to get entangled too much? When it comes to feelings, it is best to cut the Gordian knot, not to mention that there was no such relationship between them." Kimoki was overjoyed to hear this. Zhu Shasha sighed and said nothing more. Kimoki sat down next to Qianxuan and put his arms around her. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or something else, but he always felt particularly peaceful in his heart at this moment. Qianxuan looked up and stared at Kimoki's chin in a daze. "Why? I'm always influenced by you, moved by you, and attracted to you. It seems that no matter how firm my determination is, I can never escape from you. Did you poison me, or did I already give my heart to you?" Even if Qianxuan was slow and wanted to escape, such a long time was enough for her to realize her true feelings. She liked Kimoki, or loved him. She didn't want to admit it, but the facts made her unable to escape. Qianxuan had all kinds of thoughts in her mind, but she didn't realize that Kimoki had lowered his head at some point, looking at her with tenderness and ecstasy. Kimoki used all his strength to control himself from shaking with excitement. He raised his head and held back the tears in his eyes. "Thank God, let me have you again." His heart was cheering and shouting. Seeing her own feelings clearly seemed to have cost Qianxuan all her strength, making her feel a little tired all of a sudden. She smelled the breath that made her feel at ease, and her consciousness gradually blurred. When Kimoki calmed down his excitement, he found that Qianxuan had fallen asleep peacefully in his arms. His breathing became lighter, and he carefully helped her adjust a comfortable position in his arms, and then took out a thin blanket to cover her. Fortunately, there was a constant temperature system in the aircraft, otherwise, such cold weather would definitely make Qianxuan sick. Kimoki hugged Qianxuan tightly and carefully controlled the strength of his hands so as not to make Qianxuan uncomfortable. He lowered his head and kissed Qianxuan's hair and took a deep breath of Qianxuan's scent. Facing Qianxuan's defenseless sleeping face, Kimoki felt that he could not get enough of it. Thinking of Qianxuan's thoughts that he had sensed before, his heart softened, and he wanted to tell the whole world about it immediately. However, he couldn't even say it, for fear that Qianxuan would be angry and deny it. After all, he only sensed her thoughts, not heard her say it herself. The next morning, when Kimoki woke up, the first thing he did was to look at the person in his arms. Seeing Qianxuan with her eyes closed, her little face was red from sleeping, her smacking little mouth was red and tender, and she was cute and well behaved. He loved her so much that he almost couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her hard on her little mouth. But he couldn't bear to wake her up, so he had to give up. He raised his hand and pinched her shoulder, which was a little numb, but he didn't dare to move for fear of disturbing Qianxuan's sleep. He looked up and saw that they were now in a small living room of the aircraft. It was quiet all around, and everyone should still be asleep. "Oh, so you are here. No wonder no one answered when I knocked on your room." As the door of the small living room was opened, Zhu Shasha's voice rang out. Kimoki's attention had been on Qianxuan before, and he didn't notice the footsteps outside the door. It was too late to stop her from speaking. Kimoki raised his head and glared at her fiercely, then looked down. Sure enough, Qianxuan had already woken up slowly, rubbing her eyes. "Shasha?" Qianxuan half opened her eyes and said in a daze. Seeing Kimoki's anger when he looked at her, Zhu Shasha raised her hand a little embarrassedly. "Well, I'm going to have breakfast." As she said that, she had already left in a flash. Qianxuan yawned and said vaguely, "What is she doing here?" "Don't worry about her, just go back to sleep." Facing Qianxuan, Kimoki's voice was incredibly gentle. Qianxuan was half awake at this time. She looked up at the sky outside, shook her head and said, "It's late, I'd better get up." After saying that, she found herself in Kimoki's arms. She paused, but immediately returned to her natural state. She left his arms and stretched. Kimoki smiled and felt a little happy when he saw that she pretended to be calm and took it for granted. Qianxuan took out a small wooden comb and said while combing her hair, "Okay, we should go wash up." Kimoki felt comfortable with the casual and intimate tone. He stepped forward and held Qianxuan's hand. Seeing that she didn't break away and her face didn't have the helplessness before, he was even happier. After the two of them washed up, they walked to the restaurant. Qianxuan looked up and inadvertently saw Kimoki secretly rubbing her shoulders. She was stunned, and then she understood. She felt sweet in her heart and a little distressed. The smile on her face became deeper. When she walked into the restaurant, she smelled the tempting fragrance. The restaurant on the aircraft was very large and could accommodate 20,000 people. Qianxuan looked around and soon saw Zhuang Yuan and Zhu Shasha and pulled Kimoki over. "Why haven't you eaten yet?" Qianxuan pulled Kimoki to sit next to them. The two who were talking stopped, and Zhu Shasha smiled and said, "We are waiting for you. What do you want to eat?" "What did the logistics team make?" Qianxuan asked curiously. Zhu Shasha said excitedly, "I just checked. There are preserved egg and lean meat porridge, mushroom and chicken porridge, fish porridge, fruit sweet porridge, vegetable porridge, white porridge, as well as meat buns, vegetarian buns, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, poached eggs, fried noodles, tea eggs, steamed dumplings, SYUME, hamburgers, milk, rajiamo, ramen, pickles." Qianxuan's eyes widened. "Why are there so many?" "There are all kinds of things, both Western and Chinese." Zhu Shasha explained. "I heard that there will be many choices in the future. You can eat as much as you want, but you have to pay the corresponding contribution points." "Contribution points?" Qianxuan was stunned. "How many contribution points do you have left?" She seemed to have not counted her contribution points for a long time. Zhu Shasha smiled happily. "I saved a lot before, and I still have more than 2,000. One contribution point can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice, and more than 2,000 is already a lot." Qianxuan began to take out contribution point coupons from the space, and after counting, she found that she had a little more than Zhu Shasha, nearly 3,000. "What about brother Zhuang?" "Ahem, I only have a few hundred points." Zhuang Yuan came back late, so naturally he didn't have too many contribution points. But a few hundred points is not bad. At least I don't have to worry for half a month. Qianxuan turned around and was about to ask Kimoki, but then she was stunned. It seemed that he didn't seem to have taken over the mission of the Legion, so he probably didn't have any contribution points. She quickly turned to Zhu Shasha and asked, "What do you want to eat?" This topic change was really abrupt. Zhu Shasha tried her best to act naturally and said, "I want to eat preserved egg and lean meat porridge, meat buns, rajiamo and fried noodles, 2 of each." She has a big appetite now. Qianxuan said, "Then I want 2 servings of mushroom chicken porridge, a basket of steamed buns, and 2 vegetarian buns." Compared to them, Zhuang Yuan was not so kind. He held back his smile and looked at Kimoki with eyes full of gloating. Kimoki glanced at him, and there was no emotion in his eyes, but it made Zhuang Yuan shudder, remembering that more than a year ago, this poisonous leopard also looked at him like this, and then beat him up without saying hello, and then threw him into the stinky ditch, and he immediately became obedient. Qianxuan grabbed a handful of contribution points and gave them to Kimoki. "Help me get some food." Kimoki took the contribution points with a bit of depression and was a little annoyed that he had never thought about taking on tasks within the Legion before, so now he had to use Qianxuan's contribution points to eat. He was not being chauvinistic, but he had just confirmed Qianxuan's feelings for him, and he had made such a mistake. He was a little worried that Qianxuan would change her mind. It was completely a matter of gain and loss. As expected, people in love are all fools, regardless of gender. Chapter 179 The Road Ahead. Maybe because they came early, there were not many people in the restaurant. There were only a few hundred people sitting scattered around. "Zhuang-san, Shasha, I bought a portion of fish porridge for each of you. Try it." Zhuang Yuan put 2 large trays on the table. Kimoki, who was walking behind, also carried 2 full trays. Qianxuan frowned. "Won't the fish porridge cooked in this big pot smell fishy?" Although she liked to eat fish, she was very picky. She couldn't stand the slightest fishy smell and didn't like to pick bones. So except for some fish with few bones, she liked to eat fish porridge, sturgeon dumplings, fish balls and other foods. ZHU Shasha obviously had the same concerns. She looked at the bowl of fish porridge in front of her that looked ordinary without moving. Zhuang Yuan blinked his eyes and said mysteriously, "Try it." Qianxuan and ZHU Shasha looked at each other. The most interesting thing was that Qianxuan closed her eyes and scooped a small half spoonful of fish porridge into her mouth with a heroic attitude. Originally I thought it would be full of fishy smell, but I didn't expect that the freshness and softness spread from the tip of my tongue. Qianxuan opened her eyes and blinked at the fish porridge in front of her. When the delicious taste in her mouth disappeared, she widened her eyes and couldn't wait to scoop another spoonful into her mouth. After swallowing the fish porridge in her mouth, Qianxuan asked with a look of surprise, "Brother Zhuang, is this made by Aunt Yao?" Aunt Yao was a servant of the Wu family. Because Qianxuan loved to drink fish porridge since she was a child, her skill in making fish porridge has been tested for many years and can be said to be one of the best among the servants of the Wu family. "Are you serious?" ZHU Shasha drank a spoonful of porridge doubtfully, and then her eyes lit up. "Yes, this is the taste." Seeing that the two were eating happily, Zhuang Yuan happily narrowed his eyes into a line, and then looked at Qi proudly, meaning, "Look, I know a lot of Zhuangxuan's likes and dislikes, you have to please me more." However, in Qimo's eyes, it was not that meaning, it was completely a provocation. For a moment, he was so angry that he almost broke the spoon in his hand. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his chest and gave Zhuang Yuan a very unfriendly look. Zhuang Yuan touched the goosebumps on his hand in confusion. Just now, he seemed to feel a chill from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Well, it was probably an illusion. He didn't offend anyone recently. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yuan, who felt good about himself, threw the matter aside. So, Zhuang Yuan had bad luck for a period of time afterwards, and he didn't know why it was all his own fault. After eating the last steamed bun, Qianxuan took out a tissue to wipe the oil stains on the corners of his mouth, and suddenly asked, "Shasha, what did you come to me for in the morning?" ZHU Shasha swallowed the fried noodles in her mouth. "Oh, I almost forgot. Uncle Wu asked us to go to the meeting room after breakfast. Is that so? Then you eat quickly." ZHU Shasha didn't say anything and buried her head to finish the last Rauji ammo. "By the way, Brother Zhuang, did the aircraft encounter those mutant animals that can fly last night?" Qianxuan suddenly asked. She fell asleep early yesterday, so she knew nothing about the flight of the aircraft. Zhuang Yuan seemed to remember something funny and laughed. "We encountered many bad mutants and several wind mutants. We were very nervous at first, afraid that those mutants would chase the aircraft, but who would have thought that those mutants would automatically avoid it?" Qianxuan was stunned at first, then thought of Bibo's IQ, and said clearly, "It is not difficult to guess that, although the IQ of those mutant animals cannot be compared with that of humans, they will always bully the weak and fear the strong. Our aircraft is so huge that it is not easy to mess with it at first glance. Without knowing the details, they will naturally not act rashly. Just like those monsters in Sadia, although they will not be as scheming as humans, they still understand the basic laws of the jungle, not to mention those high-level monsters with IQs no less than humans." Zhuang Yuan nodded in agreement, and then changed his tone and said, "However, we also encountered bird zombies. They had no fear and crashed into the aircraft without hesitation. At that time, there were constant bang 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 sounds, which scared us. In the end, the aircraft did not even shake. Later, we found that the aircraft was intact and the paint was not even peeling." Qianxuan narrowed her eyes. "Of course, although the stealth effect of the aircraft I chose is somewhat useless due to its size, its physical defense is absolutely excellent, and only the magic defense is a little weak. Also, I have to tell you that this aircraft has no paint at all, and the paint will not fall off, no matter how hard it hits." "Oh." Zhuang Yuan touched his nose embarrassedly. At this time, ZHU Shasha stuffed the last bite of Rauji ammo into her mouth and said vaguely, "I'm done. Let's go to the meeting room." Several people came to the meeting room and found it empty. Only Wu Qianxuan was eating milk in his left hand and a meat bun in his right hand, flipping through a thin booklet while eating. Looking at the strange combination of Chinese and Western element, Qianxuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing the laughter, Wu Qianxuan raised his head. Zuan, and Ayuan, you are here too. Qianxuan walked to him with his hands behind his back. Brother, what are you reading? Wu Qianxuan finished the rest of his breakfast in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and said, read the manual of this aircraft. Qianxuan took a look and saw that he seemed to have read less than half of it, so he said, then you read yours, we won't disturb you. Wu Qianxuan didn't say hello to her and continued to study. Seeing this, several people sat down by the window. If it was half a year ago, I would never have thought that the earth would become like this. Looking through the window at the barren land with only scattered greenery, Zhu Shasha pointed to her chin and said sadly. Qianxuan raised her hand and patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry, one day, the earth will return to its original magnificence, and it may be more colorful than the original polluted environment. Her words were not just comfort. As the original star, after the earth was destroyed and rebuilt, its style would definitely not be worse than any planet in the large plane. At that time, there will definitely be many powerful gods from the large plane merchants, and even those hidden powerful people coming to visit. The future of the earth will be a great era that no one can imagine. And what they have to do is to survive before the great era, establish the status of the 8 clans, and strive for a place in the future power. What's wrong? Seeing Qianxuan was a little absent-minded, Kimoki asked with concern. Qianxuan shook her head. Nothing. It's too early to say these things now. Faced with Qianxuan's concealment, Kimoki was a little disappointed, but he quickly calmed down. Take your time, don't be impatient. Sooner or later Qianxuan will no longer hide anything from him. They didn't have to wait long before people started to walk into the meeting room. Shasha, is this an internal meeting of our 8 clans? After greeting everyone, Qianxuan turned to ask Zhu Shasha. Yes, didn't I tell you? Zhu Shasha looked innocent. Qianxuan stroked his forehead. Did you tell me that in your dream? Wu Wance, who was sitting at the conference table, cleared his throat and said, okay, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Seeing that everyone's attention had turned to him, he continued, this time I want to tell you about our next plan. This time, our goal is to find a suitable site to build a city. On the way, we will also have to recruit more companions. After all, for a city, 30,000 people is just a drop in the bucket. In addition, since there are still many people from our 8 clans who are stranded outside, we have to bring everyone back this time. In general, our journey on the aircraft will not be short, and everyone should also work hard for the 6,500 5th level brain cores. Do you have any objections? 5th uncle. Wu Qianfang frowned and said, it's so chaotic outside now, how are we going to find those people? We can't just look for them randomly without a method, right? Wu once looked at Wee, have you recovered from the backlash before? He still remembered the suffering the little girl had suffered for concealing the truth. Okay. Wee nodded repeatedly, fearing that Lingling would ask her to drink that terrible potion again. Wu Wance called her to his side and said, then can you use your ability to measure the location of the tribe members? Wee nodded readily and agreed, then took out a chopstick from the space ring and began to look for people, like she did before looking for Kimoki. There were a total of 12 people: Wu Qiansheng, Wu Qianlin, Wu Qianjun, Zhuangze, Zhuangluo, Luju, Zhu Zixi, Zhu Yan, Yuanzhu, Shiquan, Shilei, and Shibaimin. But Zhuangluo and Shibaimin were together, Shiquan and Shilei were together, and Wu Qiansheng and Wu Qianjun were together, so Wee only needed to measure 9 times. Even so, after the measurement, Wee was a little exhausted and was supported by Lingling. Seeing Wu Wangxing record the results on the map, everyone frowned. Why is it so messy? It's everywhere, so which place should we go first? Mina asked with a frown. Yuan Chang scratched his head and said, let's go find my eldest brother first. I'm really worried about his broken body. When everyone heard this, they felt that Yuanzu's health was indeed in danger. Wait. Qianxuan said, I think we should go find Shiquan and Shilei first. Yuan Chang was a little dissatisfied. Why? Brother Quan and Brother Lei are young and strong, much stronger than my eldest brother, and the two of them are still together. It's not that he doesn't care about Shi Quan and Shi Lei, but he thinks his eldest brother's situation is more critical. Qianxuan's mouth curled up slightly. Don't you think that Shi Quan and Shi Lei's ability to get lost is too, magical? Yuan Chang blinked and said in a daze, what do you mean? Qianxuan's face was a little distorted. Do you think if you let them wander outside, will they get lost in foreign countries such as etc.? Everyone was silent. Damn, this reason is really too powerful. There is no way to refute it. Even Yuan Chang was stunned. Chapter 180 Qianxuan's weakness. Seeing that Yuan Chang still had some entanglement and worry on his face, Lu Zhi comforted him. Chang, the direction where Brother Quan and Brother Lei are located is not much different from that of Brother Yuan. After we find them, we will immediately go to find Brother Yuan. It won't take too long. I know. Yuan Chang's face looked a little better, but he was still a little discouraged. Seeing that the destination of the first stop was decided, Wu once said again, in this case, let's go south next. The south is where Shi Quan and Shi Lei are. By the way, Uncle Wu, let Wu Wei remeasure their direction every once in a while along the way. Qianxuan suggested. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. With their ability to get lost, who knows what will happen if they are not careful? Wu once rubbed his eyebrows and said with a headache, in addition, we have to work hard to go out hunting along the way. It is best to gather the 6,500 5th level brain cores before finding a suitable city site. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked as if they were in a state of panic. It was not that they were lazy, but that the task was too arduous. God knows, there are now 6,500 5th level zombies or mutant animals on the entire earth. Seeing everyone like this, Wu Wans could not say anything to comfort them, and said, in addition, we can slowly tell others about the purpose of our leaving the shelter in S City this time, so that they can prepare themselves mentally. He pondered for a moment, and continued, in addition, we must also start preparing for the construction of the city. According to the original division of labor among the 8 major clans, the Mo family is responsible for drafting new laws and decrees, the Lu family is responsible for the army and soldiers in the city, the Shi family is responsible for the operation of the stores in the city, the Zhuang family is responsible for building a complete hospital in the city, the Zhu family is responsible for building a school from kindergarten to university in the city. The Qi family is responsible for establishing the 8 major clan secret assassination forces and intelligence forces, and the Yuan family is responsible for the 8 major clans open law enforcement forces and guard forces. The Wu family will fully assist the above 7 families, and will also be responsible for a series of decisions after the establishment of the new city. The period of time before you find a suitable city site is your preparation time. After listening to Wu Wan's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were very diverse. Excited, nervous, helpless, surprised. Among them, Lu Chen and others were excited. Yuan Chang and Zhu Shasha were nervous. Mo Lingling and Mo Wei were helpless, and Qi Moqi was surprised. Qianxuan gently touched Qi Moqi's arm. Grandpa Qi should have arranged a systematic family education for you, right? She didn't think that the previous head of the Qi family would make such an obvious mistake. Qi Moqi nodded with a complicated expression. Even though he knew his own life experience, he was still a little worried about the cruel and inhumane training when he was young. He wondered if his grandfather did it on purpose for others to see, but he felt that the reason was too far-fetched. Now he knows that the Qi family is responsible for assassination and intelligence among the 8 major clans. No wonder there is such cruel training. He thought of the family books in his space ring. He only read the beginning of a general introduction to the 8 major clans, and threw it away. He felt that it was full of praise and exaggeration. It simply described the ancestors of the 8 major clans as saints in the world, which was very fake. Now think about it, have the ancestors of the 8 major clans never produced playboys or prodigals? Qi Moqi suddenly asked. His voice was not loud, but for some reason it caused silence in the conference room. Turning his head, everyone's faces seemed a little weird. After a long while, Qianxuan replied with a slightly stiff face, "Of course there is, but what?" Seeing her hesitant look, Kimoki became more curious. Qianxuan's eyes twitched, and she said in a dry tone, "The playboys and prodigals from the 8 major clans are more strange." As she said that, she also glanced at Zhuang Yuan and Zhu Shasha beside her inquiringly. The two nodded in agreement with her. "You can also say that they are quite weird," Zhu Shasha added. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. "Give me an example." Zhuang Yuan said, "In the early Qing dynasty, the Shi family had a playboy who was famous for his gambling nature. He was not happy without gambling, and he would gamble wherever he went, and he would win every time he gambled. At that time, the shops of the Shi family that he inherited could only barely break even due to poor management. But the silver he won from gambling alone was enough to make the Shi family rich. His gambling habit not only did not bankrupt the Shi family, but also left a large sum of silver, which made the Shi family's business flourish from then on." Wu Qianfang, who was nearby, also said, "During the Republic of China, there was a good-for-nothing in the Zhu family. He was not stingy with silver and money when he met a poor person. Every time he went out in fancy clothes, he would come back with all his money gone, and all the valuable ornaments on his body were gone. He was a complete prodigal son. It was that good-for-nothing man. I don't know whether it was because good deeds are rewarded or because fools have good fortunes. The Zhu family met noble people several times in danger, and they were blessed when they encountered difficulties. Also, during the Tang and Song dynasties, there was a son of the Mo family who didn't like the 4 books and 5 classics, nor did he want to join the officialdom, but he liked carving, which was regarded as a strange and skillful skill at that time. But no one expected that the son would later become a famous carving master in the court, and was favored by the emperor at that time. When he was alive, all the sons of the Mo family entered the officialdom very smoothly. Lu Chen said. Hearing this, Kimoki's face became a little strange. Can these still be considered playboys and prodigals? From the behavior, it seems so, but the result? Do you think so too? Wu Qianfang said happily, "Let me tell you, many people think this is weird. Before, there were even clansmen who deliberately became playboys for this reason, wanting to try whether they could get some help for the family. The result can be imagined." Okay. Seeing that they were getting more and more off topic, Wu once interrupted their conversation. "There is one more thing. Before finding a suitable city site, you can go to the Legion to select the various talents you need. For details, go to the 4th brother, he knows more." Qianxuan turned to look at Kimoki. "It seems that among the 8 major clans, only you and brother Zhuang understand assassination, intelligence and the like. Brother Zhuang has to take care of the Zhuang family's affairs, so no one can help you. Is it okay for you?" Kimoki raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "It's okay, there are still Chukuang and the others." Qianxuan suddenly realized and put her worries about him aside a little. The meeting was not long, and it was adjourned at around 9 o'clock. Before lunch, Qianxuan took out the magic pattern book and began to study the magic circle. She had been thinking about what kind of magic circle to use after the city was built. She had initially decided to use the water magic circle because the water power was relatively peaceful and non-aggressive, which was very beneficial to the health of the citizens, and the water system's attack power was not low. It was just that she had not really decided which one to use, which made her very distressed. According to her idea, she naturally had to use a high-level magic circle, and when her magic level went up, she could gradually upgrade it to a god-level magic circle. But she didn't want to copy and paste and use those conventional and traceable magic circles. She had to improve or create a new magic circle, which was naturally laborious, nitpicking, and striving for perfection. In this way, time was naturally wasted. However, Qianxuan did not realize that Kimoki's face was getting worse and worse as she watched her immerse herself in those magic books these days. One day passed very quickly on the aircraft. After dinner, Qianxuan entered the room that she had not entered last night. Qianxuan heaved a sigh of relief until the breath of Kimoki outside the door disappeared. She just realized that she has always loved Kimoki, but she has to be with him all day. Although she has been acting calm, her mind has been tense. Now her mind relaxed in vain. and she felt a little dizzy for a while. It took a long time for her to feel that the situation has improved. Qianxuan fell on the soft big bed. She didn't want to move at all. Wu Qianxuan, you are done. How did you hang yourself on the tree of Qimoki? Qianxuan got into the quilt like a twist, wishing she would never come out for the rest of her life. At this time, she regretted that she had never thought about having a relationship in hundreds of years in her previous life. As a result, she has no experience in love now, and she doesn't know what to do. She didn't know whether it was because she felt guilty or something, but she always felt that there was something wrong with the way Qimoki looked at her all day. How to put it? He seemed more gentle than usual, and he seemed to be overjoyed. The more Qianxuan thought about it, the more confused she became. Why was he so happy? In the past, he could easily find out when she was worried. Did he know that she actually liked him? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she rejected it herself. No matter how powerful Qimoki was, he couldn't know what was in her mind, and she thought that her performance today was very natural and didn't reveal any flaws. Thinking of this, she was relieved and a little disappointed. She was so fickle that even she herself couldn't figure out what was going on. What should I do in the future? Or what attitude should I take towards Qimoki? Qianxuan asked herself this in her heart, but she couldn't find the answer she wanted. She was in a very contradictory mood at the moment. She saw clearly her feelings for Qimoki, but she felt that she shouldn't be with him. Call her timid or weak, she didn't want to experience the grief of 10 years ago again. The pain was like a piece of her heart being dug out, and just the memory would make her sweat all over. How nice it would be if emotions could be controlled by reason, she thought whimsically. 10 years ago, she had the courage to confess to Qimoki that she liked his kiss, indirectly admitting her feelings. But now, Qianxuan's tears burst out like 2 strings of crystal pearls falling on the quilt. If our child was still alive. Such thoughts flashed through her mind, making her heart ache, and her consciousness gradually sank into sleep. What she didn't know was that after she fell asleep, a figure stood quietly outside the door, one hand covering his chest, his eyes deep, as if he saw through the door the woman who was crying even in her sleep. Chapter 181 First meeting 10 years ago. That night, Qimoki stood outside Qianxuan's door for more than half an hour, until many people passing by began to look at him sideways, and then he had to leave. When he returned to his room, he couldn't fall asleep. He remembered Ranruokians yelling at him, "What do you know? You know nothing." At that time, he felt sorry for Qianxuan, but he didn't care. He thought he had experienced all the pain he hadn't experienced. Betrayal, selling out, and exploitation were once commonplace in his life. The friend who was drinking and chatting the moment before stabbed him with a knife the next moment. The comrade who had fought side by side wanted to kill him for military merit. In order to survive, he lurked in the swamp for days and nights without food, water, or rest. He starved 2 insects in the primeval forest and crawled out of the isolated island with 6 bullets in his dying struggle. He thought he had experienced all the darkness in this world, and the little pain Qianxuan suffered was really not worth mentioning. The reason why he felt sorry was entirely because he loved her. Even if Qianxuan was just pricked by a needle, he would probably feel the same pain. But, thinking back to the suffocating pain he felt from Qianxuan, his eyes darkened. He didn't know how to describe it. Just the pain was not enough. He had been hurt more than this many times. But it felt like watching the most precious treasure being trampled. He wanted to shout and ask for help, but it was as if someone was strangling his throat and his heart was hurting. Was this what Qianxuan felt at the time? No, that's not right. 10 years have passed. The pain he felt from Qianxuan might not even be 1/10 of what it was back then. That was a mother's heartache, because she lost her child. He suddenly understood his mother's idea of exchanging him. She must have felt the same pain at the time. Child. He remembered the child who had been in Qianxuan's belly for less than a month. When he learned of his existence, he had already lost him. But to be honest, maybe because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he didn't feel it was real. After knowing it, he didn't feel much pain, but just felt a little sorry. At that time, he was thinking more about the harm that losing that child had caused Qianxuan. and he regretted that he had not been with her when she needed him the most. He even had a faint complaint in his heart, complaining about why he had to show up. If he hadn't shown up, Qianxuan wouldn't have lost him, and he wouldn't have been separated from Qianxuan for 10 years. Only now did he realize how damned he was for having such thoughts at the time. He was probably born without the ability to be a qualified father. He himself had never received fatherly love, so how could he give it to his own children? He thought that, if their child was still alive, would Qianxuan not avoid the relationship between the two like she was doing now? But that was only because it was the child Qianxuan gave birth to for him, and he hoped that Qianxuan could accept him, regardless of his identity as a father. He really didn't know anything. His beloved had been so painful before, and he had never thought of comforting her, allowing her to face the pain she had experienced calmly, and he only wanted to hold her in his arms again. Kimoki knew that he was an extremely selfish, domineering, and possessive person. He has lived to this day, and has mostly done things casually. He seems to be calm and unhurried, but in fact he is indifferent, and he only does things based on his mood. It is also his mentality of having no desires and doing whatever he wants that makes many people who get along with him afraid of him. So far, for Kimoki, Qianxuan is his only obsession. In his heart, no matter life or death, he must hold Qianxuan in his arms. If Qianxuan died, he would probably give up his life without hesitation. If he was about to die, he would also let Qianxuan accompany him, but he would let her die without pain. Such love is terrible and makes people palpitate, but it is pure and makes people want to cry. Early in the morning, Kimoki got up and took care of himself. When he came out of the room, it was quiet outside, without any movement. Obviously, everyone was still in sleep. He walked a few steps to Qianxuan's door and raised his hand to knock on the door a few times. The door was soon opened. Qianxuan rubbed her eyes and said confusedly, "Why so early?" Kimoki did not answer, but took her into her room and closed the room. Seeing Kimoki didn't say anything, Qianxuan looked up, and what greeted her was a fierce and lingering kiss. After the kiss, Qianxuan took a long breath, and then said blankly, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Kimoki loved her so much with her silly look and soft and hoarse voice. He hugged her, and they fell on the bed that was still emitting warmth. At this moment, Qianxuan completely woke up from the lack of oxygen before. Thinking of the words she blurted out before, she felt that she was stupid just now. At this moment, Kimoki pressed his whole body on her, looking straight at her. Qianxuan frowned slightly, pushed him and said, "What are you doing? Get up quickly, it's so heavy." Kimoki didn't move, stretched out his hand to stroke her hair, and said seriously, "Zhuangsun, stay with me." Qianxuan was stunned, not understanding why he suddenly brought up the same old tune. Didn't he agree on it before? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Kimoki lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His tone was gentle, but what he said was a rogue. "If you don't agree, I won't get up. Let's see who of us can't hold on first." Qianxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, you are 30 years old, not 3 years old. Stop making trouble and get up quickly." However, after a long time, Kimoki was still stubborn and didn't move. Qianxuan realized that Kimoki didn't seem to be joking with her. She looked up, but her eyes just bumped into Kimoki's eyes. As soon as they touched, Qianxuan looked away. At this time, she realized that Kimoki was a little different today, but she couldn't tell the details. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Kimoki suddenly asked. "Are you talking about the day you saved me in the swimming pool?" "No," Kimoki said lightly. "Think about it again." "No?" Question mark. Qianxuan's eyes flashed with surprise, "But that was indeed the first time I saw you." She knew that Kimoki had escorted her home from school every day before that, and she had also sent him flowers, but she had asked him when he had seen her, and he always smiled and said nothing. "No." Kimoki continued to shake his head. Qianxuan frowned slightly and began to think hard, but after a long while, after searching through her memory, she still couldn't remember when she had seen him before that. Seeing her distressed, Kimoki felt reluctant to leave and kissed her cheek lightly and reminded her, "It's on the national highway, half an hour's drive from S City. You mean when I first arrived in S City? Seeing him nod, Qianxuan said, but I was with brother 7 at the time, and I don't remember meeting anyone. Before he finished speaking, Qianxuan paused and blurted out, are you the half-dead gangster? Kimoki was stunned. What gangster? Qianxuan reacted as soon as the word came out and said embarrassedly, you were so seriously injured, so I thought you were the kind of gangster. Kimoki was a little amused. You dare to save me like this? Qianxuan touched his nose. That's not considered saving, right? I just gave you a simple first aid kit and some water and food. What were you thinking at the time? Kimoki was curious. Qianxuan tilted her head and recalled, I heard from Brother Mo that most people who are involved in gangs are very loyal. Although you were conscious at the time, you looked like you were at the mercy of others. You were not dangerous to me. If you were a good person, wouldn't your death be in vain? And your face was covered in blood, and your appearance could not be seen at all. I should not be killed to silence you. Besides, my 7th brother was not far away at the time, and he is very powerful. What she didn't say was that the reason why she lent a hand at the time was mostly because, although Kimoki's face was blurred at the time, his eyes were so beautiful when they were opened, black and bright, clear and deep, like the most beautiful obsidian. For some reason, she didn't want to see the light in his eyes disappear, and she helped him without even discussing it with her 7th brother. Kimoki smiled. He remembered the girl who jumped in front of him who was seriously injured, with eyes full of tension and curiosity. For a moment, he thought he was an elf in the mountains and forests, innocent and ignorant, like the first drop of dew in the morning, fresh and pleasant. Qianxuan was suddenly stunned and asked suspiciously, you didn't fall in love with me at first sight, did you? She didn't believe in love at first sight the most, and thought that such feelings were all imagined by people. No. Kimoki shook his head, but it was almost the same. He just wanted it purely at that time, and as for what he would do after getting it, even he himself didn't understand. He thought it was just a temporary interest like before, and he would easily forget it, but he didn't expect that he couldn't get up the energy to do anything for several days, and he was absent-minded. In a state of confusion, he went out to wander around. He had always ignored the young couples on the road, but that day he couldn't help but stop and look at them, and then subconsciously replaced himself and Qianxuan in his mind. At that time, he suddenly felt that he was in love for the first time and met a girl who sweeted his heart, but he didn't care. He went to S City with a playful attitude, intending to experience the feelings that he had sneered at in the past, but he didn't expect that he would be so cowardly. Every time he went out, he was full of confidence, but when it came to the end, he always didn't dare to appear in front of Qianxuan. Later, when he saw a high school girl being blackmailed by street thugs in a dark alley, he rushed to escort her home. As a result, the other party thought he was a stalker, but he was not angry, but annoyed that he scared her. At this point, no matter how dumb he was, he realized that something was wrong with him, not to mention that he was very smart. Therefore, his attitude became serious, but it did not improve his situation much. He still did not dare to appear in front of her, and he started to send her flowers like in idol dramas, but he did not even dare to leave his name. Now thinking about it, those things were the most embarrassing things he had done in his life. Chapter 182 Deadlock. I don't know if it's because of her personal experience or her natural nature, but Qianxuan is a very contradictory person. Her contradictions are not reflected in her personality, nor in her appearance and temperament, but in her attitude towards things. As shown in her previous life, she is a person who never gives up, and has a strong will. She is always more courageous when encountering things, and she never knows what giving up is. But there is an exception, that is, things related to feelings. In layman's terms, most people will suffer two kinds of injuries. One is physical injury and the other is heart injury. And Qianxuan is the kind of person who is not afraid of any physical injury, but is vulnerable to heart injury. Therefore, fleeing, hunting, encirclement, curse, none of these have defeated her. But losing her child has cast an indelible shadow on her heart, not to mention that the one who caused this consequence was her good friend who originally treated her wholeheartedly. For this kind of love, hate, and hatred. She is definitely the kind of person who becomes more and more confused and finally loses her way. If ordinary people get their revenge, they will probably let go of the pain and slowly start a new life under the healing of time. But Qianxuan was different. The pain of losing her child accumulated over 10 years put her in a very delicate state of mind. She wanted to be free, but she felt that she would erase the existence of the child after being freed, so she subconsciously wanted to keep remembering the child. After going around in circles, she began to put part of the guilt of losing the child on herself. She herself may not understand her own thoughts very well, but she subconsciously said it in front of Kimoki. Qianxuan could not be freed because she loved her child too much, and Kimoki wanted to free her because he loved her too much. But Kimoki did not understand Qianxuan's motherly heart because Qianxuan was the most important to him, and the child was dispensable. He had no way to truly understand Qianxuan's thoughts, so he had never been able to find a way. So, for a while, the two were in a deadlock, and they could not be cut off. Since the unfinished conversation that morning, Qianxuan has been staying in the room studying the magic circle and has not gone out. At first, Kimoki came to ask her to go out for dinner, but later, seeing that she ignored him, he had to make food for her every day. In the past few days, because of the ability to automate, the aircraft flew at night and landed during the day. The warriors of Silver Star Sky rested at night and went out hunting during the day. This, coupled with the extremely rare vegetables, fruits, meat and rice in the end times, calmed down the panic of many people. Compared with the days in the shelter in S City, they felt even more satisfied. In addition, the news that Silver Star Sky planned to build a city began to spread among the people. Many people went to inquire about the news with the top leaders, and found that, although they did not speak out, they did not come forward to clarify, which already explained a big problem. For a while, everyone became more motivated. Although the days of wandering in an aircraft are not bad, with no shortage of food and clothing, the people of Z country are very home-loving and like stability. Moreover, there are also some people among these people who hope to achieve something in the end times. As for the people of the 8 clans, they have been very busy these days. They have to prepare for the construction of the city with the professionals of the Legion, and try to absorb the survivors outside when the aircraft stops. In addition, they have to squeeze out time to hunt every day, wishing that there were 48 hours in a day. Kimoki is also not idle. Although his task does not require him to read a large amount of information like ZHU Shasha compiles textbooks, nor does he have to struggle with those large political and legal documents like Molingling and Moewe. The problem is not small. Because of the special nature of the assassination force and the intelligence force, he can only choose Chukuang's 3 original subordinates and a few special ability people. For the sake of caution and safety, most of the people he chose are those children, and naturally there are all kinds of problems when training. In comparison, Yuan Chang is much more relaxed than him. However, these are not the things that really bother him. Kimoki sighed heavily and felt irritated when he thought of Qianxuan's state when he saw her while delivering meals these 2 days. It's not that Qianxuan's current state is so bad. She looks the same as usual, but Kimoki feels something is wrong. He always feels that she seems to have closed her heart. She only smiles politely to him. Not to mention the shyness, sweetness, worry, and anger he felt before. Now even the emotion of helplessness is gone. If you want to describe it, Qianxuan's state of mind at this moment is like those of the elderly in their 70s and 80s, silent and without waves. Chukuang, Renjiang, and Renyu on the side looked at each other and sighed at the same time. For several days in a row, their captain has been in such a dying state. Just when the 3 thought that Kimoki would run out hunting again because of his upset, they heard him talking to himself. How can a mother get rid of the pain of losing her child? The 3 looked at each other and guessed that the mother Kimoki was talking about should be Qianxuan, but they had never been in love, so they were really powerless to deal with such a thing. Chukuan winked at Renyu, meaning that you are a woman, you say it. Renyu's face froze, and after thinking for a long time, she said cautiously, boss, well, isn't it said that the best way to cure a broken heart is to have a new relationship? That, I think. At the end, she began to hesitate. Kimoki looked up at her. "What do you want to say?" Renyu said hesitantly. "How about you let your sister-in-law have another child?" She only got a little knowledge from the novel, and she was not sure whether it would be useful. Kimoki was stunned, as if he was a little surprised by her words, and then he really thought about the feasibility of this matter. However, in the end, he shook his head and rejected it. He could feel that Qianxuan's spirit was almost collapsed by 10 years of suffering. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that the two sensitive words children would be like the last straw that crushed Qianxuan. He was unwilling to bet on such a possibility, and he did not dare to bet. Seeing Kimoki shaking his head, Renyu, who had finally come up with such a method, had no choice but to give the remaining two people a look that said, "I have tried my best." Chukuang was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. After a while, his eyes lit up. "Brother Ki, you said we should build a tomb for that child, so that my sister-in-law can have something to rely on when she misses the child, which can comfort her a little. Are you stupid?" Renjiang rolled his eyes. The first child was miscarried in less than a month. It was just a pool of blood, not even a corpse. The child was not born safely at all, and there was no way to build a tomb for him. Their casual conversation made Kimoki stunned, and he rushed out without saying hello. "What's wrong?" The three of them were stunned by his sudden action, and it took them a while to react. In a small conference room in the aircraft, Zhu Shasha was flipping through a book and writing furiously. Beside her were dozens of people engaged in education who were doing the same thing. Bang! At this moment, the door of the small conference room was suddenly knocked open, and Kimoki rushed in aggressively. "What are you doing?" Zhu Shasha was picked up by Kimoki halfway through her words, and disappeared with people without waiting for the people around to react. "Hey, let me go." Zhu Shasha struggled in midair with an angry look on her face. Kimoki opened the door of a small living room and threw Zhu Shasha onto the sofa. "Kimoki, I'm going to tell Qianxuan and let her deal with you." Zhu Shasha, who was dizzy from the fall, struggled to sit up, shouting in protest. Kimoki ignored her, turned around anxiously twice, and suddenly turned around and asked, "Do you know who Qianxuan's attending physician was back then?" "What attending physician? Qianxuan has never been sick." Halfway through, Zhu Shasha was stunned and said hesitantly, "Are you asking about Qianxuan's miscarriage?" Kimoki nodded and looked at her nervously. "Why are you asking this?" Zhu Shasha looked puzzled. "There's a way." Kimoki's eyes lit up, and he said urgently, "Tell me quickly." He didn't have much hope at first, but looking at Zhu Shasha's reaction, she might really know. Seeing his anxious face, Zhu Shasha originally wanted to make things difficult for him, but thinking that this matter was a little unusual, she answered honestly, "It's fourth Uncle Wu." After getting the answer, Kimoki turned around and left without looking back. "Wait, you haven't told me why you are asking this." Zhu Shasha was stunned at first, and then immediately chased after him. Kimoki quickly came to the door of Wu Wanyan's office. This time, he did not rush in recklessly like before. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door twice. "Come in." Wu Wanyan's voice came from inside the door. Kimoki opened the door and walked in. Zhu Shasha, who had just caught up, wanted to ask something, but seeing this, she could only hold back and followed behind. "Why are you?" Seeing that it was them who came in, Wu Wanyan was a little surprised, raised his hand, and pointed to the guest sofa next to him and said, "Sit down." Although he was anxious, but the elders ordered, Kimoki could only calm down and sit down. "Is there something you need from me?" Wu Wanyan looked up and asked after signing a document in his hand. Zhu Shasha immediately looked at Kimoki, who pursed his lips and said, "I want to ask, when Qianxuan had a miscarriage, did you leave anything related to the child?" After he finished speaking, his palms were already full of sweat from nervousness. He prayed in his heart that the answer would not be yes. Otherwise, he might really be helpless. Kimoki's words made Zhu Shasha's eyes widen, and then she looked at Wu Wanyan with an inquiring look. She also knew that Qianxuan had been acting abnormally these past few days, but she had been so busy these 2 days that she had planned to pay attention to it when she had some free time. Now it seems that Kimoki seems to know the whole story. Wu Wanyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and smiled gently. I didn't expect you to ask me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Hourglass. Hearing Wu Wanyan's words, Kimoka's eyes lit up, and he asked with a barely detectable excitement, so it's really possible? Zhu Shasha also widened her eyes and looked straight at Wu Wanyan. Wu Wanyan stood up from his office chair, walked around the desk, and sat on the sofa. He pondered for a moment and sighed. Can you tell me what you want to do? Half of his life dealing with various patients' families made him very good at observing other people's emotions. Therefore, he could see that Kimoka's feelings for the child were not as deep as Qianxuan's, and he even had a kind of shocking indifference, even though it was also his child. Kimoka looked at Wu Wanyan for a while, half closed his eyes and said, Qianxuan needs it. Wu Wanyan was stunned and hesitated for a long time before saying, I thought that Qianxuan should tell me about this kind of thing herself. And he had been waiting for her to come to her. Uncle Wu, are you confused? With Qianxuan's ostrich mentality, how long will it take for her to think of this kind of thing? Zhu Shasha couldn't help but interrupt. Wu Wanyan ignored her words and continued to look at Kimoka waiting for an answer. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Kimoka took a deep breath and said with a heavy face, Qianxuan's mental state is not very good now. She took part of the guilt of losing the child on herself. I'm afraid she will really collapse one day. At the end, Kimoka's hands trembled slightly and the blood color on his face disappeared. What did you say? Zhu Shasha jumped up suddenly at his words. Kimoka continued, she is like closing her heart now. I think that only things related to the child can break through her defenses. Looking at Kimoka's somewhat distracted eyes, Wu Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't understand why Kimoka didn't care about the child at all, but was so nervous about Qianxuan. But Kimoka's performance at this time shows that he still has deep feelings for Qianxuan. Although Wu Yuan never said it clearly, the brothers could still see his plan. If it were peacetime, they might have made some obstructions and thought about finding a better one for Qianxuan. After all, in their opinion, Kimoka did not protect Qianxuan well 10 years ago, and his temperament was always unpredictable and hard to grasp. But now is the end of the world. Except for the people of the 8 major clans, they really can't trust outsiders. Who knows if they are after Qianxuan's strength or the power of Yingxing. And among the 8 major clans, except Kimoka, there are no other men of the right age who are suitable for Qianxuan. Seeing Kimoka's expectant eyes, Wu Wanyan took out a palm-sized walnut box from the space ring. Kimoka took the box with some trembling. At this moment, in his eyes, this is Qianxuan's life-saving medicine. What's inside? Zhu Shasha curiously leaned over. Kimoka glanced at her, but still carefully opened the box. Hourglass? Seeing what was in the box, Zhu Shasha was surprised. And why is the sand in this hourglass red? Wu Wanyan explained. It was made by a special craftsman who I found through many connections. The reason why the sand is red is because it is mixed with blood. Zhu Shasha's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth. She had obviously guessed the source of the blood Wu Wanyan was talking about. Kimoka, who had never spoken, carefully took out the hourglass and put it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. This hourglass is less than 5 centimeters high. The entire frame has 2 ends and 4 small columns. The material is precious walnut wood, which is carved with exquisite patterns. The sand in the hourglass is like blood-colored crystal, showing a magnificent and soul-stirring beauty under the light. Rather than an hourglass, it is more like a work of art. Zhu Shasha exclaimed, it's so beautiful Uncle Wu, this must cost tens of thousands, right? Wu Wanyan smiled at her and said, $500,000. Zhu Shasha took a breath. Oh my god, this is simply robbing money. Kimoka turned a deaf ear to the conversation between the two, gently put the hourglass back into the box, put the box into the space ring, said hello and left in a hurry. Wu Wanyan and Zhu Shasha were stunned, and when they came to their senses, Kimoki's figure had disappeared. Uncle Wu, do you think Zhuangxuan will be okay? Zhu Shasha asked worriedly. I hope so. Wu Wanyan looked solemn. Let's wait and see. If not, we can only let Zhuangxuan see a psychiatrist. No. Zhu Shasha shook her head repeatedly. Zhuangxuan looks gentle, but she is actually very proud. How can she let outsiders see her scars? How could I not know? Wu Wanyan frowned and said, in the past 10 years, she has never thought about seeing a psychiatrist. Otherwise, it would not have accumulated to this extent. But, after coming out of Wu Wanyan's office, Kimoki went straight to Qianxuan's room, but halfway through, he paused and turned to walk to the restaurant. It's almost lunchtime, so bring lunch to Qianxuan. 10 minutes later, Kimoki held a large tray in his hand, took a deep breath, and knocked on Qianxuan's door. Seeing Kimoki, Qianxuan didn't care. She reached out to take the tray in his hand as before, but she didn't expect Kimoki to avoid her hand sideways, stepped into the room through the half-open door, and before she could react, he took her in his arms, and turned to close the door. Qianxuan was stunned, then frowned slightly, looked up and asked lightly, are you okay? Kimoki looked around. The bed and wardrobe were no different from what he saw a few days ago, but there were all kinds of manuscripts scattered on the ground that he couldn't understand. He put the tray on the coffee table casually, reached out and hugged Qianxuan into his arms, and sat on the sofa. Feeling the soft body in his arms, and smelling the familiar fragrance, Kimoki sighed and buried his head in Qianxuan's neck. He didn't hug Qianxuan for a few days, so his heart was always a little empty, but now he was unwilling to let go of the beauty in his arms. Qianxuan didn't resist, just leaned on his chest so softly, and didn't continue to ask him why. She loves this man. Now that it has been said, what's the point of being hypocritical? Otherwise she will despise herself. Qianxuan's gentleness made Kimoki happy, and he kissed the earlobe that was so close to him. Qianxuan trembled all over, but did not move. Kimoki was originally shocked by his own impulse, and was annoyed that Qianxuan would definitely be angry with him this time. But seeing her tacit obedience made him ecstatic, and he wanted to rub this woman he loved so much into his bones and blood, and never separate again. However, Kimoki did not continue to move, but let go of the earlobe that was half in his mouth. Qianxuan's situation was special at this time, and there would be many opportunities for such things in the future. He reached out and pulled the tray on the coffee table in front of him, took a plate of seafood rice, and scooped a spoonful of it into Qianxuan's mouth with a spoon. Qianxuan looked up at him and saw that his face was full of tenderness, and his eyes were full of pampering and expectation. At this moment, she actually felt that the man in front of her had a childishness that only appeared when facing her. She opened her mouth and ate the spoonful of seafood rice, holding back the tears in her eyes. When she just swallowed the seafood rice in her mouth, a steamed bun appeared beside her mouth. She opened her mouth and took a bite, sucked out the soup inside, and took another bite of the steamed bun. Seeing that she was eating so happily, Kimoki put the remaining half of the steamed bun into his own mouth. In this way, the two of them finished their lunch one bite at a time. Touching her bulging belly, Qianxuan leaned lazily in Kimoki's arms. Such a passionate scene, except for 10 years ago, was the first time since the two met again. Qianxuan felt that her heart in her chest was incredibly warm, and the feeling of happiness made her want to cry, but she held it back. She suddenly remembered what Sasha said after she agreed to Zhuangxuan's proposal. In this world now, it's good to have someone who likes you, and you like him, and neither of you has turned into a zombie. Now, Kimoki likes her, and she also likes Kimoki. They haven't turned into zombies. But, there's no going back. Qianxuan's heart was sour and bitter, and she looked up at Kimoki infatuatedly. As soon as Kimoki saw her expression, he knew that her heart had begun to escape again. He sighed and put the walnut box in her hand. Open it and take a look. Qianxuan rubbed the small box and reached out to open the lid. Looking at the hourglass that looked like a work of art, for some reason, a strong throbbing flashed through her heart. This is? She asked with trembling lips, and her voice was also trembling slightly. Kimoki opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Qianxuan carefully put the hourglass in her palm and asked anxiously, "Tell me, what is this?" This sentence seemed to have taken a lot of her strength, making her face a little pale. Faintly, she seemed to have the answer in her heart, but she couldn't find a clue. Kimoki reached out and covered her little hand in the hourglass and said in a dry voice, "It's our child." The voice was as faint as a sigh, but it sounded like a thunder in Qianxuan's ears. Qianxuan stretched out her other hand to grab Kimoki's clothes and said excitedly, "What did you say?" Her voice was full of disbelief. "You are lying to me, right?" Her whole body was shaking slightly. Kimoki kissed her forehead distressedly and said in a hoarse voice, "It's true. It's our child. Look, the red color is the child's blood." Qianxuan's hand holding the hourglass trembled slightly, and thin light blue veins appeared on the back of her hand. She took several deep breaths, closed her eyes, and then she opened her hand tremblingly. Looking at the dazzling blood color in the exquisite hourglass, Qianxuan's tears fell like rain, with a beauty as crystal clear as broken crystal. Her fingers touched the blood-red sand through the glass of the hourglass, and she seemed to be able to sense the initial warmth of the blood. It's her child. Chapter 184 Companion. Coming out of the restaurant, she met several relatives and friends. When they saw her, they were stunned at first, then they breathed a sigh of relief after looking at her, and they looked happy. This made Qianxuan feel very guilty. It turned out that when she didn't know, there were so many people who were worried about her. Even for them, she had to try to cheer up. Seeing that the people who hurried by were either talking about work or hunting, Kimoki straightened her clothes and asked, "What are you going to do today? Are you going hunting?" "No, I still have a lot of magic patterns to carve." Seeing that Kimoki's face was a little nervous, she quickly explained, "I won't hide in the room anymore." Hearing this, Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief, but still said a little worriedly, "You should carve in the small living room. I'll accompany you." He wanted to enter the house, but his current relationship with Qianxuan has not been settled, and it has a bad impact on the outside world. Okay. Seeing the worry on Kimoki's face, she could only agree helplessly. "But don't you have to go hunting? There is also the matter of forming an assassination team and an intelligence team." "It's okay." Kimoki looked indifferent. Anyway, he had almost earned all the contribution points. As for the assassination team and the intelligence team, he had already built the framework. "Aren't Chukuang and the others a rest?" Seeing that Kimoki had no intention of explaining, Qianxuan did not ask any more questions. Just as she was about to change the topic and talk about something else, she saw her sixth uncle, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother leading a large group of people fully armed to walk out of the aircraft. Sixth uncle, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, where are you going? Qianxuan asked loudly from a distance. Seeing her, several people were delighted, strode to her, looked her up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Wanhao said carelessly, "Shiquan and Shilei, those two bastards are nearby. We are just about to go find them." "That's great." Qianxuan smiled and said, "Where are we now?" Wu Qianfang touched her head and said gently, "The nearest place to us is a small city in the south. Shiquan and Shilei should be in that city." "In the city?" Qianxuan frowned slightly. "Will it be too dangerous?" Although it has been greatly improved compared to the situation at the beginning of the apocalypse, the city is still much more dangerous than the suburbs. Apart from other things, the city is full of ruins and meteorite shells, which will cause great obstacles to people when escaping. If you encounter zombies and mutant animals with slightly higher IQs, they may even outflank the team. "It's okay." Wu Wanhao waved his hand proudly, pointing to the soldiers behind him and said, "These are all my elites. Not to mention their combat effectiveness. I personally trained them in escape techniques. Even if they can't beat them, at least they can save their lives." At the end, he began to be complacent. The soldiers looked up at the sky, looked down at the ground, but didn't look at Wu Wanhao. Everyone complained in their hearts, "Captain, what's there to be proud of in such a thing?" "Don't worry, Zhuangxun. Qianfang and I will keep an eye on sixth uncle. Nothing will happen." Wu Qianfang added, when he saw that the worry on Qianxuan's face had not diminished at all. As for Wu Qianming, in his eyes, this unreliable brother is the same as Wu Wanhao. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanhao was unhappy, and his eyes widened as he was about to defend himself, but Wu Qianxuan knew him too well, and didn't give him a chance at all. He dragged him away quickly, and the others behind him also followed quickly. Wait. Looking at the people who disappeared in a flash, Qianxuan withdrew her half-raised hand in frustration. She wanted to say that she would go with them, but she didn't expect them to leave so fast. Kimoki seemed to see her unfinished intention, and lowered his head to comfort her. Okay, they will probably be back soon, we just have to wait. Qianxuan sighed, that's the only way. After such a delay, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and Qianxuan was pulled into a small living room by Kimoki. Qianxuan sat on a single sofa, and Kimoki sat opposite her to practice. There was a coffee table between the two of them, so they didn't disturb each other. Qianxuan took out a second level water magic core, and took the engraving pen, to start engraving magic patterns. Although she was already a god level alchemist, she was not good at magic patterns. She was better at making potions and alchemy tools, but her teacher's achievements in magic patterns were admired by people. Therefore, she was very careful when engraving magic patterns, for fear that, if she didn't pay attention, she would not control the strength of her hands well, and release the energy in the magic core. To be cautious, she started engraving from low-level magic cores, and planned to engrave on high-level magic cores, after getting the hang of it. After all, if she damaged the 9th order magic core, she would have no place to cry. You know, with the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years of Zuofan's family, there are only more than 500 9th order magic cores in the warehouse of the inheritance world. This number is already a fortune that even emperors would go crazy for in Sadia, which shows how precious the 9th order magic core is. And the magic circle that Qianxuan intends to set up will require 36 9th order magic cores in the end. Although 36 is not worth mentioning compared to more than 500, who can guarantee that there will be no waste when carving magic cores? According to Qianxuan's current level, the success rate of carving 2nd order magic cores is only half, not to mention the 9th order magic core, which is much harder to grasp than the former in terms of hardness. As long as the consumption is within 100, Qianxuan will be thankful. If she were to carve a 9th order magic core at her current level, hundreds of them might not be enough. Qianxuan Shasha was distracted, and heard the 2nd order magic core in her hand click and shattered, and the surrounding water element surged. Qianxuan held her forehead and said, did she fail? It takes nearly 2 million 2nd level magic cores. How long will it take her to carve them? In the past few days, she has only carved more than 2,000. Fortunately, there are many 2nd level magic cores in the inheritance world, otherwise she would be in great pain. Feeling the movement here, Kimoki looked over and saw that she was fine, so he closed his eyes and continued to practice. A morning passed in Qianxuan's repeated success and failure. Fortunately, Qianxuan's control has made great progress in repeated practice, and the success rate has exceeded half. At noon, the two went to the restaurant for a good meal. During this time, Qianxuan asked about it, and found that Wu Wanhao and others had not returned yet. Don't think too much. Although it is a small city, the area is not small. They will take some time. Returning to the small living room, seeing that Qianxuan was still a little worried, Kimoki comforted her. Qianxuan nodded, but still a little listless. Seeing this, Kimoki changed the subject and said, do you still remember the 3 questions candy-like things we got on the way to the shelter in S City? Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I remember. What's the matter? Is there anything to say? Kimoki smiled and said, Aunt Wu C and Aunt Wu Liu's research has made great progress recently. It has been verified that the red granular substance can improve people's physical fitness by taking it. Take it? Qianxuan covered her mouth and exclaimed, won't you get sick if you eat something so dirty? Although she said it looked like questions candy, she had never thought of eating it as questions candy. Kimoki was stunned at first, then he frowned. Hey, did you miss the point? There was no way. As a person who was born with misophobia, he was too sensitive to such things. You said it can improve physical fitness? Qianxuan suddenly shouted a beat slower. Kimoki heaved a sigh of relief, and finally got back to the point. He nodded and said, yes, but the effect is more obvious on ordinary people. As for the superpowers, the low level ones are more effective, and the high level ones are limited. That's good. She didn't want to eat that kind of dirty thing. Kimoki was stunned, and it took him a long time to react to her hidden meaning, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are those red particles? Is it something similar to the brain core? Qianxuan asked curiously. Kimoki touched his chin. No. Only insects can get that kind of particles, but they are not dug out of the body like brain cores. To get that kind of red particles, you need to burn the corpse of the insect, and then the particles will appear in the ashes. It's a bit similar to the essence of the insect body. In that case, it has nothing in common with zombies. Qianxuan said thoughtfully. Kimoki nodded. Indeed, no superpowers have been found among insects. Their strength depends on their own strength and defense. Zombies, on the other hand, are a bit more varied. Then do our people get a lot of red particles from hunting? Kimoki shook his head. Compared to the demand, the supply is completely insufficient to meet the demand. Qianxuan didn't say anything. She knew that this was only temporary. It would be easier after everyone's strength improved. What are the 4th and 6th aunts currently researching? Qianxuan asked casually. Kimoki's face was a little solemn. I heard that they want to overcome the problem of human fertility. Fertility problem? Do humans have any fertility problems? Qianxuan was a little stunned. Kimoki looked at her helplessly and explained. Haven't you noticed? There have been no pregnant women since the end of the world. Qianxuan blinked. But isn't that because everyone realizes that survival is difficult, and in order to avoid the suffering of pregnant women and children, they deliberately use contraception? Kimoki was stunned and said with a bit of a smile, why do you think so? At this time, where can we find contraceptives and condoms? Moreover, even if someone really thinks like you said, there will always be individual exceptions, right? It's impossible that there are no pregnant women. Maybe, because we just didn't see it? Qianxuan said hesitantly. Kimoki's eyes twitched slightly, and he covered his face and said, do you think it's possible? It seems, it's indeed a bit far-fetched. The two chatted for half an hour, and Qianxuan's worries about Wu Wanhao and others were alleviated. In the second half of the day, the two continued to practice, carving magic patterns, and although they rarely communicated, they were very harmonious and warm. At around 4 o'clock, Qianxuan was planning to go out to see if Wu Wanhao and others had returned. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a noise coming from afar. Chapter 185 Curse. Kimoki, who was sitting on the sofa, also heard the noise outside. He frowned, stood up and stood behind Qianxuan to look out. However, the distance was too far, and the aircraft was winding. Apart from the vague sound, nothing could be seen. However, many people who heard the noise like them were running towards the source of the sound. Seeing the worry on Qianxuan's face, Kimoki took her out of the small living room and followed those people. 5 minutes later, more and more people gathered around. They also met Zhu Shasha and others, but at this time everyone was really not in the mood to chat, so they just nodded to each other as a greeting. As they walked, they actually found that the crowd was walking out of the aircraft. At the same time, several people vaguely heard Wu Wanhao's angry curses, Wu Qianzhang's angry voices, and the strangest thing was that they actually heard a lot of crying and screaming. What's going on? Several people were confused. The less they could see, the more worried they were. Seeing Qianxuan sweating profusely, Kimoki held her in his arms, released his aura, and led a few people through the crowded crowd. 2 minutes later, the vision that was originally blocked by the crowd became clear. On a piece of wasteland, many people from the 8 major clans gathered together, with very ugly faces. Qianxuan glanced around, and asked Wu Qianxiao, who had a gloomy face, Qianxiao, what happened? Have you found Shiquan and Shili? Seeing her, Wu Qianxiao was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up, and he pulled her and said, by the way, sister, have you cultivated to the 7th level? Not yet. After a pause, seeing Wu Qianxiao's disappointed face, he asked, what happened? Wu Qianxiao's eyes were dim. Aloy is going to die. What did you say? Qianxuan widened her eyes, grabbed his clothes, and said in a deep voice, explain it to me clearly. What is going on? Wu Qianxuan said with a look of defeat. Aloy was tricked by a cursed superpower. If it weren't for the special superpowers of him and Aquin, he would have died long ago. But his condition is not good now. He is breathing out more than breathing in. Curse? Qianxuan's face was struck by lightning, and a strong dizziness came over her. Her body swayed, and she almost couldn't stand. She subconsciously thought of the curse that Orina had once cast on her, the feeling of being powerless. Fortunately, she quickly realized that this was not Sadiaya, and the curse Qianxuan said was probably very different from what she thought. Seeing Qianxuan's face fade away in an instant, Kimoki frowned, a stern look flashed in his eyes, and then asked Wu Qianxuan, "Have you tried using light magic and those healing psychics?" "I tried, but it didn't work, so I was thinking, if I could advance to the 7th level, could I save Lei?" Wu Qianxuan always disliked Kimoki, but he didn't oppose him this time. "Zhuangsun, come and take a look." At this time, Wu Wannian saw them with sharp eyes and shouted. Hearing his words, the others quickly made way for her. Seeing this, Qianxuan said nothing and hurried inside, and Kimoki, Zhu Shasha and others naturally followed behind. Seeing the scene inside, Qianxuan and others gasped. On the wasteland, a thin boy was lying unconscious. What was shocking was that the boy's exposed skin was purple and black, with many pustules and festering wounds on it, and his body was still twitching violently. Qianxuan also noticed that the boy's condition was already hanging by a thread, and the reason why he had not yet breathed his last breath was that the energy from the boy, who was practicing with his eyes closed next to him, was constantly transmitted into his body to help him fight against the god of death. Looking closely, who else could these two boys be, if not Shiquan and Shilei? Qianxuan almost couldn't breathe, not only because of the attack of misophobia, but more because the two people looked so miserable. Not to mention Shilei, although Shiquan looked safe and sound, he was unkempt, his whole body was like skin and bones, his face was pale, and his eyes were black, and he looked extremely tired. If Min Min saw the two brothers like this, she would be heartbroken. "Shasha, use your supernatural power to check Leia's physical condition," Qianxuan ordered with a solemn face. At this time, Zhu Shasha didn't have the mind to think about those things, and directly began to see through Shilei's body. "How is it?" Seeing Zhu Shasha's frown getting tighter and tighter, Qianxuan asked nervously. Zhu Shasha closed her eyes, and then said solemnly, "The situation is not good. The energy of the curse has entered the internal organs, and some of it has invaded the heart veins." In fact, what she saw was much more terrifying than what she said. The energy of the curse was like a living insect ant, covering Shileia's whole body. Qianxuan nodded to show that she knew, then closed her eyes, and her mental power came out of her body and wrapped around Shileia's body. After a while, Qianxuan opened her eyes, her face full of surprise. "What's wrong?" everyone asked nervously. "Didn't you say it was a curse?" Qianxuan looked at Wu Qianxuan. Wu Qianxuan was stunned, and then turned his gaze to Wu Qianfang. "My second brother said so." Wu Qianfang looked at Shiquan, who was practicing. It was Aquin who said that Aloy was cursed. "I was almost scared to death by you." Qianxuan wiped the sweat from her forehead with lingering fear, and said unhappily, "What curse? It's obviously poisonous." At first, she couldn't sense the energy, and she thought it was the same almost unsolvable curse as Aolina, and was almost scared to death. It took her a long time to react. That kind of curse is usually silent, and can't have such obvious external symptoms. In this way, the answer is obvious. No wonder light magic and healing ability have no effect. Both are only for rapid recovery of injuries. It would be strange if they can work. It was also because she was misled by Qianxuan's words before that she was so nervous. Poisonous? Everyone was stunned, and then they realized that they were wrong. Thinking of the relaxed look on Qianxuan's face just now, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems to be a false alarm. Qianxuan took out a high-level antidote from the space, asked Kimoki to help pry open Shileia's mouth, and then poured it down. The effect of the high-level antidote was immediate. In less than 2 seconds, the purple and black on Shileia's body began to fade, and the pustules began to shrink and fall off. In less than a minute, the whole person had returned to normal, breathing smoothly. If it weren't for the shallow marks on his body, it would be impossible to tell that he almost died before. As soon as Shilei's condition stabilized, Qianxuan next to him opened his eyes, looked at Shilei who had returned to normal, rushed over, and said with a happy face, "Alei." He looked Shilei up and down, and saw that there was really nothing wrong, and smiled brightly. Wu Wanhao slapped Qianxuan on the head and said angrily, "You little brat. You are talking nonsense about curses, when you don't understand anything. You scared us half to death and we are ready to prepare for Lei's funeral. How can you tease your elders like this?" Qianxuan held his head and said stupidly, "It's not a curse." "What a curse? It's poisonous." Wu Wanhao couldn't help but swear. If this kid hadn't said nonsense, just looking at Shilei's appearance, their first reaction would definitely be that he was poisoned. Is it necessary to be so blind? Qianxuan pursed his lips and said aggrievedly, "But that woman is a cursed psychic, and ALA fell for her trick, so I naturally thought it was a curse." Wu Qianxuan frowned slightly. "I was in a hurry to bring the person back for emergency treatment, and I didn't have time to explain clearly. What happened? Why is ALA like this? You tell me clearly." Hearing his question, Qianxuan was angry, waved his fist and said, "It's that snake brother. Seeing that ALA and I have powerful abilities, he came to recruit us. At first he acted politely. Although I declined, I still praised him a few words. I didn't expect that his true colors were revealed soon, using threats and inducements to the extreme. If the combined power of ALA and I was not to be underestimated, we don't know how many times we would have died, and we would not have waited for you to come to us. Speak to the point." Wu Qianxuan ordered, when he saw Qianxuan started to talk nonsense. Qianxuan shrank his neck and said quickly, "The point is that the third snake has a lover, the cursed supernatural being. The supernatural power of that woman is too strange and hard to guard against. ALA was accidentally tricked, and then the third snake threatened us with ALA's life to be his subordinates. We naturally didn't want to be coerced by him, and then those people began to hunt us down. As of today, it has been the 6th day, and ALA and I haven't eaten for 6 days. At the end, he felt very aggrieved. Although the appetite of supernatural people will increase exponentially, their ability to endure hunger will also increase exponentially. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise the two boys would have starved to death, even if they were not killed by the enemy. That's not right." Wu Qianming touched his chin and said suspiciously, "With your temperament, you should have left with your luggage when the third snake threatened you. Why did you stay in this city for so long? These two boys are not the kind of people who compromise, and they are even more impatient to be bound. Of course, in fact, the people of the 8 major clans are all of this nature." "That..." Qianxuan hesitated. Seeing everyone's burning eyes, he blushed and said, as if he was risking his life, "Aren't we afraid of getting lost?" At the end of his words, his voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. The whole audience was silent. Did I hear it wrong? Wu Wanhao broke the silence by picking his ears. "You actually said you were afraid of getting lost. Don't you always think you have a good sense of direction? The twins are famous for not knowing themselves." Since he had already said it, Qianxuan was calm instead. "We originally wanted to go find Brother Wu, but we accidentally ran to Yunnan, and then we made mistakes again and again. After repeated failures, we simply decided to stay in this small town and wait for you to find us." God knows how clear their sense of direction has become in the past 6 months. Everyone sweated. City is a million miles away from Yunnan. How good must your sense of direction be to make such a simple mistake? Chapter 186 Verbal Cheapness. Wu Qianfang touched his chin and raised his eyebrows. "Then why do you say that ALA is cursed?" From what he said, it seems that he didn't know that the other party had such a superpower before. Qianxuan scratched his hair and puffed his cheeks and said, "ALA became like that, so I naturally want to cure him. Although many people don't dare to contact me because of Snake Leo-san, fearing that I will be implicated, I can eavesdrop. By coincidence, I overheard about the cursed superpower. It seems that the cursed superpower is Snake Leo-san's trump card, but because the woman's superpowers are limited, and she is in a coma most of the time, we didn't meet her at the beginning. It's obviously a highly poisonous person. How can it be called a cursed superpower? Lu Zhi frowned slightly. Qianxuan understood and said, it's probably a cognitive error. The curse thing doesn't have a specific concept in the eyes of ordinary people. Not to mention, Alea's previous appearance is really a bit like it. Quan, what exactly are your and Alea's superpowers? It actually made people care about it to this extent, and even took out the trump card. Zhuang Yuan asked. Quan pondered for a moment and said, I don't know how to describe it. I only know that LAE and I share the energy in our bodies, and we can also use a kind of mental synchronization. In that state, we can exert 150% of our strength, and at the same time, our tacit understanding will reach the highest level. As for the specific superpowers, mine is a shield, and LA's is a spear. As he said, Quan stretched out his hand, and saw an oval light golden light appeared in front of him. What is this? Yuan Chang stretched out a finger to poke, but it was bounced back. This is. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Quan said proudly, the golden light I release can resist physical attacks, the silver light can resist energy attacks, and the black light can resist physical attacks and energy attacks at the same time, but the black light consumes the most energy. Moreover, I can also control their shape, size, and location. Wu Kanming thought, I see, this is the so-called shield. This kind of superpower is much better than the defensive superpower like Abao, and it is more maneuverable. Wu Qianxuan commented. By the way, Quan, when did you awaken your superpowers? Qianxuan asked. Hearing her words, Quan was stunned for a moment, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his eyes and said, a few months ago. The people who took his abnormality into their eyes looked at each other inconspicuously. It seems that, after being outside for such a long time, they have more or less understood the 4 words human hearts are unpredictable. Wu Wanli looked at the crowd around him and said, it's not right for us to stand here at the door. Let's go to the living room to talk. Everyone agreed when they heard it, and Wu Qianxuan stepped forward to disperse the crowd. Back in the aircraft, Quan was still praising the food that had only appeared in science fiction movies. Wu Wanyan had arranged a room for him and asked him to go wash up. Wu Qianxuan was waiting for him outside. As for Shilei, Wu Wanyan also arranged a room for him, but because he had not woken up yet, Yuan Chang and Lu Chen helped him take care of the hygiene. Meanwhile, Lu Zhi had gone to the restaurant to buy food for Quan. After all, he had been hungry for so long. Half an hour later, the people sitting in the living room chatting and waiting for Quan, who was brought by Wu Qianxuan. When Quan came in, the first thing he noticed was the large tray of food on the coffee table, and he jumped on it with a cheer. Everyone didn't rush him and watched him finish the large tray of food in a flash. When Quan slumped on the sofa, smacking his lips with satisfaction, Wu once knocked on the coffee table and said, okay, now you should tell us who that Snake Old 3 is. Quan burped and said lazily, Snake Old 3 is the leader with the most subordinates in this city. He has more than 200 superpowers under him. Snake Old 3 is actually not called Snake Old 3. His original name is Huangjin, a very vulgar name, and he hates people calling him by his real name the most. Because his superpower is to summon a giant snake, and he is the 3rd child in the family, he is called Snake Old 3. You mean there are many people living in the city? Qianxuan asked in surprise. Quan nodded. Well, because I don't want to join those shelters that restrict people's hands and feet, and I want a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Basically, there are people in every city, unless all the buildings in that city have collapsed. And the city where Snake Laosan is located has a lot of people, about 500 or 600 people. Wu Wanyan and others' eyes lit up. It seems that there is no need to worry about the lack of people in Yingxingkang. By the way, there is something I think I should say. Quan frowned and said, Snake Laosan was a political prisoner before the end of the world. He was pulled down in the political struggle. Many of his subordinates were his former cellmates. He has a lot of prestige in the city and is quite accommodating. Although he will not give others some big favors, he is never stingy with some small favors. In addition, he is quite powerful and has a large number of subordinates. Basically, it can be said that everyone in the city is under his control. Alei and I both think he is very ambitious. Oh, what do you mean? Wu Qianfang asked with his chin propped up. The people of the Shi family have been taught by their elders to judge people since childhood, and their ability to judge people is unquestionable. Shi Quan's eyes narrowed into a line. It seems that he just wants to settle down in the city with his men, but he did a lot of unnecessary things. He asked his men to persuade the survivors who pass by to stay in the city. Obviously, his men already have enough housing, but he is still trying to repair the damaged houses. Some time ago, his men were also inquiring about a coal mine with very small output that was dug out and then abandoned nearby. Also, when he recruited Lei and me, he had an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if we got some advantage. That was not revealed in his words, but we saw it from their expressions. It stands to reason that someone like him who has failed in political struggles would not be arrogant for no reason, so we guess that he should be ambitious and even plan to build a shelter. This explains his sense of superiority when facing us. However, what puzzles us is what makes him confident that he can support the consumption of a shelter. When Shi Quan finished speaking, all the elders in the living room showed relief in their eyes. After all, the heir of the Shi family has really grown up. You mean, Snake Old Third may have some unknown support in his hands? Wu Qianming asked with interest. Shi Quan nodded. I found that Snake Old Third's people don't seem to be as eager to get food through hunting as others, so I guess he may have a lot of food. Wu Wan's frowned. Let's put these aside for now. Let's talk about the return to Snake Old Third. The people of our 8 major clans can't be bullied for nothing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tell me what you think. Wu Wan's looked at Shi Quan. Shi Quan's face became serious, and he said seriously, I want to take revenge myself. Hearing his words, everyone frowned, not disagreeing, but, Quan, it's not that we don't want to give you the opportunity to take revenge yourself, but the situation does not allow it. Wu Wanian said with difficulty. What do you mean? Shi Quan was a little unhappy. Didn't you notice that there are fewer people here? Zhu Shasha reminded. Hearing her words, Shi Quan's eyes swept over the people in the living room and soon found that many people were missing. Even his sister was not there. What's going on? He paused, as if he thought of something. His face turned pale. Could it be? Everyone was stunned and then realized that he had thought wrong. Zhuang Yuan quickly explained. No, they are all fine, but they didn't come back like you. But if we don't find them quickly, something might happen. Shi Quan was relieved at first, and then a little discouraged. He understood what Zhuang Yuan meant. If he insisted on taking revenge himself, it would naturally take a lot of time. In the end, he compromised. Nothing was more important than the safety of the tribe. Then let's talk about the plan to deal with Snake Old 3. Wu Wangxing said. Kang Ruofei hesitated and said, we are not going to kill all of Snake Old 3's people, that's 2. Although because of the end of the world, they can face the matter of killing calmly, but that is just for survival. But now there are more than 200 people, and some of them may not have participated in the hunt for Shi Quan and Shi Lei. If they just overthrow everyone and kill them all, wouldn't they become murderers? How about we kill that cursed psychic? Zinshishi said weakly. Wu Qianxuan snorted coldly, that's too easy for them. At least the Snake Brother 3 can't be let go. He is the main culprit, and the cursed psychic is actually just a knife in his hand. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. In my opinion, the idea of the third sister-in-law is not bad, but there is one more thing. Isn't the Snake Brother 3 very ambitious? We should find out the support of his ambition, and take it away, so that he will never be able to turn over. Although he is not dead, the shattering of his ambition, that was originally within reach, will definitely be a heavy blow to him. Whether he gives up, or keeps brooding about it in the future, it will be difficult for him to achieve anything. When everyone heard this, they all thought it was a good idea. Shi Quan looked at this strange man with some curiosity. He didn't understand his identity and thought of finding a time to ask Qianxuan. However, Wu Qianzhang and his brothers were stunned, and then stared at Kimoki, third sister-in-law. You also called her? Actually, it's nothing to call her the third sister-in-law directly. People like you and Chang, who are carefree, often call her that. But when Kimoki said this, the sensitive brothers thought too much, and thought that Kimoki was taking advantage of his sister. Of course, Kimoki did have ulterior motives and wanted to test Qianxuan's attitude. But Qianxuan didn't think much about it and instead aroused the vigilance of several future brothers-in-law. Chapter 187. Good stuff. Now that we have decided what to do, all that remains is to arrange the people involved. Qianxuan really wanted to get involved, as she was still somewhat curious about the cursed psychic. However, thinking of the astonishing number of magic cores that had not yet been engraved with magic patterns, she had to give up with regret. In the end, it was decided that Kimoki would lead the team to deal with the cursed psychic, and Wu Qianfang would lead the team to track Snake Leo-san and uncover his past. Coming out of the living room, Shiquan was still a little depressed, perhaps because he couldn't do it himself. Qianxuan touched his slightly damp hair and advised, although Alei's poison has been resolved, he has also been injured this time, and he needs to replenish his vitality. Hearing this, Shiquan nodded vigorously. Qianxuan took out a silver box and asked him to help her, and she let choose a space ring each and put a lot of good fortune spirit objects, food, and various daily necessities for them, because they wanted to solve the matter as soon as possible. After dinner, just as it got dark, Kimoki and Wu Qianfang each led a team to the city. Although she knew that nothing would happen with their strength, Qianxuan was still a little worried. In a irritable mood, she simply entered the inheritance world. She originally planned to carve the magic pattern, but she always couldn't concentrate. She thought about it, and then went to the warehouse to count the output of the inheritance world in the past 6 months. Every time she faced this huge warehouse, Qianxuan's heart would feel full. However, she had to admit that cheating devices like the inheritance world were easy to make people decadent, because it was really too heaven-defying. In fact, she had always felt that the ancestors of the Zuofan family took great pains to make this treasure, which seemed a little unwise. Maybe it was the love of licking the calf. The ancestors always wanted to consider everything for the descendants and pave all the roads for the descendants. But this is actually similar to a kind of spoiling. Children who grow up under such conditions are always worse than those who have experienced wind and rain. Of course, before Qianxuan, the Zuofan family did not actually occupy much light in the inheritance world. But because they always believed that there would always be a tribe member who would make the soul of the inheritance world recognize the master, those ancestors always put a lot of good things into the inheritance world. As a result, the family went downhill later, and those things that were put in could not be taken out, which led to the destruction of a super family with a deep foundation by the Wilsk family, whose inheritance history was less than 1/10 of the Zuofan family. According to Qianxuan, the people of the Zuofan family did not throw away or destroy the inheritance world, which was already good-tempered. Therefore, although she knew that the output of the inheritance world was very rich, she never counted it frequently and maintained a careless attitude towards those wealth that could drive people crazy. It's not that she doesn't care, but she is afraid that she will be satisfied with those things and not make progress. Don't pay too much attention to the things in the warehouse. This is what her mother always told her after she described the situation of the inheritance world. Her mother is a very wise woman, and she realized this more than once. This time, she focused on the various earth species that she had collected into the inheritance world after the doomsday, which would be used after the city was built. Half a year is equivalent to 50 years for the medicinal gardens, orchards, and vegetable gardens in the inheritance world, and 5 years for the ranch. Therefore, the fruits and vegetables, medicinal materials, and various meats in the warehouse are countless, and it is conservatively estimated that they can sustain the operation of a city for 5 years. And after 5 years, there will naturally be new production. Looking at the mountains of products in front of her, Qianxuan thought about it and found the multifunctional processing machine developed by the Sahad technology empire of the higher plane. This multifunctional processing machine can process various products, whether it is food, cosmetics, wine, clothing, furniture, etc. As long as the raw materials are put in, it can be processed. Since the end of the world, Qianxuan has plundered many supermarkets and shopping malls, but the entire Silver Star Sky has also consumed a lot. Now many things are running out. Cosmetics and the like are okay. After all, they are not needed, but various beverages, fast food, clothing and some daily necessities are running out. Qianxuan clicked on the screen of the multifunctional processing machine and flipped through the catalog inside. She found that there are indeed many things that can be processed. There are hundreds of pages of densely packed content. She can find everything she needs in it. She first tried to process a batch of the most ordinary cream biscuits with raw materials such as flour, milk, and sugar. The final product was a round biscuit with a very ordinary appearance. She tasted it and it tasted very good. Although the raw materials were simple, they were fresh, crisp, and had the original milky aroma, sweet but not greasy. Then, she chose the packaging and finally chose a light green small round gift box, which was fresh, natural and cute. With a good start, she began to process yogurt, preserved fruits, dried meat, bread, and some clothes, shoes, and socks. Don't say it. The finished products were very satisfactory, especially those clothes, shoes, and socks. Although there were no trademarks, the quality was absolutely excellent. This processing is also very user-friendly. You can design your own clothing styles, and they will supplement the deficiencies according to your design. After that, Qianxuan thought of processing wine again. Since there are many men who like to drink at home, she plans to process a lot of them. Hops, various fruits, flowers, and grains were all selected by her as raw materials for processing wine. She first processed a lot of strong liquor that her father and uncles liked to drink. Although his second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle all looked gentle or calm and self-controlled, the men in the Wu family all liked strong liquor that tasted mellow. In fact, she only knew the names of many liquors and had never even drunk them, such as white tongue blue and whiskey, but the processing machine would accurately display the required raw materials. She just had to put the raw materials in and wait, which was completely effortless. After that, she processed a large amount of beer, whether it was dark beer or white beer. After all, the consumption of beer in summer was still very large. In the end, she also processed various fruit wines, including wine, apple wine, orange wine, pear blossom wine, peach blossom wine, and 100 flowers wine. The quantity was not large, but the variety was quite large. She, Shasha, and many female elders could drink a little. Although they were not addicted to alcohol, it was also a kind of enjoyment to drink occasionally. After processing the wine, she thought about processing some tea and scented tea. Her grandfather likes to drink pu'er, her grandmother likes to drink tiguanain, her mother likes to drink dehan peo, her second uncle likes to drink langjing, her third uncle likes to drink junshan yunsan, and her fourth uncle likes luan guapian. Others don't have any special favorites. She has always preferred to drink scented tea, but there is no reason. She just doesn't like bitterness, so she doesn't like things like coffee and beer. Moreover, many scented teas can beautify and nourish the skin, and have many medicinal values. As a woman, it is natural to love beauty. Finally, she also processed a lot of side dishes, such as squid shreds, fish bone crisps, etc., which are all her favorites. The multifunctional processing machine is indeed a high-tech product. All the processed things are fine products, which makes Qianxuan very satisfied and thinks about using it more in the future. When Qianxuan came out of the basement and was happy because of the full harvest in the space ring, Kimoki suddenly appeared in front of her. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then said happily, "You are back, is everything going well?" Seeing the smile on Qianxuan's face, Kimoki's mood also improved. He walked to her side and said side by side with her, "It's going well. You also know my strength. Your second brother came back earlier than me, and it seems to be going well too." "Really?" Qianxuan's eyes lit up, and she took Kimoki's hand. With a thought that to left the inheritance realm, Qianxuan pulled Kimoki out of the room and walked towards the living room. Before entering the living room, she heard Wu Qianfang's happy and proud laughter. Qianxuan was very curious, but she rarely heard her second brother laugh so much. Usually it was a silent smile, not the exaggerated laughter now. "Second brother, what are you laughing so happily about?" Qianxuan pushed the door and walked in. "Zhuangxun, you are here." Seeing her, Wu Qianfang's smile became even more intense, but after seeing Kimoki being pulled by Qianxuan, His face froze for a moment and then quickly returned to normal. The brothers Wu Qianxuan, Wu Qianming, Wu Qiankong, and Wu Qianan also had similar reactions. But what happened today made him very happy. He said with a smile, "I tell you, I never thought that the snake brother had so many good things hidden." What good things? With his second brother's vision and what they currently have, she was very curious about what he thought was a good thing. Hearing this, Wu Qianfang smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. A large private granary with probably tens of thousands of tons of rice, a large amount of clean water, a large amount of gasoline, and a large amount of sausages, dried meat, meat floss and other meat products. These things are enough for us in Qianxuan to live for 3 years. Apart from other things, they had consumed a lot of gasoline on the way to the shelter in S City. Qianxuan was shocked. But, those things should be from before the end of the world, aren't they broken? No. Wu Qianfang said with a smile. Those things are vacuum packed and intact. And the granary is built underground in the city. It can be said that half of the area under the city has been hollowed out. It's very spectacular. Qianxuan was surprised. What a big deal. But where did those things come from? I may know this. Qianxuan interrupted, and when everyone looked at him, he said, "I heard that there was a rich man who always believed in those doomsday theories on the internet and often advised people around him to prepare early, but people around him didn't take it seriously. Before the end of the world, that person lived in this city, but he turned into a zombie. Do you think he prepared those things for himself? Maybe." Zhuang Yuan said without much concern. Yuan Chang said carelessly, "Who cares where those things come from? Since we know about them, they will naturally become ours." Chapter 188, Awareness of Crisis. "Brother, did you bring all those things back?" Hearing Yuan Chang's words, Qianxuan turned around and asked excitedly. No." Wu Qianfang touched his nose and said, "In addition to me, only 2 of my men and the team have space props, which are not enough. We came back to find helpers, and we will go again later." Qianxuan's eyes lit up. "Then I'll go with you? Anyway, even if I stayed, I didn't have the heart to carve magic patterns." "No." Without waiting for Wu Qianfang to answer, Kimoki retorted, "That place is not suitable for you to go." I don't know what he thought of, but a clear trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Yes, you are not suitable to go." Wu Qianfang, who was a beat slower, seemed to think of something because of his eyes, and quickly agreed. Qianxuan looked at the 2 of them with suspicion. What's not suitable? Originally, she didn't have to go, but they said that, but she was interested. The 2 people who knew her naturally didn't miss the fleeting interest in her eyes. They looked at each other and sighed. Wu Qianfang said seriously, "Do you remember that the snake brother Qianxuan said that his ability is to summon giant snakes?" Seeing Qianxuan nodded, he continued, "In fact, it's not just that. He himself has many habits that are affected by the giant snake and assimilated. The whole person looks creepy." Qianxuan blinked and said inexplicably, "What does that have to do with whether it is suitable for me to go?" Hearing this, Wu Qianfang's face froze, and he said dryly, "You know that, snakes are lustful, so that it's." Facing his sister, he really couldn't say the rest of the words. Qianxuan understood what he meant, and with a look of sudden realization, she guessed the concerns of the 2. For a moment, she hesitated a little. It's not that she was really ashamed to see that kind of scene. After all, she herself has had experience. However, this does not mean that she is willing to see such a scene, and she will feel disgusted to some extent. Kimoki stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair. "Good boy." Qianxuan frowned, as if she had the illusion that the other party was doting on her like a daughter. However, she didn't like to put herself in a difficult position. After her second brother explained clearly, she naturally didn't intend to force herself. That granary must be very important to Snake Leo-san. It should be heavily protected there. "Will you be in danger, second brother?" Qianxuan said with some concern. "Don't worry." Wu Qianfang looked very confident. "Have you forgotten my ability? It may take some effort to deal with zombies. I really don't care about those flesh and blood humans. Unless the level is higher than him, ordinary people really can't do anything to him, but he is currently at the peak of the 5th level, and is only 1 step away from the 6th level." Qianxuan was stunned when she heard this and then smiled. Although she had never seen it in person, just by listening to the description of her eldest brother, she knew how sharp her second brother's ability was. Seeing Qianxuan relieved, Wu Kai and Fang gathered a lot of people with space props and left. Watching their figures disappear outside the aircraft, Qianxuan was about to return to the room when she found that Kimoki was still standing beside her and had not left. Qianxuan was stunned. "Aren't you going with your second brother?" Kimoki hugged her and said with a happy face, "My mission is to kill the cursed psychic, and it has been completed." "Really?" Qianxuan asked curiously as she walked. "Did you fight with her? How about her superpowers?" Kimoki raised his eyebrows. "That woman's superpowers are quite good, unpredictable, and strange, but it is probably because she has been in a coma, lacks practical experience, and has almost zero adaptability. The use of her superpowers is also very stereotyped. As long as the speed is fast enough, you can avoid her superpower attacks. The reason why Shilei was almost killed by him is probably because the other party took advantage of him by surprise. Then the toxin she can release is only the one she used on ALAE. No, she used several kinds of drugs on me, including drugs, highly toxic drugs, hallucinogens, etc." Then he said regretfully, "If I'm not mistaken, that kind of superpower can be invisible and colorless in the later stage, and can take people's lives silently. It will definitely be twice the result with half the effort to use it for assassination. It's a pity that she is not one of us." Although she knew that he was just sighing casually, Qianxuan felt a little uncomfortable for him talking so much about other women. Fortunately, she was not an irrational person. She soon realized that her jealousy was unreasonable and adjusted her mentality. "What is the limitation of her supernatural power that Arquan mentioned before?" "You mean that?" Kimoki looked amused. "In fact, it is not the limitation of supernatural power. It's just that the woman's cultivation is not good enough. Her body will be affected by her own toxins, so she maintains a dormant state for a long time to slow down the invasion of toxins on the body. That's it." When Qianxuan said this, they had already arrived at the door of Qianxuan's room. Qianxuan invited her openly. "Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Anyway, the other party has come in several times, and it's too late to be shy now. Besides, with their current relationship, it is reasonable to invite him in." Kimoki was a little hesitant, afraid that something bad would be said about Qianxuan. In the end, he couldn't resist the idea of getting close to Qianxuan. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he nodded and accepted her invitation, thinking that he would be careful not to be discovered when he left later. In fact, he was completely worried too much. Now is the end of the world. Not to mention the lowering of moral standards. Everyone is working hard for the future. How can they pay attention to and speculate on some trivial things? Moreover, even if they were really seen by others with their identities and strengths, people would probably only say that they are a talented man and a beautiful woman, and would not think of anything bad at all. It's just that Kimoki was confused by the situation, and he was confused because of his concern, so he didn't think of it at all. He missed a good opportunity to declare his sovereignty. "What do you want to drink?" Qianxuan asked Kimoki, who was sitting on the sofa. "Whatever," Kimoki said indifferently. Qianxuan thought about it, made him a cup of pearl milk tea, and heated a cup of milk for herself. The two sat on the sofa facing each other, and they were speechless for a while. Qianxuan thought about it, and it seemed that this was the first time since the two met again that she faced him calmly, without sadness, pain, or evasion and helplessness. "Does a milk tea suit your taste?" Qianxuan asked for something to say. Kimoki was stunned and nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't taste the milk tea in his hand at all. He was not nervous, but looking at the woman who no longer avoided him, the joy in his heart was about to overflow, and his heartbeat was noisy. There was a long silence between the two again. "I'm sorry." Qianxuan looked at the night outside the window and said softly. Kimoki was stunned, not understanding what she was saying. Did she want to shrink back again? Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still. Qianxuan didn't know Kimoki's panic, and said in a calm and serious tone, "I'm sorry for the past 10 years. I was too willful and immature, too self-centered and cowardly, so that you have been looking for me for so long." Hearing this, Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief. While a trace of warmth appeared in his heart, there was also a slight heartache. The girl 10 years ago has grown up, but the price is so heavy. He was about to say something, and heard Qianxuan continue. At the same time, "Thank you for not giving up looking for me. You told me your love for me with your actions, but I have been shrinking back, unable to see my own feelings, trying to draw a clear line between myself and you. But at this moment, I have to admit that I care about you so much, and your love for me." A flash of excitement flashed in Kimoki's eyes, not for Qianxuan's thanks, but for the words that he sensed in the other's heart that were almost a confession. "I love you." Kimoki looked up and said seriously. Although it was not the first time he heard him say this, Qianxuan's face still flushed involuntarily, tears welled up in her eyes, and the joy was obvious in her wet eyes. Kimoki was a little depressed. Shouldn't he answer him, "I love you too"? On this day, Kimoki left without hearing Qianxuan's confession as he wished, and he was very depressed. But Qianxuan slept beautifully without any cares, and had a beautiful dream that he forgot as soon as he woke up. Qianxuan was awakened by Kimoki. The two went to the restaurant to have breakfast. When they were about to go to the small living room, they saw Wu Qianfang coming over with a refreshed face. "Second brother, why did you wake up so early?" According to her thoughts, even if the second brother had a smooth last night, he should have come back in the second half of the night, and he looked very energetic, and he must not have stayed up late. Wu Qianfang put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, we had a very unexpected harvest yesterday." "What harvest?" Qianxuan followed his words and asked. "We just explored the situation of the granary a little bit before. After entering last night, we found that in addition to the things I told you, there were also a lot of weapons hidden there. Those guns are not to mention. The key is a large number of grenades, explosive packs, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and various special bullets and shells." Wu Qianfang looked excited. Qianxuan said happily, "Really? That's great." Even though she had gone to the military camp to plunder once before, after a few months, Silver Star Sky had experienced so many battles that it had been almost consumed. Originally, I thought that half a year had passed since the end of the world, and those things would probably be difficult to get. I didn't expect that they were so lucky to get so many in a small city. By the way, did you run into Snake Laosin and his men last night?" Qianxuan asked. Wu Qianfang narrowed his eyes, hiding the fierce look inside, and said lightly, "When we met, the third snake was ready to fight me to the death. I originally only wanted to kill the giant snake he summoned, but I didn't expect that he and the giant snake were two bodies with one life. In the end, the third snake also died. He said nice things and cleared all the responsibilities from himself. In fact, even if there was no accident, he would create an accident. He was determined to get rid of the third snake from the beginning. As a politician who has risen and fallen in the officialdom, he has a strong sense of crisis and never ignores any small role. Even if the possibility of counterattack is small, he is unwilling to leave such an uncertain factor. Of course, he didn't know that Kimoki originally planned to kill the third snake behind everyone's back, which saved him a lot of effort. In addition to Kimoki, there are many people who have such intentions, and everyone knows it tacitly. Today, because of a reader's evaluation of Arzu's article, Arzu was very depressed. I want to complain a little here. Aksu is a lazy and good-tempered person. I even think I'm a little weak and a little lonely. So today is one of the rare occasions in the past few years when my emotions fluctuate greatly. Some people may think that Aksu is making a fuss over trivial matters, but I can't control my emotions. When I get emotional, I always think that it is the freedom of readers to post comments. I'm often too lazy to post comments when I read articles, and I keep my opinions on the articles in my heart and rarely say them out. So although I have always hoped to make progress through the opinions raised by readers, even if there have been few comments, although I feel disappointed, Aksu has not been too persistent and forced. I think readers have the freedom to comment, whether it is meaningful, subjective opinions, or even objections and criticisms. I can treat them with a normal mind. but the premise is to read it carefully, not to swallow it whole, and use harsh and bad words when you don't understand it halfway. Finally, I have to say that several readers have reported that the golden finger is too big. Here, Aksu has always felt that the quality of an article does not depend on the size of the golden finger. Aksu has read several articles that have very powerful golden fingers, but are well written. Aksu is still a newcomer, and my level is not good enough, so I didn't write it well. I apologize here. I will try my best to improve. Please continue to support me. Chapter 189 Monster Egg. Brother, you didn't sleep at all, did you? Qianxuan asked suspiciously, looking at Wu Qianfang, who was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Wu Qianfang said indifferently, we came back at around 3 in the morning. We were busy putting things into the warehouse of the aircraft before dawn. After dawn, we went to report to Uncle Wu. How could we have time to sleep? It's okay. Anyway, I'm a little excited, so I'm not sleepy now. Qianxuan nodded. Seeing that he was indeed energetic, she didn't force him. Then brother, go eat something quickly. We won't talk to you anymore. After parting with Wu Qianfang, Qianxuan thought for a while, and said to Kimoki, I plan to go to the warehouse downstairs. Do you want to come with me? There are countless large and small warehouses on the bottom floor of the aircraft. I'll go with you. Although he didn't know what Qianxuan was going to do, Kimoki didn't want to be separated from her for a moment. The two came to the warehouse area of the aircraft through the stairs leading to the bottom floor. At the entrance, Qianxuan stretched out her hand and swiped the wall, pulling out a virtual screen. She chose a medium-sized warehouse with several climate zones among the many warehouses. 5 minutes later, they walked into the empty warehouse. Wait outside for a moment. Qianxuan disappeared from the spot as she spoke. Kimoki understood that she should have entered the inheritance realm. In less than 10 seconds, Qianxuan's figure appeared again, but now she had an egg the size of a volleyball in her hand. The egg was red all over, as eye-catching as a flame. At the same time, Kimoki also noticed that there were weak power fluctuations around it. Is this a monster egg? He asked uncertainly. Qianxuan nodded, looked around, chose an area with the highest temperature, and walked over with the monster egg in her arms. Where did you get it from? Kimoki asked in confusion as he watched her move. Qianxuan took out a rattan basket, put soft cotton wool in it, and then carefully put the monster egg in her hand. This is a firefox egg. I asked for it from the firefox in the inheritance world. I only took out one, and the rest were left in the inheritance world. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. Are they willing? He didn't know much about magic beasts, but from the magic beast analysis atlas he occasionally read, he also saw that magic beasts are very protective of their calves. Qianxuan wiped the sweat from his palms and explained, the ancestors of the Zuofan family have agreed with all the magic beasts in the inheritance world. They will meet the needs of the masters of the inheritance world and give the masters of the inheritance world their own offspring, and the masters of the inheritance world promise never to kill their offspring and guarantee that their offspring can only sign equal contracts with the contractors. Kimoki nodded to show that he understood. Then what are you planning to do? By taking out the magic beast eggs? He had a vague guess in his heart, but he was still a little uncertain. Qianxuan said, now that everyone has cultivated to a certain level, they can sign their own magic beast partners. In Sadia, whether it is a magician or a warrior, they will have their own magic beast partners. The importance of a magic beast partner is equivalent to that of magic wand to a magician and a weapon to a warrior. They are something that cannot be abandoned and will never betray. Of course, in the era that Nonado belonged to, only a few people regarded magic beasts as partners, and most people regarded them as tools. The equal contract was replaced by a cruel master-servant contract. However, even at the time of the most decline, the Zuofan family has always maintained the tradition of signing an equal contract with magic beasts and treating magic beast partners as brothers and relatives. Therefore, when the family was exterminated, although the strength of the Zuofan family was not strong at that time, those magic beasts fought desperately and never left their masters. Therefore, an opportunity was created for Nonado's mother Papacia to escape with the hope of the Zuofan family under the arrangement of her grandfather. Papacia once proudly said that, although the Zuofan family's strength continued to decline, they had never fallen from the beginning to the end. The Zuofan spirit passed down by the ancestors was not forgotten in the hearts of all the family members until their death. Next, Qianxuan kept entering the inheritance realm, and then kept taking out various monster eggs from the inheritance realm, while Kimoki assisted her. Be careful. Seeing Qianxuan holding a monster egg shakily, Kimoki was so scared that he hurried forward to help her hold it. When the monster egg was stable, Kimoki breathed a sigh of relief and then scolded with lingering fear, "Can't you call me? Why are you showing off?" The monster egg was more than 1 meter tall and heavy, at least 500 or 600 kilograms. Qianxuan didn't care. Her eyes sparkled and she said, "Guess what monster egg this is?" Looking at the heartless woman, Kimoki sighed helplessly, "I can't guess. It must not be an ordinary monster that can make Qianxuan so excited. It is unlikely that someone like him who has only glanced at the monster album can guess it, and he has no interest in playing this game with her." Qianxuan reached out and gently stroked the pure white monster egg in front of her and said gently, "This is a unicorn egg." Unicorn? Even though he was prepared, Kimoki was a little surprised. Many people know that unicorns are a symbol of purity in legends and have only appeared in fantasy novels. He didn't expect that unicorns actually exist. He looked carefully at the pure white monster egg. Except for being a little bigger, he really couldn't see anything special. Qianxuan found a warm and humid area, took out a large rattan basket, put the soft and warm duck down, and carefully put the unicorn egg in it. After the unicorn egg, the monster eggs that Qianxuan took out began to become very large. Kimoki was naturally worried and began to follow her into the inheritance realm. "What kind of monster egg is this? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with it?" Kimoki asked, looking at the nearly 2-meter high monster egg in front of him, with black, dark green, and red lines on the eggshell, and a depressed and dark color. He clearly felt that whenever he approached the monster egg, he would feel more relaxed, and his body would feel strangely stretched. Qianxuan glanced at the monster egg. "This is the egg of the 3-headed dog of hell. It's normal for you to feel familiar with it. After all, your devouring ability is equivalent to that of the dark system. But the 3-headed dog of hell is not suitable for you. I have already thought of your monster partner. I will talk about it after I move the monster eggs." Hearing Qianxuan's words of consideration for him, Kimoki was filled with joy. His eyes were filled with joy and tenderness, and his dark eyes became deeper and more moving. "Okay, I'll listen to Zuan." The tone was so gentle that it could drown people. Unfortunately, Qianxuan's attention was not on him. She was busy putting the eggs of the 3-headed dog of hell away. The two were busy for a long time and almost missed lunch. After lunch, the two just came out of the restaurant and heard the news that the aircraft was about to take off. The warriors who went out hunting quickly came back. Qianxuan thought for a moment, then stopped a member of the logistics team and asked him to notify all the people from the 8 clans to go to the warehouse on the lower level. Back in the warehouse on the lower level, Qianxuan found hundreds of contract scrolls from the warehouse. When he was sorting them, all the people from the 8 clans came in a mighty manner, including Shi Lei, who had just woken up. "Wow, what are these?" Yuan Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the large and small eggs of strange shapes filling the warehouse. I know. They must be monster eggs. Right, aren't?" Wu Sansi asked excitedly with his eyes shining. "Monster eggs?" everyone exclaimed in unison. "Grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, second uncle, second aunt." Qianxuan greeted everyone. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with curiosity, excitement, doubt, confusion and other emotions, Qianxuan stood in front of everyone and said, "Everyone go and touch all the monster eggs later. If you encounter one that gives you a strong sense of familiarity, come and tell me, and then I will give you a corresponding contract scroll. At that time, you only need to tear open the scroll facing the monster egg, and you can make an equal contract with the monster egg, and then get your own monster partner." After a pause, she seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, there is something I want to say in advance. The levels of the monsters here are high and low, but you should not only touch high level monsters, or abandon low level monster eggs that have a strong sense of familiarity, and choose high level monsters that are less familiar, otherwise you will regret it sooner or later. The reason why monster partners are monster partners is that, after signing the contract, they can grow up with you, and the level is no longer a restriction. Although low level monsters may not be as strong as those high level monsters, even after reaching a high level, they can often obtain unique mutation abilities when they break through their own level restrictions. For example, someone once signed a contract with a 4th level gold eating rat. The gold eating rat feeds on various minerals. In terms of attack, it has no advantages, except hard teeth and sharp front claws. Although it is fast, it can only be ranked in the middle and lower stream among speed type monsters. Therefore, the gold eating rat is a very expensive monster that does not get any return. But when the gold eating rat broke through the 5th level, it evolved the ability to find minerals, and when it broke through the 7th level, it had the ability to sense all treasures within 100 miles. So, don't underestimate any monster. So cool. Qianxuan looked envious. That's treasure hunting. Although it has no combat power, owning such a monster is equivalent to having the opportunity to obtain countless treasures. Seeing that everyone listened to her words, Qianxuan clapped her hands and said, "Okay, now you can start to touch those monster eggs." As soon as the voice fell, Yuanshang, Wu Sansi and others couldn't wait to run towards the monster eggs, and those older elders, although they still looked calm and composed, their movements were not slow. "Wait, you stay here." Seeing Shiquan and Shilei following the crowd with excitement on their faces, Qianxuan quickly stopped them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Signing a Contract. Sister Xuan, why are you stopping us? We are going to choose monster eggs. Shilei complained. Qianxuan looked regretful. Although I also want you to get what you want, I have to tell you a bad news. What? Both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. Qianxuan tried not to be too gloating. Since your cultivation of magic and fighting spirit is almost zero, you can't have your own monsters at present. Her eldest brother and second brother have been practicing for half a month, but these two are real rookies. Oh my god, you can't be so cruel to me. Shilei cried exaggeratedly with a sad face. Qianxuan was amused. Sure enough, Shilei was still so interesting. Compared with Shilei, Shiquan's performance was not so exaggerated, but looking at his face full of blows and wilted look, it is not difficult to see that his disappointment is no less than Shilei. Looking at the two boys who were like deflated balloons, Qianxuan changed the topic and asked with concern, "Alei, how is your body now? Are you feeling okay?" Shilei waved his hand weakly. "It's okay, I feel much better after eating." Sister Xuan, how long do we have to practice before we can sign the Warcraft contract? Shiquan asked eagerly. "It will take at least a week." Qianxuan thought for a while and answered. She didn't want people around her to sign the Warcraft contract because she was afraid it would be too conspicuous. At that time, even the flying machines were put away, not to mention the more incredible Warcraft. Hearing this, the two brothers were excited again. As long as they practiced for a week, they could have their own Warcraft. Thinking of this, they were interested in watching other people choose their own Warcraft eggs. Sister Xuan, what is the basis for choosing Warcraft eggs? What exactly is the strong sense of intimacy you mentioned before? Shiquan asked puzzledly. Qianxuan explained, "I don't know the details. Sometimes the contractor and the monster have the same attributes, sometimes they have completely opposite attributes, sometimes they have the same temper, and sometimes they have completely different personalities. There are all kinds of situations, and there is no pattern at all. If I really want to say it, it may be the spiritual magnetic field, but this is also my personal guess. As for the strong sense of intimacy, you won't understand it, even if I tell you. You will know it naturally when you make your own choice." "Oh," Shiquan responded, but his eyes were fixed on the colorful monster eggs of different shapes in the warehouse. That look was quite affectionate. Thinking of this, Qianxuan felt a chill in her heart and her body shook unconsciously. "Are you cold?" Kimoki, who had never left her eyes, took her abnormality into his eyes, frowned, took off his woolen coat, and lowered his head to carefully put it on her. Qianxuan opened her mouth, wanting to say that she was not cold, but for some reason she didn't say it. Her hands involuntarily grasped the collar of her woolen coat. The woolen coat had a familiar smell, lingering on her nose, and the residual body temperature seemed to penetrate her skin and warm her heart. "You gave me the clothes. Aren't you cold yourself?" The tongue turned, and the words he said changed. Kimoki reached out to help her tuck the hair behind her ears. "It's okay, I don't feel cold." Shiquan and Shilei on the side looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Although they had asked Qianxuan before and knew the identity of this man and that he was pursuing Sister Xuan, they were still a little surprised to see the intimacy between the two when they were together. It's not that Sister Xuan shouldn't fall in love with a man, but some of the impressions in the past were too deep. They have always seen Sister Xuan's attitude towards men. Although they have never been in a relationship, they can see that Sister Xuan's attitude towards the opposite sex is problematic. In her eyes, it seems that she has never considered that there will be men who love her. In layman's terms, she has become so slow that she is hated by heaven and man. I remember there was a colleague of Sister Xuan, a young and promising officer, who would ask her out for a trip whenever the holidays came. The man was quite romantic. Every time Sister Xuan came back from a trip, she would receive some unique small gifts, which were not expensive, but very thoughtful, all in the name of thanking Sister Xuan for accompanying him on a trip. Even a fool could see that man's feelings for Sister Xuan, but the person involved was unaware. Later, Uncle Wu discovered that there was a big-tailed wolf around his daughter, and used his power to transfer the officer to another military region. The man was full of embarrassment and reluctance in the face of the transfer order, and even wanted to find a way to keep him. Sister Xuan was so heartless that she congratulated him on his promotion by half a level. The expression of the officer at that time left a deep impression on them as onlookers. If they really had to describe it, it would be like a bereavement, unbelievable, wanting to cry but no tears, shaky, vomiting 3 liters of blood. All of the above words are not exaggerated. In the past, Sister Xuan was always frank and self-assured with those men, leaving no room for people to think wrongly. And just now, they actually saw her almost attached attitude. Qianxuan did not notice the shock of the brothers beside him, because the first person who came to receive the contract scroll had already arrived. "Sixth uncle, which monster egg did you choose?" Wu Wanhao raised his hand and pointed at a monster egg from a distance. "That's the one with red and gold on the eggshell." Qianxuan looked at it and saw that it was the 8th level fire monster Fiery Lion. She confirmed the half-human high monster egg. She didn't want to make any mistakes. Wu Wanhao nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's it. What monster is that?" Qianxuan handed him an 8th level contract scroll. "That's the 8th level fire monster Fiery Lion." After receiving the contract scroll, Wu Wanhao ran towards the Fiery Lion egg. For a moment, everyone in the warehouse noticed his situation, stopped what they were doing, and looked at him expectantly, very curious about the process of signing the contract. Wu Wanhao stood in front of the monster egg, not taking time to calm his breath, unfolded the contract scroll, and then tore it in half. The torn contract scroll emitted a dazzling golden light, which immediately enveloped Wu Wanhao and the monster egg. 2 seconds later, the golden light shrank into a small ball in midair and split into 2 halves, entering Wu Wanhao's body and the monster egg respectively. And then, nothing happened. Wu Wanhao circled around the Fiery Lion's egg again and again. After a minute, he saw that the egg still did not move, and he could not help but get anxious. He shouted to Qianxuan, Xuan, come and see, why hasn't it come out yet?" Qianxuan blinked and said with a smile, "Do you think he will come out now? Isn't it?" Wu Wanhao was shocked. Qianxuan was about to laugh when she found that many people present had the same doubts as Wu Wanhao. In order not to offend the crowd, she immediately held back her laughter and explained, "After signing the contract, the monster egg needs to be nurtured by the contractor with his own magic power or fighting spirit for a period of time. Depending on the situation, it takes at least a week, and at most a year. Why didn't you say it earlier? I was so excited before. Wu Wanhao looked disappointed. Seeing him stretching out his hand to put the monster egg into the space ring, Qianxuan quickly said, "Don't put the monster egg in the space ring." Wu Wanhao paused and asked curiously, "Why? Could it be that the monster egg needs to breathe?" As he said this, his face became a little uncertain. He really didn't know whether the egg needed to breathe. Ignoring Wu Wanhao's nonsensical question, Qianxuan explained, "The Warcraft has consciousness in the egg. If you don't want your Warcraft partner to ignore you after it hatches, you should put the Warcraft egg into the dark space ring." "You mean, the flame lion and the egg can understand what we are saying outside now?" Wu Wanhao looked surprised. Qianxuan nodded and suggested, "You can start to cultivate feelings with it from now on, and you can also give it a name." Hearing this, Wu Wanhao began to scratch his head and think of a name. After a while, he patted his thigh and said, "Let's call it the God of War, the invincible God of War." As if knowing that it had a name, the flame lion's egg shook slightly. Wu Wanhao looked incredulous. After a long while, his face was conflicted. He said hesitantly, "I seem to feel that it is a little happy." "Really?" Qianxuan smiled and said, "This means that it likes the name you gave it very much. But why can I sense its emotions?" Qianxuan said indifferently, "This is normal. Not only can you sense its emotions, it can also sense your emotions. This is the effect of the equal contract. So." After a pause, Qianxuan looked at everyone. "You must treat your Warcraft partners well, and treat them with sincerity. Warcraft are very pure, with clear love and hate. As long as they recognize you, they will be with you for life and never leave you. You signed an equal contract, and Warcraft will not obey your orders unconditionally, so don't order them in a condescending manner. You must know that you are equal." Seeing that everyone looked thoughtful, Qianxuan smiled faintly. "Well, Xuanxun." At this time, Wu Wanhao said with some difficulty, "The God of War is so big now, and it can't be put into the space ring. I can't carry it everywhere I go, right?" He naturally changed the name of the fiery mad lion. "You can put it in the room and input magic or fighting spirit into it every once in a while. Who said you have to hold it all the time? But I want to see the God of War break out of the shell with my own eyes. If I put it in the room, will it come out when I go back one day?" Wu Wanhao looked nervous. Qianxuan laughed. "No, don't worry. When the God of War is about to break out of the shell, you will be able to sense it." Hearing that Uncle Six attaches so much importance to the God of War, she was very happy. She regarded Patian as an important relative and friend, and naturally hoped that others would treat their Warcraft partners well. "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." Wu Wanhao looked happy. Chapter 191 Everyone's Warcraft Companion. After Wu Wanhao, many people chose their own monster eggs and came to Qianxuan to get the contract scroll. For a while, the whole warehouse was filled with golden light. The scene was as dazzling as a dream. It was 2 hours later when everyone signed the contract. In the end, except for Wu Wanhao who got the fiery mad lion, everyone else also got good results. Wu Yuan's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier wine type Warcraft Swift Eagle. Liu Yan's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier water type Warcraft Water Shadow Leopard. Wu Wanli's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier Earth type Warcraft Earth Bear. Zhaolin's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier Fire type Warcraft Flame Demon. Wu Wanxing's Warcraft partner is the 5th tier wine type Warcraft Hurricane Mantis. Zhang Huhu's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier light type Warcraft Bright Tiger. Wu Wanxing's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier fire type Warcraft Explosive Tortoise. Mana's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier wine type Warcraft Bloodthirsty Wolf. Wu Wanyan's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier water type Warcraft Hydra. Zhu Chun's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier thunder type Warcraft Thunder Eagle. Wu Wan's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier wine type Warcraft Swift Wind Wolf. Lian Sheng's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier earth type Warcraft Lion Scorpion. Li Xiao's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier ice type Warcraft Frost Sparrow. Wu Qian's Warcraft partner is the 8th tier water type Warcraft Soul White Shark. Kang Ruofa's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier wine type Warcraft Crown Griffin. Wu Qianfang's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier wine type Warcraft Rhino Wind Crane. Ruan Ming's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier wine type Warcraft Pegasus. Wu Qianming's Warcraft partner is the 9th tier fire type Warcraft Phoenix. Xin Shish's Warcraft partner is the 9th tier light type Warcraft Unicorn. Wu Qiankang's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier water type Warcraft two-headed Earth Dragon. Yanzu's Warcraft partner is the 6th tier Earth type Warcraft Brown Rock Eagle. Wu Qianan's Warcraft partner is the 8th tier Thunder type Warcraft Purple Lightning Wolf King. Wu Qianqiu's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier Water type Warcraft Snow Soul Demon Bear. Wu Qianai's Warcraft partner is the 7th tier Wine type Warcraft Wind Controlling Divine Eagle. Wu Qianxio's Warcraft partner is the 9th tier Fire type Warcraft 10-headed Fiery Sun Snake. Wu Yixin's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Wind Magic Beast Spirit Wind Swallow. Wu Irion's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Dark Magic Beast Green Scale Snake King. Wu Sansa's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Light Magic Beast Platinum Horned Python. Zhuang Yuan's Magic Beast partner is the 9th level Dark Magic Beast Hell 3-headed Dog. ZHU Shasha's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Earth Magic Beast Titan Giant Ape. Yuan Chang's Magic Beast partner is the 7th level Earth Magic Beast Earth Bear. Lu Zhi's Magic Beast partner is the 9th level Ice Magic Beast Snow Shadow Martin. Lu Chen's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Wind Magic Beast Silver Winged Falcon. Imolingling's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Dark Magic Beast Nightblade Leopard. Emma Weewo's Magic Beast partner is the 8th level Fire Magic Beast Burning Sky Demon Spider. For such a situation, some people are happy and some are sad. However, the most exaggerated one is Wu Sansi. He wanted to have a magic beast like a lion or leopard, but in the end he got a platinum horned python. If it was someone else, they would have been overjoyed to see the 8th level light type magic beast, but Wu Sansi had a bitter face. In fact, it was not his fault. 2 years ago, this child went to the river in the countryside to swim, and was bitten by a water snake. At that time, he was scared to death and thought he was going to die. Although it was later confirmed that the snake was not poisonous at all, the shadow had been left. Because this child is thick-skinned, he is not afraid of snakes, but he can't say that he doesn't like them. He always has some resistance to those soft and cold-blooded animals. The opposite of him is Zinshishi and Wu Arion. Zinshishi is looking forward to the beautiful and elegant unicorn in the legend, and she is grinning foolishly. Wu Arion purely likes snakes. Although this child is shy, his hobbies are a little different. He used to raise a corn snake. Although it is a pet snake with a beautiful appearance, there are not many people who dare to raise it. Of course, there are many other people who are either satisfied or dissatisfied. It's just that those people are good at controlling their facial expressions, and you can't tell anything from their expressions. Qianxuan first added another copy of the monster eggs that had already been signed, and then let everyone out of the warehouse. At this time, if someone saw them, they would definitely laugh. Because except for a few people, everyone in this group held a monster egg. Those small monster eggs were okay, but it looked funny to hold a giant egg like Zhuang Yuan, not to mention that there were more than one such case. Uncle Wu, how long will it take us to get to Brother Yuan? Qianxuan suddenly asked on the way. Probably tonight. Wu Wanse thought for a while and answered. Really? Yuan Chang looked surprised. Zuan, the egg of the 3-headed dog of hell is this big. How big will it be when it grows up? Zhuang Yuan asked with difficulty while holding his monster egg. For him, the weight of the egg in his hand was not a problem, but this egg was too slippery, and he dared not relax at all, for fear of accidentally dropping the egg. Brother Zhuang, didn't you name the Cerberus? How can I just name it randomly? To be cautious, I plan to think about it carefully. After saying that, he said, you haven't answered my question yet. Qianxuan recalled the Cerberus he had seen in his previous life, and said, a fully mature 9th order Cerberus is probably as big as a small villa. So big? Zhuang Yuan was shocked. If that's the case, how big a house should we build for it to live in? Qianxuan was stunned, then said, most high-level magical beasts can control their own body size. Unless they encounter a strong enemy, magical beasts generally will not maintain their original form all the time, because a huge body also means huge energy consumption. Moreover, after signing the contract, you will have a magical beast space, which is specially used for magical beasts to rest and heal. Magic beast space? Why didn't I know I had that thing? Zhuang Yuan was surprised. Qianxuan explained with a bit of a smile, it will not appear until the monster has hatched, and you cannot use the monster space. Because it is an equal contract, you cannot force the monster into the monster space or summon it out of the monster space, like you can if you sign a master-servant contract. Master-servant contract? Zhuang Yuan looked curious. Qianxuan glanced and saw that the faces of the people around who had been listening to their conversation were also curious, so she explained, the master-servant contract is a very cruel monster contract, which is extremely unfair to the monster. After signing the monster contract, the monster cannot refuse any order of the contractor, even if it is self-mutilation or suicide. If the contractor dies, the monster will not be spared. But if the monster dies, the contractor will be fine and consign a new monster. Sometimes, the contractor will even kill the monster cruelly because he is not satisfied with his own monster and then replace it with a more powerful monster. When saying these words, Qianxuan's face was filled with slight disgust and hatred. After a pause, she continued, don't think that the master-servant contract seems to be very beneficial to the contractor, but in fact it has many constraints. First of all, the magic beast that has signed the master-servant contract cannot become stronger with the contractor. Secondly, all those proud and powerful magic beasts, if forced to sign the master-servant contract, will usually choose to die with the contractor. Don't think that the equal contract is so ordinary, but if you can communicate with your magic beast one day, it will not only stay with you, but also share its life with you. You know, the lifespan of magic beasts is dozens of times that of humans. Sister Xuan, you are not kidding, are you? Lu Chen widened his eyes. In this case, it's two. He couldn't say what it was. What's the matter, have you forgotten? Sister Xuan said before that when we practice to a high level, our lifespan will get longer and longer. Lu Zhi said indifferently. After hearing what he said, Lu Chen felt that he was making a big fuss, but he couldn't help muttering, I know, but I still find it hard to accept that I might become a 1,000-year-old monster. Lu Zhi ignored him and walked briskly with the small snow shadow marten egg in her hand. By the way, Zhuangxun, there is a question I wanted to ask before. Zhu Shasha suddenly said. Qianxuan was curious, what's the question? Zhu Shasha looked tangled. Animals like lions, leopards, and tigers are all mammals, right? Why do they have eggs? Qianxuan was stunned and then said with a strange look, I don't know, but it seems that all the magic beasts in Sadia are born from eggs. She didn't realize this strange thing until now. Because of her previous life, she regarded the fact that magic beasts came out of eggs as common sense. However, when compared with the common sense on Earth, she found its unreasonableness. So what? They are magic beasts, how can they be compared with ordinary animals? Wu Wanhao said carelessly. In addition to this reason, there is really no other more reasonable reason. Qianxuan turned to Wu Wanli and asked, Dad, how was the hunting these past 2 days? Wu Wanli frowned slightly. I don't know what's going on recently, but the insects seem to have become more active. In addition to the common iron-clad beetles, knife beetles, and the occasional violent beetles, new insects have appeared recently. One can spray corrosive liquid, one has a whip-like tail, and one can attack with sonic waves. There is also a blood-sucking worm, which is long and flat. If you touch it, the blood on your body will be sucked away. Zhaolin added. Qianxuan was surprised. She didn't expect that she hadn't been out for a few days, and the situation outside had changed so much. How about the harvest of brain cores? Don't mention it. Wu Qiankang on the side waved his hand in frustration. I don't know what's going on recently. All I encounter are insects. It's rare to encounter zombies or mutant animals. Qianxuan frowned and guessed. Could it be that too many zombies and mutant animals have been killed? Impossible. Li Zia said coldly, paused, and said hesitantly, I have a feeling that the decrease in the appearance of zombies and mutant animals seems to be related to insects. Lysia has a cold temperament and has always been the representative of silence, but what she says is never aimless. Chapter 192, The Sky-Devouring Beast Clan. The topic of the reasons for the decrease in the number of zombies and mutant animals soon came to nothing, because there was no actual basis. After walking out of the warehouse on the bottom floor, everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms with their monster eggs. Qianxuan and Kimoki entered a small living room and turned around to lock the door of the small living room. Seeing her action, Kimoki on the side looked puzzled. "Come with me." Without waiting for him to speak, Qianxuan pulled him into the realm of inheritance. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, Kimoki cast an inquiring look at Qianxuan. Qianxuan said nothing, but took his hand, and suddenly the two of them changed their shapes and appeared outside a forest. The forest in front of them was lush and green, with lush branches and leaves. It should be a vibrant scene, but it made people feel a gloomy and depressing feeling for no reason. "Where is this?" Kimoki looked at Qianxuan beside him. "Come with me." Qianxuan did not answer, but pulled him closer to the forest. The forest was completely silent, without even the sound of insects or birds. The ground was covered with a thick layer of branches and leaves that were either fresh or withered. Every time they took a step, a strange chirp, rustle, or click sound would be heard. This was supposed to be an interesting thing, but in the silent forest, it made people inexplicably nervous. Kimoki looked around as he walked. He had been to many virgin forests and nature reserves, but he had never seen these trees before. The branches were dark brown and almost black, and the trunks were as thick as a few people hugging together. The light green, large, and thick leaves covered the sky above their heads. Compared to the delicate trees that had been seen before, the trees in this forest were more shocking, giving people a sense of heaviness and strength that seemed to support the sky. Suddenly, Qianxuan stopped and tilted her head slightly to listen. The expression on her face kept changing, but what remained unchanged was her solemnity. 5 minutes later, Qianxuan turned to look at Kimoki and said, "We'll wait here, they'll come pick us up." "They?" Kimoki was slightly puzzled. What or who did this they refer to? He wanted to ask, but seeing the solemnity on Qianxuan's face and her unconscious nervousness, he didn't ask in the end. Forget it, Qianxuan wouldn't hurt him anyway, and as for the answer, he would know it sooner or later. Just as the two were waiting quietly, a rustling sound came from behind the trees in front. Just when Kimoki was wondering what the person was, the answer had already appeared in front of them. It was several meters tall, with a round and huge body, long white fur, short limbs, a round head, soft half-drooped furry long ears, and a long furry tail behind it. In general, although the animal in front of him was horrible in size, it exuded a silly aura all over its body, and the gentleness in its wet and round eyes made it seem even more harmless. "What is this?" Kimoki looked at Qianxuan. "Pam beast." Qianxuan came to one of the pam beasts, touched its soft and smooth fur, and jumped lightly to sit on its back. The pam beast that Qianxuan sat on did not move, but shook its round head, and its two long ears shook like loofahs on a loofah vine, as if welcoming Qianxuan. It looked so cute. Qianxuan pointed at another pam beast, and motioned Kimoki to sit on it, and Kimoki did so. After the two of them sat firmly, the two pam beasts carried them, and began to walk towards the center of the forest. The pam beasts did not walk very fast, but their steps were very large, so the speed of travel was not slow. 10 minutes later, the two saw a faint light for the first time since entering the forest, and soon, a grassland with lakes of all sizes and no visible boundaries appeared in front of them. The pam beasts continued to walk, and along the way, they saw many pam beasts resting or drinking water by the lake. Seeing them, the pam beasts all looked over in twas and threes, looking at Qianxuan and Kimoki curiously. The two pam beasts carried them deep into the grassland. The pam beasts that gradually appeared in front of them were different from the ones in front. Kimoki looked closely and saw that the pam beasts seemed to be carrying something on their backs, but because of the cover of fur, he could not see clearly. He only saw that it was black and moved, so it should be a living thing. The pace of progress did not stop. Just when Kimoki thought they would go straight through the grassland, a huge valley appeared in front of them. This situation made Kimoki raise his eyebrows in surprise. He had never seen a valley in that forest. When they reached the mouth of the valley, the two Pam beasts stopped moving forward. Seeing this, Qianxuan jumped off the back of the Pam beast lightly, and Kimoki also jumped off the back of the Pam beast. Qianxuan took a deep breath, stabilized her emotions, and signaled Kimoki to follow her with her eyes. The two walked into the valley steadily. As soon as they entered the valley, invisible pressure came from all directions. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows, as if he had expected such a situation, and continued to move forward without changing his body. Kimoki was caught off guard, so his body swayed a little, but he soon stabilized. Half an hour later, looking at the scene in front of him, Kimoki was shocked, while Qianxuan had a serious face. In front of him were dozens of black stone pillars standing on the ground and soaring into the sky. Of course, these were not enough to shock Kimoki. What really shocked him was the giant creatures hovering on those stone pillars. The snake-like body was covered with crystal clear scales like black gemstones, and the ribs had huge wings that covered the sky, with dense and beautiful lacquer feathers on them. There was a sharp horn-like black crystal between the eyebrows. The head was different from any creature he had ever seen, but it gave people a sense of depth and danger, and under their abdomens were 4 huge claws with sharp light. Their eyes were completely black, with no distinction between pupils and whites, like the abyss behind the cliff, mysterious and unpredictable. These creatures were completely black, but it did not affect their sharp and aggressive beauty at all. Every inch of their bodies seemed to interpret what power and strength were. Looking at them was like seeing the vast starry sky in the dark night, so mysterious and charming. At first glance, this creature looked like the legendary dragon in Country Z, but a closer look would reveal that there was actually a big difference between the two. Moreover, these creatures were very large in size. He estimated that the smallest one was more than 10 meters long, and the largest one was nearly 100 meters long. He guessed that these should be a kind of magic beast, or a very high-level magic beast, but he had no idea about the specific name. Standing in front of these magic beasts, you will feel a heavy pressure coming at you. This pressure comes from the heart, and has nothing to do with the body. At this moment, the largest magic beast opened its mouth with its eyes slightly closed. The inheritance world has been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. We have been waiting for your visit for hundreds of years. The deep voice echoed around, and it lasted for a long time. Kimoki frowned. He was sure that the other party was speaking a language, but he couldn't understand it at all. Listening to the ancient language spoken by the other party, Qianxuan secretly felt fortunate that her mother forced her to learn it when she was a child in her previous life. She bowed slightly, performed an ancient wizard salute, raised her head and said loudly, "Nonado Zuafan greets all the excellences. Respected Lord of Inheritance, you haven't visited me for hundreds of years before. I guess you don't have the idea of asking my clan to help you. In this case, I'm very curious about the purpose of your visit." It was still the same voice, but with a trace of confusion. Qianxuan's face straightened, and he said solemnly, "This time, I hope to fulfill the promise of our ancestors hundreds of thousands of years ago with the nobles." As soon as Qianxuan's words came out, the air around them seemed to be stagnant and silent. After a while, the scene suddenly became lively. The monsters that were originally quietly hovering on the stone pillars began to move. Although they did not make any sound, one could tell from their shaking that they were very upset. The monster that should be the clan leader suddenly opened its slightly closed eyes and asked anxiously, "Are you talking about the agreement?" Even though he still did not understand what he meant, Kimoki could hear its excitement. Qianxuan was about to answer when she saw that the clan leader seemed to have suddenly thought of something and looked straight at Kimoki. As he continued to look at him, his eyes lit up. "Is it him?" Because of his excitement, the clan leader's voice was obviously trembling. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters looked at Kimoki with burning eyes. Even though Kimoki had always been strong enough, he felt a little uncomfortable in the face of so many hungry wolves looking at meat. Qianxuan said calmly, "Indeed, he is a person with abyssal constitution and has begun to practice the devouring word art." As soon as the words fell, the monsters exploded and could no longer control themselves from speaking. All kinds of whispers came from all around. The range of these monsters' voices was very wide. Although the volume was deliberately lowered, the mixed voices of so many monsters still made Qianxuan's ears ring. He couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Ha 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 ha. A deep and hearty laugh came from the mouth of the patriarch. Our sky-devouring beast clan can finally welcome the true king. It's worth my waiting for so many years. I finally don't have to live up to the earnest instructions of the sky-devouring beast clan's generations of patriarchs before they died. As he spoke, the sky-devouring beast clan leader flapped his wings, blowing gusts of wind, and in just a moment he flew from the stone pillar to Qianxuan and Qimoki. At the same time, the sound of flapping wings came from behind him, and the wind was raging. Dozens of sky-devouring beasts fell behind the sky-devouring beast clan leader. The sky-devouring beasts looked at Qimoki without blinking, thinking that this person would be the contractor of their cubs in the future, and could bring them the king they had been waiting for a long time. The more they looked at him, the more satisfied they were, grinning with joy, completely without the majesty and momentum that Qimoki had seen before. After a series of events today, Qimoki was confused and didn't know anything. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but look at Qianxuan for an explanation. Chapter 193 Child Marriage. Qianxuan, who had just relaxed, was stunned when she noticed the doubt in Qimoki's eyes. Then she realized that one of the parties still didn't know anything. She turned her head and whispered in Qimoki's ear, "The Sky Devourer is the most suitable contract beast for those with abyssal physique. The two complement each other. These are all adult Sky Devourers of the Sky Devourer clan. The one who spoke to me before is the patriarch of the Sky Devourer clan." Qimoki nodded to show that he understood, and then hesitantly said, "They seem excited to see me." Although Qianxuan said that her ancestors had an agreement with these monsters, even if they did not object to their descendants becoming contract beasts of humans, they should not be as excited as these Sky Devourers in front of them, right? Qianxuan frowned slightly and said, "This is a long story. I will tell you after we leave here." Hearing this, Qimoki had no choice but to nod. "Lord of the Inheritance, what do you think? Should we start preparing for the contract ceremony right away?" The Sky Devourer clan leader said impatiently. Not sure if it was his illusion, but from those bottomless dark eyes, Qimoki actually saw a trace of flattery. Qianxuan said, "The guest follows the host's wishes, but before the ceremony, should we first decide on the Sky Devouring beast egg for the contract?" As soon as she said this, the atmosphere around them froze for a moment, and then became thick with smoke, and the air was filled with a sense of tension. They want to fight for the opportunity for their children or brothers to become your contracted beasts. Seeing the doubt in Qimoki's eyes, Qianxuan explained softly. 5 seconds later, the sky-devouring beasts that were originally motionless began to stir, and the slight flapping of wings and the sound of the tails repeatedly showed that these sky-devouring beasts had begun to rub their hands and were eager to fight. There are also struggles between warcraft, but compared to the intrigues of humans, their methods are simpler, more direct and more open. If there is a disagreement, they will fight, and whoever wins will listen to whoever wins. Seeing that the scene was about to get chaotic, the sky-devouring beast's chief turned around and growled in a warning voice. The voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty, which made all the sky-devouring beasts calm down. A trace of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the sky-devouring beast's chief, and then he said, "At present, our tribe has a total of 31 eggs. For the sake of fairness, those with abyssal constitutions will contact them one by one, and then choose the most suitable contracted beast, based on the resonance." The so-called resonance is actually the intimacy that Qianxuan mentioned before. The sky-devouring beast's chief seems to have a lot of prestige among these sky-devouring beasts, and no sky-devouring beast raised any objections to his decision. And this time, Qianxuan did not forget to translate the sky-devouring beast's chief's words to Qimoki. Qianxuan said to the sky-devouring beast's chief, "Your Excellency Chief, in addition to preparing the contract ceremony and selecting sky-devouring beast eggs, don't forget to select the Pam beast eggs." Yes, 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 I'm so excited that my brain is not working well enough. As he spoke, the sky-devouring beast's chief issued a series of instructions, commanding the sky-devouring beasts to prepare the contract ceremony, transport sky-devouring beast eggs, and select Pam beast eggs in an orderly manner. Qianxuan consciously explained to Kimoki, sky-devouring beast cubs are very delicate, and it is easy for them to die before they reach adulthood. And Pam Beast is the best nanny for sky-devouring beasts. Although it has no attributes, it is also a 7th level magic beast with very strong defense, gentle and careful personality, and can guarantee the survival of sky-devouring beasts to the greatest extent. Kimoki was shocked. It was the first time he heard that magic beasts had nannies. However, he frowned. Why not just choose an adult Pam Beast, but Pam Beast eggs? At that time, will Pam Beast take care of the sky-devouring beast, or will he take care of the other two? Qianxuan obviously understood the unfinished meaning of his words. She curled the corners of her lips and said, a Pam Beast will only recognize one sky-devouring beast in its entire life. If the sky-devouring beast that the Pam Beast is taking care of dies, the Pam Beast will stop eating and drinking, and die with it. And those adult Pam Beasts already have sky-devouring beasts to take care of. Kimoki's mouth twitched slightly. From what you said, why is it like an alternative version of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's love suicide? That's right. Qianxuan looked innocent. Didn't I say it? There are only male sky-devouring beasts and only female Pam Beasts, and the two are partners. Before adulthood, Pam Beasts take care of and protect sky-devouring beasts. After adulthood, it is the sky-devouring beast that protects Pam Beasts. Kimoki's mouth twitched fiercely. Is this a child marriage? In this case, I not only have to take care of my own contracted beast, but also the contracted beast's wife. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about those. Paman is very keen on taking care of its partner, and it definitely doesn't want you to take its life. When the time comes, you probably just need to prepare food for them, and you don't have to worry about anything else. In fact, it's like having two contracted beasts. Qianxuan comforted. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. I remember it was written in the book that a person can only have one contracted beast. That's not the case. Qianxuan shook her head and said, in your case, the sky-devouring beast signed a contract with you, and the Paman is a subsidiary of the sky-devouring beast, so naturally the Paman is equivalent to your contracted beast. After a pause, she added, in this way, the Paman can also advance with you. Don't underestimate them. The defense of the Paman is better than that of the Earth-type monsters of the same level. Breaking through the defense of the Paman of the original level is as indestructible as a copper wall and iron wall. Just as they talked for a while, the scene in front of them had changed drastically with the busyness of those sky-devouring beasts. The stone pillars that had been rising to the sky were no longer visible. Instead, there was a circular stone platform with a diameter of tens of meters and complex and obscure magic grooves. Around the stone platform, there stood 9 totem stone pillars half a person's height. At the same time, there were many more adult Pam Beasts on the grass nearby. Each of them was protecting a huge black sky-devouring beast egg. They should be the mothers of those eggs. At this time, a Pam Beast came over with a snow white egg, led by 2 sky-devouring beasts. What is this? Looking at the snow white egg, Qianxuan's face showed surprise. She had seen Pam Beast eggs, which were also snow white like the one in front of her, but she had never seen such a big Pam Beast egg. The head was almost 1 meter high, 3 times that of an ordinary Pam Beast egg. This egg is a mutant. If my estimate is correct, the Pam Beast hatched from this egg is at least level 8. This is to choose a partner for the future king, so naturally we have to choose the best one. The sky-devouring beast clan leader explained with a little boasting. Among the magic beasts, there is a very small chance of giving birth to mutant magic beast eggs. The potential of this kind of magic beast is usually 1 or 2 levels higher than the original level, or the attribute is mutated, or 1 or 2 more attributes than the original. Just like the principle of those who are not of my race must have different hearts among humans, these mutant magic beasts are usually abandoned by the tribe and parents, and only 1 in 10 can survive to adulthood. Of course, the sky-devouring beast tribe is different. As a god-level magic beast, the sky-devouring beast is born with a mature mind. In addition, the elders in the tribe, who have lived for who knows how many years, and are well informed will naturally not do those stupid things that are shallow and not presentable. Qianxuan looked at the Pam Beast egg in amazement. The sky-devouring beast tribe leader obviously spent a lot of money. You know, the higher the level of magic beast, the less likely it is to have mutant magic beast. On the contrary, it is more likely to appear among those low-level magic beasts. Maybe this mutant Pam beast egg is the only mutant Pam beast egg in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Although she had seen low-level mutant monsters several times, she had never seen one above level 7. Okay, all the eggs have been moved here. Let the Abyss Physique people go and choose them quickly, the Sky Devouring Beast clan leader urged. It was not that Qianxuan did not tell the other party Qimoki's name, so that the other party kept calling him the Abyss Physique people, which was inappropriate. It was because Patian once told her that monsters were very insensitive to human names and usually forgot them as soon as they turned their heads. Just like before, Qianxuan reported her magic name as the Master of the Inheritance Realm, but the other party still called her the Master of Inheritance. Qianxuan nodded to Qimoki, indicating that he should choose a suitable contract beast. Qimoki understood and walked towards the Sky Devouring Beast eggs. Seeing Qimoki's actions, all the Sky Devouring Beasts and Pam beasts present were staring at him intently. Among them, there were many parents and brothers and sisters of the Sky Devouring Beast eggs, and they showed both expectation and nervousness in their eyes. At first, Qimoki was uncomfortable with these burning gazes, but once he entered the range of those Sky Devouring Beast eggs, he didn't care about anything. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. The surrounding atmosphere was so familiar, as if he was facing dozens of himself. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down again. He raised his hand and placed it on the egg closest to him. From the place of contact, a breath that seemed to be from the same vein as his own surged towards him. He seemed to hear a steady heartbeat in his ears, slowly, until it synchronized with his heartbeat. It was as if he and the other party were in the same voice and tune, working together, sharing life and death. This feeling was definitely not comparable to the feeling he had from the egg of the three-headed hellhound before. In this way, Qimoki touched all the Sky Devouring Beast eggs, and finally, he stood back on the egg he touched first. No matter how many Sky Devouring Beast eggs he had touched before, this first egg gave him the most profound feeling. Seeing him like this, Qianxuan walked over. Have you made your choice? Qimoki looked at the Sky Devouring Beast egg in front of him and nodded firmly. Qianxuan was about to do something, but she noticed from the corner of her eye that the Sky Devouring Beast leader who was following her had a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. On the other side, several Sky Devouring Beasts also flapped their wings excitedly. They must be the relatives of this Sky Devouring Beast egg. Without waiting for Qianxuan to ask, the Sky Devouring Beast leader said proudly, "This is my great-grandson, the most energetic egg of this generation." Qianxuan understood and looked at the other Sky Devouring Beasts around her. She found that there was envy, loss, and a sense of as expected in their eyes. It seems that the great-grandson of the Sky Devouring Beast leader had originally shown great potential, so that the other Sky Devouring Beasts were not surprised by such a result. Chapter 194 Contract Ceremony. Since the Sky Devouring Beast egg had been chosen, the Sky Devouring Beast clan leader gave an order and the contract ceremony began. The Sky Devouring Beast clan leader took Qimoki to the middle of the stone platform, and a Sky Devouring Beast next to him put the Sky Devouring Beast egg into the concave hole in the middle of the stone platform. At the same time, the Sky Devouring Beasts under the stone platform inserted pure black magic cores into the grooves on the side of the stone platform. Qianxuan took a look and couldn't help but take a breath. At a glance, there were at least nearly 10 9th level and about 38th level dark magic cores. This was definitely a big deal. Although she had made a contract with Patian, it was not worse than this, but she used the inventory in the warehouse of the inheritance world, which was completely paid out of her own pocket. However, the Sky Devouring Beast clan had been looking forward to the Abyss Physique for so many years. Now that their wish came true, they would naturally not be stingy with these things. Seeing that everything was ready, the Sky Devouring Beast leader flapped his wings, and his huge body flew to the sky above the stone platform as light as a feather, and finally stopped in the air in the center of the stone platform. The huge body of dozens of meters long blocked all the light outside the stone platform like covering the sky and the sun. Roar! The Sky Devouring Beast leader raised his head, and the sky-high momentum emanated with his roar, causing waves of air in the surrounding air. Roar, roar, roar. The Sky Devouring Beasts around the stone platform followed suit and roared one after another. For a while, The sound continued for a long time. Qianxuan listened to it and felt that he seemed to hear excitement, solemnity, and majesty in these sounds, like the chanting of ancient times, which shocked people. After the roar lasted for a minute, accompanied by a rumble, the 9 totem stone pillars around the stone platform soared into the sky and did not stop until they were more than 10 meters high. At the same time, 9 huge sky-devouring beasts leaped up from the surroundings, each occupying a totem stone pillar and hovering. At this time, the sky-devouring beasts finally quieted down and looked solemnly at the stone platform in the middle. Kimoki, who was standing on the stone platform, had a flash of realization in his eyes. He looked at the sky-devouring beast clan leader above his head, then took out a dagger and cut his wrist neatly. The blood gushed out onto the sky-devouring beast egg in front of him. Almost a second later, the 9 sky-devouring beasts on the totem stone pillars all flew up, stretched out their claws in unison to cut open their abdomens, and the black blood poured down the 9 totem stone pillars like a pot, winding down along the pillars, climbing up the stone platform, as if it had life, and filling the magic grooves on the stone platform bit by bit. At this time, Kimoki's blood also fell onto the stone platform along with the sky-devouring beast egg, and also flowed into the complex magic grooves on the stone platform. In just a few seconds, the bright red and the dark black merged together. In an instant, the dozens of dark magic cores lit up one after another, interweaving and emitting dark light. When all the magic cores were lit, the blood in the grooves of the magic pattern had all been intertwined and fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and dots of light emanated from it. The originally unclear contract array revealed its true appearance, and gradually separated from the stone platform, as if it was alive, floating on the body of the sky-devouring beast clan leader in midair. At the same time, the 9 totem stone pillars all lit up, shooting black light at the sky-devouring beast clan leader in the middle. The sky-devouring beast clan leader's figure shook, and his face twisted as if in pain, but soon stood still. His eyes condensed, and the 9 black rays gathered on his body rushed down, covering Kimoki and the sky-devouring beast egg in the center of the stone platform. At this time, the 2 Pam beasts carried the mutant Pam beast egg, and walked to the side of the stone platform, and carefully pushed the egg onto the stone platform. As if sensing it, a pocket contract array fell from the contract array in midair, covering the mutant Pam beast egg. Seeing this, the 2 Pam beasts who had completed their mission hurried away. At some point, a thick black fog appeared around the stone platform, gradually spreading out, covering the surrounding totem stone pillars, the 9 sky-devouring beasts, and the sky-devouring beast clan leader in the air. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and in the end it was like a solid black sphere, covering the contract ceremony on the stone platform. Seeing this, Qianxuan, who was watching, breathed a sigh of relief. Because of her own experience, she knew that by now, the ceremony had actually been more than half successful, and the rest was just a matter of time. However, compared to the moon-dwelling beast clan, the sky-devouring beast clan's contract ceremony looked much bloodier, but it was roughly the same. According to her experience, Kimoki must be very miserable when he comes out, so she'd better prepare early. This wait time passed for more than 2 hours. Just when Qianxuan was thinking about whether to do something to kill time, she saw the black fog around the stone platform floating, and it disappeared suddenly, as if it had never appeared. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of collisions came, bringing Qianxuan and the sky-devouring beasts, who were somewhat unable to react to the sudden change, back to their senses. Seeing the scene in front of them clearly, Qianxuan and the sky-devouring beasts were all shocked. It turned out that the collisions were the sounds of the sky-devouring beasts participating in the contract ceremony falling from the air and hitting the ground. At first glance, the 9 sky-devouring beasts all looked listless, and the wounds on the surface were still oozing out ink like blood, intertwined with the emerald green grass, which made the onlookers frightened. Qianxuan was about to make a move when he saw 9 Pam beasts rushing up, each of them anxiously circling around a sky-devouring beast, which should be the companions of the sky-devouring beasts. Seeing those Pam beasts, the 9 sky-devouring beasts changed their shapes and shrank to a size of less than 1 meter long. The Pam beasts hurried forward and licked the wounds of the sky-devouring beasts affectionately. Visible to the naked eye, those wounds began to slowly heal and scab. Qianxuan was stunned. It was the first time she knew that the saliva of the Pam beast had a miraculous effect on wounds. Suddenly, a violent airflow caught her attention. She looked up and saw that it was the chief of the sky-devouring beasts who was staggering down from the air. Compared with the 9 sky-devouring beasts before, although he had no wounds, he was in a worse state. Anyone with eyes could see that his mental state was much worse than before. Qianxuan looked at the stone platform and saw that the red and black blood on it had disappeared without a trace, just as clean as at the beginning. Qimoka's face was pale, his whole body was covered with cold sweat, and he was panting and fell to the ground. Qianxuan ran over quickly, jumped onto the stone platform, and handed him the water and towel that he had prepared in advance. Qimoki just took it, but saw a bang and the mineral water slipped from his hand. Qimoka's eyes flashed with helplessness and annoyance. Just as he was about to reach out to pick it up, he saw a white little hand pick up the water before him. "Open your mouth." Qianxuan twisted the bottle cap and handed the bottle mouth to Qimoka's mouth. Qimoki was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and the sweet water flowed into his mouth, moistening his thirsty throat. "Is that enough?" Qianxuan asked, seeing that half a bottle of water had been fed. Qimoki blinked and said, "More." There was undisguised joy in his eyes. Qianxuan blushed a little when she saw his gaze. After finally feeding a bottle of water, she was about to leave when she heard Qimoka's voice. "Zhuangsun, my hands are weak. I want you to help me wipe the sweat." Qianxuan's mouth twitched fiercely twice. It was obviously the same low and clear voice as usual. Why did she feel that the other party was acting coquettishly with her? Turning her head, she saw Qimoki looking at her innocently, with sweat all over his head and face. Qianxuan sighed, stepped forward to take the towel in the other's hand, bent down and began to help her wipe the sweat. Qianxuan's movements were not gentle and were a little rough. She didn't control her strength several times. Even so, Qimoka's brows were always relaxed, his eyes were closed, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he looked very happy. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. Qianxuan had done it on purpose, but seeing him accepting everything and not complaining, she gradually felt distressed, and her movements became lighter unconsciously. Qimoki naturally noticed it, and the arc of his mouth became deeper. After helping Qimoki wipe the sweat off his face, Qianxuan had time to pay attention to the sky-devouring beast egg and the Pam beast egg over there. Sure enough, just like Patian at the beginning, the 2 eggs were full of mysterious and complicated patterns, no longer as plain as before. "Lord of the Inheritance, do you think we should let the abyss physique rest in our tribe for a while?" A slightly weak voice sounded in Qianxuan's ears. Qianxuan looked over and found that it was the sky-devouring beast clan leader. It was also shrunk to less than 1 meter long at this time, and was carried on the back of a Pam beast. Looking at the expectation in his eyes, how could Qianxuan not know what he was thinking? She was originally kept by the leader of the moon-dwelling beast clan. During those days, every moon-dwelling beast of the moon-dwelling beast clan had a talk with her, asking her to be good to their cubs by both soft and hard tactics. But you have to know that magic beasts act very directly, so they really don't have any conversation skills. Usually, 9 out of 10 beasts use similar words, and the remaining 1 must be silent. You can imagine how painful it is to have someone repeat the same words in your ear for several days in a row. If she had time now, she really wouldn't mind letting Qimoki experience it, but they were going to where Big Brother Yuan was tonight, and they didn't have time to waste. After all, the time and the territory of the sky-devouring beast clan was synchronized with the outside. Looking at the miniature sky-devouring beast clan leader whose majesty had completely faded, Qianxuan couldn't help but think of the moon-dwelling beasts of the moon-dwelling beast clan who had also shown their true forms, in order to give her a warning. When she brought Patian over again, they all showed their true nature and treated her casually. According to them, she was an outsider before, so she had to behave herself. When she became Patian's contractor, she became one of their own, so naturally they didn't have to be so considerate. Sometimes when I think about it, the behavior patterns of these monsters are really not much different. They are all equally cute and make people smile. Chapter 195 Yuan Chang is injured. After politely declining the sky-devouring beast leader's request to stay, Qianxuan took Kimoki and quickly left the sky-devouring beast's territory, each holding an egg. After leaving the forest, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and then gave Kimoki a look that said, "You got a bargain." Kimoki was puzzled, but he did not pursue the matter. He said, "Now you can tell me why those sky-devouring beasts are so excited." "You are talking about that." Qianxuan stroked the hair beside her ear and said, "I told you that the Book of Devouring Art was given to the Zuofan family by a friend of the Zuofan family's ancestor who was a person with an abyss physique. The contracted beast of that friend was the sky-devouring beast, and that sky-devouring beast was also the king of the sky-devouring beast clan at that time. Before that, although the sky-devouring beast clan was also a god-level demon beast clan, for some reason, there had never been a sky-devouring beast that reached the god level, until the king of the sky-devouring beast clan and a friend of the abyss physique signed a contract, and then cultivated to the god level. At that time, the sky-devouring beast clan knew that signing a contract with the abyss physique was a shortcut to advance to the god level. Just when the sky-devouring beasts thought that they were about to be revived, the friend who was a person with the abyss physique was accidentally in danger and seriously injured. In order not to be hunted down by various enemies, the friend left Sadie with his contracted beast. Before leaving, he entrusted the sky-devouring beasts and the devouring word art to the ancestors of the Zuofan family, asking them to hand over the devouring word art on their behalf when they met a person with the abyss physique, and to conclude a contract with the sky-devouring beasts. Later, the god-level monsters of Sadia were besieged by humans, and the Zuofan family members ran around and transferred those god-level monsters into the inheritance realm, and the sky-devouring beasts were naturally among them. However, due to the mistake of the ancestors of the Zuofan family, the devouring word art was put into the warehouse of the inheritance realm. Later, even if they met a person with the abyss physique, there was no way to take out the devouring word art, let alone let the abyss physique enter the inheritance realm and conclude a contract with the sky-devouring beast. Therefore, the sky-devouring beasts have been waiting for the appearance of the abyss physique for hundreds of thousands of years. But even so, those sky-devouring beasts don't need to be so excited, right? After listening to Qianxuan's words, Kimoki felt a little puzzled. After all, in his opinion, having one more king didn't seem to be of much benefit to the sky-devouring beasts. Anyway, they were now living in the inheritance realm and didn't have any survival pressure. Not only that, the god-level monsters have their own inheritance. As long as they reach the god level, a complete race inheritance will appear in their brains. That is the source of pride for the god level monsters, and it represents the purity of their bloodline. As long as they obtain the inheritance, the sky-devouring beasts can obtain the cultivation method of breaking through to the god level in addition to signing a contract with the abyss physique, which is also the orthodox cultivation method of the sky-devouring beasts. The appearance of the king means that the sky-devouring beasts have become a veritable god-level monster clan. Do you think they can't be excited? Qianxuan asked back. Kimoki nodded to show that he understood, and then asked in a somewhat strange tone, "Since the sky-devouring beast clan has never had a god-level appearance, has it not been bullied by other magic beast races?" He actually wanted to say extermination of the race. Even if the magic beasts were brainless or heartless, they would probably not look down on a magic beast race that had the title of god-level magic beasts, but did not have the strength to match it, right? Pucci. Qianxuan couldn't help laughing, and said with great joy, "Then they can also bully them? Not to mention those saint-level magic beasts, even other god-level magic beasts have to give in to the sky-devouring beast clan." Kimoki was surprised. "Why? Guess what the sky-devouring beast clan's ability is?" Qianxuan asked with a smile. Kimoki frowned, and after a while he hesitated and said, "Could it be the same devouring as me?" From the name of the sky-devouring beast clan, plus the feeling of being connected by the same bloodline that he had felt before, this possibility is very high. The answer is correct. Qianxuan continued, "But in essence, the devouring of the sky-devouring beasts is somewhat different from yours. They can purify and extract what they devour, and then transform it, or swallow it into their own stomachs, or return it to the original owner. For example, if the sky-devouring beasts devour a part of the vitality of a creature and then return it, the purified and extracted vitality can not only restore the creature to its original state, but also have many unspeakable benefits. Therefore, no magic beast is willing to offend the sky-devouring beasts, just like most people are unwilling to offend doctors. But, after a pause, Qianxuan continued, for the sky-devouring beasts, this kind of respect from other magic beasts that is not obtained by strength is very frustrating for them. When they are angry, they show a very bad personality to the outside world and enjoy making fun of others. This is why, no matter how curious she was before, she never thought of visiting the sky-devouring beasts, and why she was always nervous before. She heard a moon-dwelling beast from the moon-dwelling beasts describe in detail the various miserable experiences when it was taken to the sky-devouring beasts by its elders to live with them when it was a child. In fact, Qianxuan forgot that no matter how much the sky-devouring beasts like to play tricks on people, they dare not play tricks on her, the owner of the inheritance realm. After all, their relationship is equivalent to that of a landlord and a tenant. I have never seen a tenant dare to offend a landlord casually. Isn't that courting death? By the way, it's almost 6 or 7 o'clock now. I'm so hungry. Qianxuan touched her flat stomach and complained. Hearing this, Kimoki hurriedly said, then let's go out quickly. He didn't want Qianxuan to starve. Wait. Qianxuan grabbed him and said, are you going to put these 2 eggs in the inheritance realm, or in your own room? Put them in the inheritance realm. Kimoki said without hesitation. If they were put back in his own room, it would definitely delay for a while, making Qianxuan hungry for a while longer. Hearing what he said, Qianxuan took him to Zuha Castle, placed the 2 eggs, and the 2 left the inheritance realm. As soon as they came out, they went straight to the restaurant. They first had a big bowl of ramen, and drank up the rich soup made with big bones. Then they ate several plates of fried dumplings and fried noodles, and finally filled their stomachs. By the way, have you thought of what names to give Sky Devourer and Paman? Qianxuan asked, after drinking a sip of water. Sky Devourer will be called Future, and Paman will be called Hope, Kimoki said casually. Qianxuan frowned. What is this? The fastest name in history? After chatting for a few words, the 2 walked out of the restaurant side by side. The aircraft has stopped. It should be where Brother Yuan is, right? Qianxuan looked at the still ruins outside the aircraft and asked excitedly. Why don't we go ask? Kimoki said lightly. The 2 walked to the living room and heard a noise coming from inside. Qianxuan was stunned. Just as she was about to push the door in, she saw the door open from the inside. A figure rushed out quickly, narrowly bypassed her, and rushed out without looking back. 6th uncle, where are you going? After a moment of hesitation, Qianxuan immediately recognized the other party and shouted hurriedly. Wu Wanhao, however, acted as if he had not heard and did not even turn his head. Qianxuan grabbed Wu Qianzhang who had just walked out of the living room. Brother, what happened? Why did 6th uncle do that? Seeing her, Wu Qianzhang did not stop, but pulled her along. That kid Yuan Chang has disappeared since dinner. Someone saw him leave the aircraft before. He probably went to find Arzu alone. What? Qianxuan widened her eyes and said angrily, did he get his head stuck in the door or something? It was night now. Whether it was insects, zombies, or mutant animals, they had an advantage over humans. He went out alone to find someone, which was simply to die. Kimoki rubbed her hair soothingly, turned his head and asked, how long has he been out? Wu Qianzhang's face was solemn. It has been more than an hour. Kimoki frowned. More than an hour. This time is really not good. With Yuan Chang's speed, he must have walked quite far. Qianxuan said angrily, what's wrong with him? Why doesn't he go with everyone else? Why does he want to show off alone? While they were talking, Wu Qianfang and others behind them rushed out. After walking through a corridor, they turned a corner and saw Wu Wanhao running in front. Just as they were about to call him, they saw the door of the aircraft opened, and 2 embarrassed people walked in supporting each other. Yuan Chang. Everyone looked and saw that one of them was Yuan Chang. Question mark? Wu Wanhao took 2 big steps forward, picked him up, and shouted, smelly boy, what are you doing? Do you want to make everyone anxious to death? Hey, "Captain, be careful, he is still injured," the man on the side said quickly. Wu Wanhao turned around and saw that it was his men. "Dan Guiyang, why is it you?" Seeing Wu Wanhao put Yuan Chang down, the man named Dan Guiyang breathed a sigh of relief and said anxiously, "Captain, don't talk about this for now. This kid is confused. Hurry up and heal his wounds." Hearing this, Wu Wanhao felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw that Yuan Chang was leaning against the wall crookedly. His clothes were tattered, and his shoulders, arms, waist, and abdomen were all bloodstained, but it was hard to tell what kind of injuries he had suffered. Looking at his eyes again, his pupils were dim, and it was obvious that he was unconscious. Wu Wanhao's heart tightened, and he happened to see Qianxuan rushing over, and hurriedly said, "Quick, Zuan." Wu Wanhao didn't need to finish his words. Qianxuan, who heard their conversation from a distance, threw a blessing of light at Yuan Chang. Before the light dissipated, another blessing of light was superimposed on him. "Okay Dan Guiyang, tell me what happened?" Seeing that Yuan Chang had been treated, Wu Wanhao turned to Dan Guiyang and asked. Wu Qianxuan and others also looked over. Dan Guiyang scratched his hair and smiled bitterly. "In fact, I don't know what happened. I was too full at dinner and went out to digest it. As a result, I accidentally stepped on the mutant moss by the nearby river and slipped into the river. I climbed out with great difficulty. I was secretly sighing at my bad luck when I saw this kid stumbling over with injuries all over his body, so I went up to help him." Chapter 196 Hometown Complex. Wu Qianxuan and the others were a little disappointed as they didn't get any information from Dan Guiyang. They frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Qianxuan's scream suddenly came. "What's wrong?" Everyone looked over. Qianxuan widened her eyes and looked at Yuan Chang's body after the light faded. Without caring about anything else, she quickly stepped forward and took off his tattered clothes. Kimoki was stunned and said angrily, "Zhuangxun, what are you doing?" The rest of the words stopped abruptly because of the scene he saw. Why hasn't this injury healed? What kind of injury is this? Wu Qianxuan and Wu Qianfang screamed in unison. Wu Qianming squatted in front of Yuan Chang, who was half leaning against the wall, and reached out to touch the shocking wound on Yuan Chang's waist and abdomen. "What is this?" Looking at the red and almost transparent mucus on his fingertips, Wu Qianming raised his eyebrows. Wu Qiankan was puzzled. "It's not blood." Wu Qianming shook his head. "The smell is wrong, and I have never seen anyone's blood is transparent and so sticky." Wu Qianfang frowned. "A Chang is like this. Is it possible that his internal organs are injured?" Everyone was stunned. It is really hard to be sure. After all, the wound looks too scary. Suddenly, the left side of Yuan Chang's waist and abdomen seemed to be cut off, and it was empty. Looking from the front, it looked like an arc. Wu Qianming frowned and said, "Zhuangxun, release the light blessing again and see." Qianxuan nodded and threw a light blessing at Yuan Chang. A minute later, the light dissipated, but the wound did not change at all, which surprised everyone who was watching. Whether in the previous life or this life, Qianxuan encountered this situation for the first time. After thinking about it, he stretched out his right hand and hovered over Yuan Chang's wound. The palm of his hand was shining with light, and the green energy like light and fog covered the wound. Under the eyes of everyone, Yuan Chang's wound began to heal at a very slow speed. It worked, Wu Wanhao said in surprise. However, his face soon changed because the healing speed was too slow. 5 minutes later, Qianxuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but Yuan Chang's wound had only healed less than 1/10. "I can't hold on any longer." 10 minutes later, Qianxuan panted and retracted his supernatural power and was embraced by Kimoki. Wu Qianming touched his chin. "How about we try to scrape off the mucus on the wound? I suspect that the mucus is hindering the healing of the wound." Wu Qianxuan pondered and said, "Then let's give it a try." "I'll do it." Wu Qianyu pushed aside Wu Qiankang, who was standing in front of him, squatted in front of Yuan Chang, condensed a small scalpel in his hand, and began to scrape off the red mucus on the wound bit by bit with neat and careful movements. But no matter how careful Wu Qianxuan was, it is conceivable that it would cause pain when he cut the wound. Even though Yuan Chang was already unconscious, he was awakened by his actions. His pale and sweaty face was twisted, his eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes in a daze. It hurts, it hurts. As soon as he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes wide and screamed in pain. Wu Qianxuan was unmoved, and his hand holding the scalpel did not even shake. He quickly and nimbly scraped off the mucus on the last small wound. As the mucus was scraped off, glaring blood flowed out of the wound. Qianxuan quickly threw a blessing of light, and when the light dissipated, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it worked this time. Feeling the pain dissipate, Qianxuan stopped screaming and touched his side waist with trembling hands. When he felt the familiar firm touch, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from his face with lingering fear. The pain just now made people want to die. But at this moment, Wu Qianxuan tore off the rag on his shoulder, picked up the scalpel, and was about to repeat what he had just done. Qianxuan shuddered violently, and without even bothering to stand up, he supported himself with his hands and quickly moved his butt away from him. Wu Qianxuan raised one eyebrow and said coldly, "Come back." Qianxuan stiffened his neck and said, "No, it hurts, okay? That's for your own good." Qianxuan was angry. "Then why don't you use anesthesia?" Everyone was stunned. They really forgot that there is such a thing as anesthesia. What the hell is anesthesia? You are being polite, even if I don't skin you alive. How dare you complain to me? Wu Wanhao raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Qianxuan was stunned. Seeing Wu Wanhao's furious look, he shrank his neck. He knew why the other party was angry, but he didn't have the courage to explain. After a long while, he stammered, I'm not. I heard news about my brother." Wu Qianxuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Speak to me nicely." After being scolded by him, Qianxuan was not so nervous anymore and said clearly, "I was a little restless and bored. After dinner, I went for a walk near the aircraft. Because I was absorbed in thinking, I walked a little far without realizing it. I had been planning to come back, but when I heard someone mention my brother's name, I couldn't help but follow them." Wu Qianfang was surprised and asked, "Oh, why are you like this?" "I had been planning to come back after finding out the good news, but I didn't expect to encounter a large group of insects I had never seen on the way. If I hadn't had an idea, I drank the deodorizing potion that Sister Xuan gave me before, and used my supernatural power to surround a small sealed house to hide in, and waited until those insects left before coming out. I might have died there today." Qianxuan was scared. Hearing this, Wu Qianxuan's face was solemn. "Describe the bugs you encountered." Those bugs have become more and more active recently, which made him a little uneasy. "They are round, like balls, the size of volleyballs, without hands and feet, but they have very strong jumping ability. Moreover, as long as they touch you, your body will melt rapidly, just like touching magma." Thinking of the pain of melting flesh, Qianxuan's body couldn't help but tremble. "Have any of you seen this kind of bug?" Wu Qianxuan turned around and asked everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Wu Qianxuan was not too disappointed. As expected, he turned around and asked again, "You said you found out the news about Azu. Tell us." Qianxuan became excited and said, "I heard that my brother was targeted. Now many people are looking for him, but they can't find him. Why is he targeted too?" Thinking of Qianxuan, Shilei and his own experience, Wu Qianfang asked in surprise, "Did Azu also awaken some powerful superpowers?" Qianxuan, Shilei and others were targeted because of this. "No." Qianxuan shook his head. "It's because of General Black." "General Black? What happened to General Black?" Wu Qianxuan frowned. Could it be because General Black caused trouble for Azu? If that was the case, he would not have given General Black to him in the first place. Qianxuan said excitedly, "I heard that General Black has awakened a very rare dark ability. My brother was able to survive because of its protection." Wu Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and then understood. "So some people started to spy on General Black?" "Yes, and then my brother has been hiding with General Black, and no one has found him until now." "No one has found him." Wu Qianxuan and the others looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that Yuan Zhu should have awakened a very special ability. At the same time, they were also a little worried. In this case, would it be difficult for them to find someone? There is an industrial park nearby. Although it is not very complicated, it is also a bit messy. I'll tell Uncle Wu about this. You guys take Shang to the medical room. After saying that, Wu Qianxuan had already walked towards Wu Wanse's office. It was not yet 9 o'clock, and Uncle Wu should not have left yet. Seeing this, Wu Qianfang and others also carried Yuan Chang to the medical room. Qianxuan thought about it, but still did not follow. Yuan Chang's remaining injuries were not serious, and there was no need for her to go. Besides, she was a little tired today. Sister, I'm going to send this strange mucus to my mother. Wu Qianyu said hello and left. In the end, only Qianxuan and Qimoki were left. I'll take you back to your room. Qimoki bowed his head and said gently. Qianxuan nodded. Both of them were tired today and were not in the mood to chat. After sending Qianxuan back to her room, Qimoki left. Listening to Qimoki's footsteps gradually disappearing outside the door, Qianxuan dragged her heavy steps to the bedside and fell on the soft big bed. She was a little dazed, with no focus in her eyes. To be honest, although it has only been a short time, she is already a little tired of this kind of wandering life. The Z countryman's love for the countryside is justified. She missed the mansion in the capital very much, but she couldn't help feeling sad when she thought that it might have been razed to the ground or turned into ruins. She was looking forward to starting to build the city earlier, owning her own home earlier, and getting rid of the emptiness of not belonging earlier. Nowadays, there are many things that she needs to do, and many things that need her to be busy, but for some reason she doesn't want to move, as if she suddenly became lazy. She thought, maybe she is a little tired of this almost boring life. Realizing her state, Qianxuan was a little stunned. How long has it been since I felt this way? Qianxuan flipped through the memories in her mind slowly. Probably after she was 16. Yes, since then, her life has been very boring, even numb, but she never seemed to feel tired in her heart, and she has always been at ease. At that time, her heart was so painful, how could she have the mind to pay attention to other things? But now, she actually felt tired. What did this mean? She crossed that hurdle? Qianxuan didn't know how to face such a conclusion. Smile? For some reason, the corners of her mouth could not rise. Cry? But her eyes were dry. Wu Qianxuan, have you been reborn? She should be happy, but what's the matter with the stuffy and astringent feeling spreading from her chest? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 News about ZHU6C. After listening to Wu Qianming's words, everyone was ready to search for a few days. Qianxuan even planned to go to the battlefield and use mental power to explore in person. So, when they saw Yuanxu appearing in front of them automatically, they were stunned. This is what happened. After lunch, they were leaving together, but suddenly heard the passing soldiers talking about something like what a big dog, and said they were looking for someone. Almost out of instinct, they stopped the two and asked about what they were talking about. Only then did they know that a man who claimed to be Yuanxu brought a black giant dog to the door of the aircraft and said he was looking for someone. They were going to inform Wu Wanli and others. After getting the news, they hurried to the door of the aircraft and saw a man and a dog standing still. Axu/brother Yuan. After coming to their senses, everyone said in surprise. Although they had guessed before coming, it was confirmed at this time, which did not reduce their surprise at all. Qimoki frowned on the side. Seeing Qianxuan calling other men so affectionately, he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing the familiar tribesman, Yuanxu also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly thrown to the ground. Brother, Yuan Chang was excited, and tears fell down. Yuanxu, who fell to the ground, gritted his teeth in pain, and said with a headache, hurry up. My bones are about to be broken by you. Oh. Yuan Chang was stunned, and quickly climbed up using his hands and feet, and stretched out a hand to Yuanxu who was still sitting on the ground. Brother, are you okay? I didn't mean to, I was too excited. He was a little incoherent. With the help of Yuan Chang, Yuanzu stood up, rubbed his shoulders that were hit hard, and said unhappily, I thought you were a little reckless, but it turns out that I didn't see that you were a tearful person. And you, why didn't you stop him just now? The last sentence was said while staring at General Hedy beside him. Facing his accusations, General Hedy was unmoved and looked calm. Everyone was amused. Even Yuan Chang, who was a little aggrieved because Yuanzu called him a tearful person, was trying not to laugh. But General Hedy seemed to have heard their laughter. He turned around and nodded to them, as if to say hello. That look, that movement, was very unique. Qianxuan laughed happily. General Hedy used to be a steady person. This time he came back. Not only is he steady, but he has also become so imposing. Don't say it. General Hedy sitting there is really intimidating. Okay, Azu, come in with us. You guys go too. By the way, tell the others that they don't need to look for the person with the black mutant Tibetan Mastiff in the afternoon. Everyone is free to do the task. Wu Qiankang said the last sentence to the soldiers around. Everyone surrounded Yuanzu and walked into the aircraft. Azu, is it really you? Wu Wancheng, who was walking from the opposite side, saw Yuanzu and said happily. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder and said excitedly, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Seeing the children coming back one by one, the elders didn't know how happy they were. Uncle Wu-san, I made you worry. By the way, where are grandpa and grandma? Yuanzu smiled, his eyes slightly red. I almost forgot. Wu Wancheng turned to the soldiers who followed him and said, go and inform the regiment commander and the chief of staff. Tell them that Yuanzu is back and ask them to go to the living room. Seeing that the soldiers took the order and left, Wu Wancheng grabbed Yuanzu's arm and said, come on, tell your uncle about you. You must have suffered a lot in the past 6 months. I see that you have lost weight and your complexion is not as good as before. I will ask Aunt to nourish you later. As he walked, he kept talking. Seeing Yuanzu's helpless face, Qianxuan and others were happy to watch the show. In fact, Yuanzu's condition was not bad. Except for being a little dirty, he was in good spirits. It was just that, because he had always been in poor health, the elders were always cautious with him, for fear that a careless move would affect his health. Wu Qianfang, Shiquan and Shilei looked much worse before, and none of the elders said anything. According to their thinking, only after going through hardships can one become a responsible man. Brother Yuan, do you want to take a shower first? Everyone can wait for you. Wu Qianqiu suggested. No. Yuanzu shook his head. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face was a little gloomy. Seeing him like this, everyone looked at each other, and they were a little worried that he might have encountered something bad. Entering the living room, Wu Wancheng and Wu Kanming sat on a sofa on the left and right, and the others sat down separately. General Hedy, go and play with the Crown Prince and the Snow Fairy. Qianxuan said to General Hedy who was guarding the door loyally. Hearing this, General Hedy seemed a little happy, but he still looked up at Yuanzu and asked for his opinion. Seeing him nod, he left with steady steps. Qianxuan took out a bunch of bananas and an apple from her space ring, and also took out some meat jerky, dried meat, preserved fruit, biscuits and other snacks that she had processed in the inheritance world before, and finally took out several kinds of juice. After a while, there was a small pile of things on the coffee table. Ignoring Yuanzu's stunned expression, Qianxuan pushed the things in front of him. Brother Yuan, you can eat, you can do whatever you want. The second half of the sentence was said to others. This. Yuanzu widened his eyes. Zuan, are you a space power user? No. Seeing his puzzled face, Qianxuan said again, let others talk to you later. I'm tired of explaining. By the way, you pick one. As she said that, she took out the silver box containing the space ring. Will it be a bit of a hindrance to wear a ring now? Yuanzu asked with some difficulty, picking up a ring at random. Everyone wanted to laugh. Wu Kanming, who was sitting next to him, directly cut a small hole on his fingertip with his thin silver knife, and then pressed it on the ring. A minute later, under Wu Kanming's explanation, Yuanzu played with the space ring in his hand with a curious look. At this moment, the door was opened, and Wu Wanli, Wu Wangxing, Wu Wanian, Wu Wan Heo and other brothers came in with Wu Yuan and Liu Yan, followed by Wu Qian's Hung and other juniors. Good. It's good to be back. Seeing Yuan Zhu sitting, Wu Yuan shouted 3 good words repeatedly. Liu Yan walked up quickly, looked at Yuan Zhu from head to toe, and said distressedly, "Why are you thinner and darker? You must have suffered a lot. Grandma will give you a supplement later." What he said was the same as Wu Wansheng's. After everyone sat down, Wu Wan's was the first to ask, "Zhu, what is your superpower?" Although he had guessed that his superpower should be very special, he still had to ask him specifically. Prophecy. Even though Yuan Zhu has always been gentle, he can't help but feel a little proud when talking about his superpower. Prophecy? Everyone exclaimed. Yuan Zhu nodded. "I call it 3 days of divine power, which can predict what will happen in the last 3 days. But there are limitations. I can only use my ability once a day. As the level rises, the content of the prediction becomes clearer and clearer." So cool. Wu Sance's eyes were full of stars. Yuan Chang and Mo Wei also looked at him enviously. Yuan Zhu smiled bitterly. "Although my ability is good, it has no attack power at all. If it weren't for Zixi and General Hei, I don't know how many times I would have died." "Did you meet Zixi? Where is she?" Wu Qian's Hang asked. "Where is my sister?" Zhu Shasha was surprised. Looking at the expectations on everyone's faces, Yuan Zhu's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. He moved his mouth, but before he could say anything, tears had already poured down. Seeing him like this, everyone's heart skipped a beat and had a bad premonition. Yuan Zhu put his hand over his mouth, as if to cover the sobs in his mouth. His shoulders drooped weakly, and he buried his head in his knees. After a while, he calmed down a little and said with difficulty, Zixi was favored by a man. I was useless, failed to protect her. She was taken away. Later, I never saw her again. She maybe, already dead." When he said the word dead, all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away, and he leaned weakly on the back of the sofa. Yuan Zhu's face was slightly hideous, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with strong hatred. 4 years ago, it was the same. He watched his beloved sister die in front of him, but he could do nothing. So he hated the government, hated the Ping and Jiang families, hated Jiang Shaoyang, but what he hated the most was himself. He hated himself for being so weak, hated himself for not being able to save his sister. And this time, the scene of 4 years ago reappeared. He saw Zixi being taken away, but he was powerless to do anything. Hearing Yuan Zhu's words, Zhu Shasha was stunned. Sister, dead. Zhu Shasha felt dizzy and her body swayed. If Zhuang Yuan hadn't supported her, she would have probably fallen down. She raised her head suddenly, grabbed Zhuang Yuan's hand and asked, "Did I hear it wrong just now? Am I right?" Zhuang Yuan was silent, not knowing what to say. Bang! Wu Yuan punched the coffee table with a heavy fist. Crack clang, the glass coffee table shattered, and the fragments fell to the ground with the things on the coffee table. Wu Yuan's face was extremely ugly, and murderous intent was revealed. "If you dare to touch the people of my 8 clans, you will die 1,000 times." If Zhu Zixi was killed by zombies, mutant animals, or insects, he would have nothing to say, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone touching the child he was protecting. Everyone's face was extremely ugly, with raging anger and grief in their eyes. Lu Chen clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yuan, do you still remember what that man looks like?" In his heart, Zhu Zixi is his sister-in-law, so how could he not want revenge? Just when Yuan Zhu was about to speak, Qianxuan suddenly said in ecstasy, "No, Sister Zixi is not dead, she is still alive. Have you forgotten?" We were his previous words. Everyone was stunned at first, and then their eyes lit up, filled with hope. Only Yuan Zhu looked confused, with an expression of expectation and trepidation. Chapter 198 Everyone's Hatred. Liu Yuan hurriedly said to Mo Wei, "Quick, Wei, use the word spirit to measure the location of Zixi." Feeling that everyone's eyes were on her, Mo Wei couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She took out a lollipop from the space ring and stood it upright on the ground. I said, "Point 2. Mo Wei's eyes were shining with golden light. "Where the living Zhu Zixi is." As she let go of her hand, the lollipop fell gently and pointed to the southwest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. ZHU Shasha cried with joy and choked up and said, "Alive. Alive. Sister is still alive, not dead." The eyes of others also flashed with joy, and Yuanzu was even more overjoyed. "Azu, you were vague before. How was Zixi captured?" Wu Wangxing asked. Yuanzu calmed down his emotions after the great sorrow and joy, and said, "I met Zixi more than 20 days after the apocalypse. She said that she originally wanted to go back to the capital, but because she was worried about me, she took a detour to find me. At that time, I had just escaped from City N for half a month by forming a convoy with some colleagues and students. Because they also planned to go to the capital, Zixi who came to find me, and I did not leave. It was also because of Zixi's protection that I was not driven out by my teammates or turned into a zombie. A month later, we arrived in City C with great difficulty, and then we met that man." Speaking of the 4 words "that man," Yuanzu showed a trace of hatred in his eyes and continued, "The man's name is Fang Zuanan, and he is the leader of a large convoy." Fang Zuanan showed his courtesy to Zixi several times, and Zixi was annoyed and finally simply avoided him every time. Although Fang Zuanan never gave up, because he had never done anything excessive, except being a little annoying, we just hated him at the time, and we didn't have any hostility. But, Yuanzu gritted his teeth and said, "We thought he was just an annoying fly, but we didn't expect him to be a sinister and cruel wolf. And my colleagues and students, I thought we had been through thick and thin together, and had some feelings for each other, but I didn't expect that in their eyes, our value was just 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a box of water." Yuanzu's eyes were slightly red. "If it weren't for my drag, Zixi wouldn't have been captured." It was then that I knew that Fang Zuanan was actually a 3rd level lightning ability user. Not to mention me, even Zixi couldn't be his opponent. Impossible. Wu Wanhao jumped up and said with wide eyes, "With Zixi's skills, she would have won against the 3rd level lightning ability user at that time, but at least she could have suffered a mutual loss. You know, ZHU Zixi can be said to have been brought up by him personally, and he knows her strength best." There was some confusion in the eyes of others. Although they didn't know ZHU Zixi's strength as well as Wu Wanhao, her strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, even if she was desperate, they would not agree to let her do the high-risk job of Interpol. Yuanzu's mouth was bitter, and he said, "Sixth uncle, I know what you mean. Zixi's skills are indeed difficult to match, but she also has superpowers. Zixi can't have awakened superpowers." Wu Wanhao interrupted him, saying it with certainty, and no one knew where his confidence came from. Hearing this, Yuanzu smiled bitterly and said, "Zixi did awaken superpowers, but the superpowers she awakened are the same as mine, without any attack capabilities." Not only Wu Wanhao, but everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that with ZHU Zixi's hot temper, she actually awakened a superpower without attack power. Question mark? After a while, Wu Wanhao asked in confusion, "What ability did Zixi awaken?" "Blessing." After a pause, Yuanzu explained, "It's similar to Wu Wu's words, but with greater restrictions, but almost unlimited durability. Like she blessed me to die of old age, and I was safe all the way." "Didn't you have awakened your ability at that time?" Wu Qianfang asked with a frown. After all, Yuanzu's ability should be able to avoid danger in advance. Yuanzu's face froze, and after a while, he said, "In fact, I did not awaken normally, and General He did not mutate normally. Fang Zuanan is an extremely cruel person. He threw General He and me into the zombie group. At that time, with General He, we climbed out of the zombie pile with one breath. But at this time, Fang Zuanan and Zixi were gone, and General He and I were covered with wounds, and we didn't even have the strength to stand up. At that time, I knew that we were infected with the zombie virus, and I was afraid that we would not survive. I originally wanted to commit suicide, but I was unwilling to do so. I was afraid that no one would save Zixi after I died, or no one would tell you about Zixi's experience, and no one would avenge her. It was also our good luck. We were in the wilderness, and with the cover of the smell of zombie corpses, we actually survived. It's just that we were unconscious for a week, and Fang Zuanan had no idea where he had taken Zixi. However, our original teammates were not far away. I took General Harry and caught up with them and killed those who betrayed and sold us out. That was the first time Yuanzu killed someone. He was not without fear, nor was he without nervousness, but whenever he thought about what they had done, his heart was extremely calm, and he could hardly even feel a trace of guilt. He was from the Yuan family of the 8 major clans. Although the Yuan family members were not as ruthless as the Qi family in killing people, they were not completely free from blood. As the head guard of the Yuan family, he was supposed to protect Sissy, but he was protected by Sissy instead. Although Yuanzu's body was broken, and his temperament was gentle, the ruthlessness that the Yuan family members had in their bones to protect their clansmen was real. Did you go looking for my sister later? Zhu Shasha asked. I did look for it, but I got some clues at the beginning, but later I couldn't predict anything. Yuanzu looked unhappy. I originally planned to go back to the capital to ask for help from everyone, but then the capital was destroyed, so I planned to go to the city shelter and wait and see. But General Harry attracted too much attention along the way and caused a lot of trouble. I inquired about the situation in the city shelter and learned that if I took General Harry with me, I would definitely provoke a big force that I can't afford to offend. In addition, after thinking about it, I felt that given the situation in the city shelter, you probably wouldn't be able to stay there, even if you went there. I also thought that there should be other tribesmen like me and Zixi who were outside, so I planned to use my supernatural powers to look for them. After twists and turns, I came here. A few days ago, I predicted that you would come here, so even though I was targeted because of General Harry, I still didn't leave. Zhu Shasha frowned like a twist. Brother Yuan, isn't your supernatural power prediction? Why can't you predict where my sister is? Yuanzu smiled bitterly. I can predict what will happen within 3 days, but I can't control what I predict. For example, I want to predict tomorrow's weather, but I may predict who I will meet tomorrow. Moreover, most of the things I predict are related to myself or the people around me. But now Zixi is not with me, and it is very difficult to predict things related to her. Zhu Shasha said dejectedly. Southwest. Southwest. It seems to be a bit far from us, and I don't know how my sister is now. Hearing her words, everyone thought of something in an instant, and their faces became very ugly. That bastard. If he dares to do anything to Sister Zixi, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Yuan Chang looked ferocious. Zinshishi looked panicked and pale. Zixi is a girl. As she said this, she was already crying. Don't talk nonsense. Although Wu Kanming scolded her, it can be seen from his expression that he has the same concerns. At this time, everyone felt that their hearts were firmly grasped by an invisible hand. As long as they thought about what Zixi might have experienced, their breathing seemed to be strangled. No, we have to go and save Sister Zixi quickly, otherwise, even if she is alive now, she may not be able to survive soon. Lu Zhi grabbed Lu Chen's hand in a panic. Go and inform everyone, come back quickly, we will set out immediately and save Zixi right away. The situation is urgent, let's put the others aside for now. Liu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he ordered Wu Wanli and others resolutely. Wu Yuan, who was sitting next to him, said nothing, obviously agreeing with his wife's words. Got it. Wu Wanli and his brothers looked at each other and answered at the same time. After Wu Wanli and others went out to do their work, Qianxuan said to Yuan Chang, Xiao Chang, take brother Yuan to wash up and explain to him the common sense of Silver Starry Sky and some of our current situations. Yuan Chang nodded and left the living room with Yuanzu. It would be great if brother was still alive. Lu Chen sighed softly. If Lu Jun was still alive, Zhu Zixi would not have lost all hope and exiled herself to become an Interpol, and she would not have encountered such a thing this time. Everyone's eyes were red, thinking of the heroic and extraordinary man in their memory. If that man was still alive, how could he bear to let his precious child suffer such a thing? All this was caused by Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang. How many tragedies, how many separations of life and death were caused by their selfishness and viciousness? How could they forget such hatred? How could they take human lives so lightly? And the reason was just for their ridiculous selfish desire for power. God knows, if they were here, they would definitely pounce on them to eat their blood nor their flesh, even if the blood was dirty, even if the meat was sour and smelly, even if their teeth were broken, they would accept it. Looking at the suffering of their people, hatred was boiling in their hearts. Sooner or later, they will get it back. The pain they have tasted, and the sorrow they have drunk, will be returned tenfold and 100-fold. Seeing the hatred and rage in the eyes of so many people who wanted to skin their enemies alive, Kimoki suddenly understood them. It was impossible to forgive an important person for being hurt. If his Qianxuan also suffered such harm, he would only hate her more and be more cruel. Chapter 199 Rushing in. Wu Wanli and his team acted very quickly. In less than half an hour, they had called back all the soldiers who had gone out. After counting the number of people, the aircraft took off smoothly and left the industrial park. In the next few days, the aircraft did not land, whether it was day or night, and rushed to where ZHU Zixi was at full speed. During this period, Moe would use her supernatural power every once in a while, for fear of making mistakes or accidents. Liu Yan was busy preparing various soups and waters to replenish Yuan Zhu's body, for fear that his body had been damaged in the past 6 months. Wu Wan's and the senior management of Silver Star were busy preparing for the construction of the city. Zhuang Yuan and others were also making their own preparations for the construction of the city. Yuan Zhu, in addition to helping Yuan Chang share the work, was busy practicing Daoqi most of the time. It was very unexpected that Yuan Zhu actually had the top light attribute Daoqi talent. Shiquan and Shilei, who were also rookies, were also practicing hard. Of course, they did so in order to meet the conditions as soon as possible to choose the monster egg. Speaking of the monster eggs, Wu Wanyan began to lead some of the older people in Silver Star to sign their own contracted beasts in the past 2 days. The first batch selected were those who had been in Silver Star for a long time, children over 6 years old, and then those warriors and their families. Gradually, everyone knew about the existence of monsters, and also knew that they needed to practice to a certain level before signing their own contracted beasts. As a result, because the aircraft has been flying these days, there is no way to go on missions to earn contribution points, resulting in a cultivation frenzy in Silver Star recently. Except for mealtime, the aircraft is empty and quiet, and everyone is practicing in the room. As for Qianxuan, she has entered the inheritance realm every day these days, using the different speeds of time to concentrate on engraving magic patterns on the magic core. After a few days, she has not only engraved more than 200,000 second level magic cores, but also made great progress in controlling the force and engraving speed when using the engraving pen. It is worth mentioning that, because Kimoki always brings hope in the future to accompany Qianxuan, on the 3rd day, hope in the future broke out of the shell. Although the adult sky-devouring beast is majestic, it is not easy to see it on the newborn little future, who is black and ugly. On the contrary, Little Hope is the size of a kitten, round, with wet amber eyes, a pink and slightly wet nose, and is covered with snow-white fluffy soft fur. Like a plush toy, it is naive and adorable. What is even more surprising is that Qianxuan used the method that the patriarch of the moon-dwelling beast clan told her to test it, and found that Hope's mutation has reached the 9th level magic beast. During these days in the inheritance world, she also observed how Little Hope took care of Little Future. Every time she saw Little Hope's small body carrying Little Future, who was as thick as a finger, walking around, she felt very incredible. Little Hope seemed to know how to take care of Little Future by nature, feeding, combing wings, bathing, walking, sunbathing, drinking water, taking care of Little Future in every possible way. Qianxuan was surprised, but Kimoki was relieved and happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. On this day, everyone came out of the restaurant after lunch, walking and talking. It seems that I haven't seen ruins for a long time. ZHU Shasha frowned as she looked at the dead forests that were quickly receding outside the aircraft. Zhuang Yuan glanced and said, "This is a hilly area with more mountains and forests and fewer buildings. Those dead forests are not uncommon. Will Sister Zixi be in such a forest now?" Qianxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. It would be a bit troublesome to find someone in that case. Kimoki squeezed the little hand in his hand and comforted her. Don't worry, we have a lot of people, and the impact is not big. At this time, the news that the aircraft was about to land came from the radio. Several people looked at each other, and it seemed that they had arrived at the place. Should we make any preparations? ZHU Shasha asked nervously. Qianxuan rolled her eyes. What is there to prepare? Just be ready to beat someone up. 5 minutes later, several people changed into Silver Star Sky uniforms. After all, they would probably have to fight at that time, and it would be inappropriate to wear casual clothes. Before getting off the aircraft, Qianxuan seemed to have thought of something, and took out a pair of yellow sapphire bracelets and a silver pendant necklace inlaid with sapphires from the space, and then put them on one by one. Kimoki looked at her strangely. As far as he knew, Qianxuan always liked to appreciate and collect these jewels, but she never liked to wear them, thinking they were too cumbersome. Qianxuan ignored Kimoki's sidelong glance. If it weren't for a certain idea, she wouldn't wear these defensive jewelry, because they were too worried about ZHU Zixi. This time, all the people from the 8 major clans went out. Even Wu Yuan and Liu Yan didn't listen to everyone's advice, and insisted on following them out. After walking a distance, everyone's eyes turned to Zinshishi, Qianxuan and ZHU Shasha. Zinshishi stepped forward, paused, pointed in a direction and said, Zixi is in this direction. Her intuition is still very useful in finding people. Everyone walked in the direction she pointed without hesitation. After walking for 15 minutes, ZHU Shasha began to open her perspective eyes and look for possible traces of people. Qianxuan was still waiting without any action. The road here was not easy to walk on. It was full of potholes and the dead leaves underfoot could easily make people slip. Also, be careful not to hold on to the dead trees, because they were not stable and could easily break apart. Therefore, Wu Wanli and Zhao Lin carefully held on to Wu Yuan and Liu Yuan, fearing that the 2 elderly people would fall if they were not careful. Wait. ZHU Shasha, who was walking in front, suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Wu Wanhao asked hurriedly. ZHU Shasha's face was solemn. There are many traces of people walking ahead, and there should be a large group of people nearby. Hearing this, Qianxuan closed his eyes and his mental power covered the surroundings. Seeing this, everyone quieted down and waited for the result. 3 minutes later, Qianxuan opened his eyes and said, there is a small settlement ahead, with about a few thousand people. Is my sister in there? ZHU Shasha asked anxiously. There is a man beside her. He should be Fang Zuanan, that big brother Yuan mentioned. Thinking of the scene seen by her mental power, Qianxuan frowned. Except for ZHU Shasha, who was too happy. Everyone noticed her frowning action and their hearts sank a little. Uncle Wu Wu? ZHU Shasha turned to look at Wu Wan's inquiringly. Wu Wan's mind raced, and the determination in his eyes flashed. Zhuangxuan leads the way, let's rush in. Looking at Zhuangxuan's expression, Zixi's situation seemed to be not good. In this case, let alone a settlement of thousands of people, even tens of thousands of people, they had to break in and rescue the people first. Hearing this, Qianxuan raised her eyebrows and rushed forward quickly. Seeing this, others followed closely. Even Wu Yuan and Liu Yan were not far behind. A few minutes later, a high concrete wall appeared in front of the people who were running fast. In front of the middle gate, there were 3 people guarding there. Wu Wanhao, Wu Qianzhang and Wu Qianfang's eyes lit up, and they jumped over Qianxuan at the same time. Wu Wanhao rammed one of them against the wall like a bull. The man was stunned by the pain. He opened his mouth to shout, but was hit on the head by a fist and fainted. Wu Qianzhang turned around and quickly covered the mouth of one person, then knocked him out with a knife. Wu Qianfang stood in front of the remaining person, and the man's face quickly turned red and congested due to the reverse flow of blood, and fell backwards. As soon as they cleared the way, Qianxuan rushed in quickly, and they also quickly returned to the team. After entering the gate, they saw a series of simple thatched houses and people gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Seeing them, those people looked surprised, but they were not hostile, probably because the 3 gatekeepers did not inform them. Qianxuan ignored them and quickly ran towards the house detected by mental power. Because no one stopped them, they had no obstacles all the way. 5 minutes later, a cement bungalow appeared in front of everyone. Qianxuan did not stop, but jumped lightly, tapping her toes on the windowsill on the first floor, and her petite body flexibly climbed over to the balcony on the second floor. Seeing this, everyone understood, except Kimoki, who also followed Qianxuan to jump up. Wuanhao kicked the door on the first floor open, and everyone immediately rushed to the second floor. How could the second floor not hear such a big commotion downstairs? In the bedroom, Fangxuan, who was tearing Zhu Zix's clothes, paused and climbed out of the bed. Zhu Zixi, who was already a little dizzy on the bed, breathed a sigh of relief. Fangxuan took a few steps and opened the door. Just as he was about to ask the people below to be quiet, he heard a click sound behind him. Fangxuan was startled and turned his head quickly and saw a misty figure like smoke and fog coming to the bed from the open window at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and picked up Zhu Zixi on the bed with the quilt. Fangxuan's face darkened, and just as he was about to move, he saw the figure put Zhu Zixi aside and rushed towards him at lightning speed. He thought to himself that it was not good, and he was hit hard on the face. He groaned and was about to fight back, but a very terrifying momentum pressed over. He subconsciously looked up and saw a man standing in front of the window, looking at him expressionlessly, his eyes as cold as a cold pond, making him dare not move at all. At this moment, another punch hit Fangxuan's face. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." Qianxuan raised her leg and kicked him in the stomach with all her strength. Although Qianxuan's strength was a little small, she could still kick a person away. Ahem. Fangxuan half supported and raised his head and found that the one who beat him was actually a stunning beauty who was no less beautiful than Zhu Zixi, and he was stunned immediately. However, soon, a haze flashed in his eyes. Who are they, and do they know Zhu Zixi? At this time, the chaotic footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon, Wuanhao and others appeared in front of him. Seeing Fangxuan half sitting on the ground, Wuanhao didn't think twice and stepped forward and kicked him. "Where is our Zixi?" Wuanhao's strength was not comparable to Qianxuan's. The power of that kick was so great that Fangxuan fell out and rolled several times, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. However, he didn't care about these at the moment. Looking at the group of handsome men and beautiful women in front of him, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Chapter 200, Sister Zhu Zixi. Sixth uncle, Sister Zixi is inside. Qianxuan hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shasha rushed in immediately. Wuanhao was about to take a step, but he seemed to suddenly think of something and took back his steps. "Sister." Zhu Shasha saw Zhu Zixi sitting on the ground, wrapped in a quilt. She was so thin that she looked like a bag of bones, which made her originally bright and beautiful appearance more pitiful. If it weren't for the determination between her eyebrows, Zhu Shasha really couldn't recognize her. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Zixi opened her half-closed eyes, and the haziness in them slowly turned into clarity. Her tone was full of surprise and disbelief, and she murmured in a hoarse voice, "Shasha?" Zhu Shasha nodded quickly, her eyes moist, and said, "Sister, it's me, I'm Shasha." Sister Zixi, put on this dress quickly. Qianxuan, who had just walked in, threw down a long red down jacket without saying a word, and then took out the matching sweater, jeans, and shoes and socks. Seeing this, Kimoki, who was about to walk to Qianxuan, turned around and walked out. Zhu Zixi did not hesitate and pulled off the quilt on her body, revealing her almost naked body and the bruises on it. Zhu Shasha's face changed immediately, and she asked angrily, "Who did it?" This question was simply a question she knew the answer to. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Shasha herself reacted immediately and rushed out without looking back. Seeing her like this, Zhu Zixi was not in a hurry. She had heard many familiar voices outside and was not worried about Zhu Shasha's safety. She stood up on her own, put on the clothes Qianxuan gave her in a few seconds, and then walked out leisurely. Qianxuan followed naturally. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, she saw Zhu Shasha punching Fangxuan with one punch after another, but all the punches were aimed at the other's face. At this time, Fangxuan's face was already bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding, and he was in a mess. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but even though the terrifying aura of the man before was no longer suppressing him, Wu Wanhao and others on the side were eyeing him covetously. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only passively take the beating. Despite this, Fang Xuanen's mind never stopped working, racking his brains to think of how to get out of the current predicament. At this moment, he saw Zhu Zixi coming out from the corner of his eye, and then glanced at Yuanzu, who was looking at him with resentment. His eyes lit up, and he had an idea. Zixi, the voice was so low and gentle, and the tone was so affectionate. Everyone shuddered and got goosebumps when they heard it. Even Zhu Shasha, who was beating people, frozen, forgot to put his fists down. On the contrary, Zhu Zixi, the person involved, looked calm, as if she had long been accustomed to it. Fang Xuanen didn't care, and continued with a deep affection. Zixi, look, Yuanzu is still alive. In this case, you should be able to be with me. As long as he becomes Zhu Zixi's husband, these relatives and friends of Zhu Zixi will not do anything to him. Moreover, these people are not inferior in momentum and strength, and they may be able to help him. Fang Xuanen's calculations were crackling, but he didn't think about whether others would follow his ideas. The crowd watching, embarrassing. Please, can this person consider his image before pretending to be a love saint? Facing the sincere love of a pig-headed face, they really felt hurt. Zhu Zixi's face did not change, and she walked calmly to Fang Xuanen. It worked. Fang Xuanen's eyes lit up, and he was about to say some sweet words to coax people, but he saw Zhu Zixi smiled at him charmingly, showing her charm, and then stepped hard on his hand. Ah, Fang Xuan screamed miserably. In Qianxuan's eyes, Zhu Zixi has always been the kind of bright, charming queen. Therefore, the clothes she prepared for her were bright red, and the shoes were 10 cm high stiletto boots. It is conceivable how ecstatic Fang Xuan was at this moment. The onlookers looked calm, and they knew that Zhu Zixi was not a woman who could be easily moved. Even Lu Jun, who was excellent and had a new generation of good men with more than 9 points in appearance, ability, and personality, spent more than 10 years and shed bitter tears before he got the beauty. Not to mention the scumbag in front of him, who had a barely acceptable appearance, unaccessible ability, bad personality, and huge ambitions. Sweet words. Zhu Zixi had heard the most sweet words since she was a child, and she was also a good hand at it. Otherwise, how could she coax a good boy to play the elopement game with her back then? As Fang Xuanen's screams became lower and lower, and finally turned into weak groans, Zhu Zixi raised her eyebrows and moved her feet. She put one hand on her waist and swayed around Fang Xuanen. With the sound of da-da-da, several small blood marks were printed on the cement floor, which was shocking. Fang Xuanen was sweating profusely, and his eyes moved with horror as Zhu Zixi moved. Standing in front of Fang Xuan again, Zhu Zixi's eyes turned cold and smiled coldly. The whole person was like a rose blooming in the cold wind. For your indecency to me in the past few months, how do you think I should repay you? The tone was gentle, but as sinister as a venomous snake. Fang Xuanen widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Zixi as if he had just met him for the first time. His eyes were terrified and surprised. So this is the true face of this woman. Do you want to chop off your hands and feet? Or poke out your eyes? Or castrate you? Zhu Zixi smiled, with a trace of worry in her eyes, as if she really couldn't make a decision. You. Hearing the vicious words spoken lightly, Fang Xuanen could no longer maintain his composure. His face was pale, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his upper and lower teeth were clacking. What's wrong with me? Zhu Zixi turned her head, with a puzzled look on her face, and blinked her charming big eyes. That innocent look almost made Fang Xuanen faint. But he was determined after all. He suppressed his anger, and planned to say a few soft words to delay time. When his people came over, who would be the knife, and who would be the fish? It would be reversed. Thinking of this, Fang Xuanen's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. But Zhu Zixi's beautiful eyes turned. A little smile came out of her eyes, and she opened her lips and said, "Hey, you don't want to delay time and wait for someone to rescue you, do you?" Being hit on the heart, Fang Xuanen's heart trembled, but his face did not show any sign. His expression was normal. Don't pretend. Zhuxi sneered. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. But no matter what you are planning, you are destined to be disappointed. Fang Xuanen's heart tightened, and he had a bad premonition, but he still pretended to be calm and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. Zhuxi didn't care, and smiled and said, you know, I have always looked down on you. This thought jump is too irregular. Fang Xuanen's anger was rising in his heart, full of anger, but he had to keep his face calm. You seem to have never had a good attitude of self-knowledge. Zhuxi said calmly, you have great ambitions, but you don't have the strength and brains to match them. You are arrogant, selfish, narrow-minded, vicious, and self-deceiving. Without looking at Fang Xuanen's increasingly bad face and the flash of panic in her eyes, Zhuxi said lightly, hey, you are in love with me, right? Her tone was confident and determined. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Zhuxi was probably the only one who could say such narcissistic words so lightly and naturally. Fang Xuanen's eyes shrank, and he opened his mouth to ridicule her for being self-indulgent. Zhuxi stretched out a slender finger and shook it, and said softly with her red lips, no need to deny it. You and I know the facts. I don't care about your love, and I won't use it to threaten you. Isn't this what you are worried about? Fang Xuan looked at the woman in front of him expressionlessly, with a very complicated heart. I just want to tell you that I will never fall in love with you. Zhuxi said decisively. Because I wanted to kill you and Zhu? Or because of what I did to you? Fang Xuanen's hoarse voice sounded, indirectly confirming what Zhuxi said before. No. Zhuxi laughed heartily, full of pride. The person I love will always be the only one. He is the bravest falcon, fighting the sky fearlessly. He is the most majestic mountain, steady, self-respecting and firm. He is the vastest sea, both moving and quiet and tolerant. In this world, I only love such a man. How could everyone not know who she was talking about? They couldn't help but feel sad, and Lu Zhi and Lu Chen's eyes were red. Looking at the deep affection and determination in Zhuxi's eyes, Fang Xuanen was jealous and crazy. It was the first time he saw such a look in her, but it was for another man. Who is that man? Fang Xuanen's voice was full of murderous intent. Zhuxi didn't care, and smiled and said, he died 4 years ago, but he will always live in my heart. This was a bit sentimental, but it was the truest portrayal of her feelings. Fang Xuanen was stunned, and then asked painfully, why do you tell me? Zhuxi smiled. Although I haven't experienced it, it must be very painful to love, but not be able to get it. Hearing this, Fang Xuanen widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Just because of this? His tone was full of bitterness and despair. What else? Is there any affection between you and me? Zhuxi asked back. Seeing Fang Xuanen's dejected face, Zhuxi added fuel to the fire. I almost forgot to tell you that most of your subordinates have been instigated by me. I have to say that you are such a failure as a person. I didn't put in much effort in the process. What did you say? Fang Xuanen looked incredulous. This is impossible. Zhuxi shrugged and spread his hands. If you like to deceive yourself, go ahead. Hearing this, Fang Xuanen collapsed to the ground, his face pale and his eyes dull. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.